before you start a regime. And then I'll tell all women, be patient, pregnant, and we will get there. But it's going to take time. And of course, these are also, the factors there are also your age. Of course, you know, it is easier for a younger person to pack on muscle and lose fat than an older person. So I'll tell the woman, be patient. Most women, after 4 or 5 months, see a drastic improvement in how they look. But the problem is we don't want to wait to 4 or 5 months. And that is in itself a danger, because you want to take some shortcuts and you lengthen the process. So if you avoid those shortcuts, be patient, go into the gym, do your magic stuff. Before long, your own baby won't recognize you. You look like the 15-year-old.
What are some of those shortcuts that you're talking about that women actually want to take?
Well, one of them is low-carb diets, low-carbohydrate diets.
Tell us about those diets. Tell us about those diets.
I'll tell you.
Whenever I hear diets, I cringe.
I like, their names are wonderful. Like now, there's one they call keto diet.
Keto diet.
Yes. And then there's another one I learned the other day, funny enough, from a talk show I had on Solid FM, the Hallelujah diet. It is supposed to be from the Hallelujah diet.
Oh my goodness.
So it's supposed to come from the part in the Bible at the time when Daniel was told to eat pork by the Babylonians.
And he decided to just eat vegetable.
And water. So you can imagine a diet
goodness.
like that. That is shocking. And these diets now, because carbohydrate is what they call a macronutrient, it is important.
It's a staple.
It's a staple.
Yeah.
So when you remove that, you are putting your body into a state of emergency. And what does the body do in a state of emergency? It retains fats. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So it's counterproductive.
It's counterproductive.
It holds on to the fat.
It holds on to the fat. Fat is not bad. Excess fat is the problem. You are supposed to have a percentage of fat. You are. Fat is like generator as against to power supply from EEDC. When you have fat, things like when you wake up in the morning, blinking, even hitting your, killing mosquitoes or just waving your hands while you are asleep, those things that you do before you eat, is the fat, the reserve energy, the fat that helps you power those activities. And then you eat, and then your food powers the rest. So when you have too low fat, it is bad, as well as when you have excess fat. So when you enter that kind of emergency where the body sees that you're not getting a certain micronutrient properly, in this case carbohydrates, what it does is it shuts down in a manner. It believes that Anyeka is at a stage of emergency. Maybe there's a famine, maybe there's war, and Anyeka may not be able to get the next meal.
And that's the brain doing all these things.
That's the brain doing that for the next 3 weeks. So the brain now tells all fat reserves, supply Anyeka energy, but do it slowly so that this energy will survive. And then what happens is that Anyeka starts losing vigor, starts losing strength, starts losing stamina. He becomes dull. He's always hungry, but he's trying to maintain that discipline. So it affects his daily activity. He becomes dull, he's not strong, he doesn't sleep well because the body is entering a stage of emergency. As time goes on, the body now says, oh, Anyeka still hasn't eaten food over these months. Okay, now supply only the major
organs
that he needs to survive, his heart and his brain. Yeah. So you start seeing, I literally start shutting down like a laptop. Then that's the good part.
Oh, this is the good part.
The bad part is when I actually see food. So one day you invite me to your birthday and I see rice and chicken. Kaboom! I've seen food. What do I do? The brain now tells the body, Anyeka has seen food. It's time to pack up for another famine. So I eat 5 plates of that. But I only need 1 plate to survive for that day. So the 5 plates are stored as fat. So I see that I lost 30 kg when doing the keto diet because I controlled calorie intake. Yeah. But now I start taking in calories regularly to prepare myself for another famine. So I gain like twice the weight I lost.
My goodness.
And of course, when you're gaining the weight, you're not gaining muscle. Weight gain is good if it's muscle. But you are gaining fat. So you're still causing what they call muscle atrophy. You are still reducing your muscle mass because you are not gaining that weight by lifting weights. I'll tell you, if we start the gym, you may be weighing 75 kg and you went to 85 kg. That's good if it's muscle. Because you will notice other indicators that you are getting healthier. Your clothes start becoming smaller. You are, the scale is saying Chigi is weighing 85 kg, but your clothes are getting smaller. And that's why sometimes the scale alone is not an indicator.
Yes, I think I've heard it somewhere
Yes.
when they say taking your weight is not the major indicator of weight
Yeah,
loss.
exactly.
You could be packing on vessels, blood vessels, and muscles,
Yeah.
and they actually weigh more than
Yes.
the fat.
So the shortcuts, those are one of them. Other kinds
What
of
about
shortcuts.
all these slim tea?
Yes, that's what another shortcut. It is not necessary. There's a reason those things are there. Slimming tablets, they are for emergencies too. But when you take them like that and you abuse them like any drug, it has its own consequences.
Do we even know the contents or the active
We don't,
ingredients?
even if the active ingredients are there, some of them, they have different active ingredients. But the most important thing is this, because it is a drug, when you abuse it, it has its own consequences.
Side effects.
Yes, liver, kidney failure, for instance. And you hear many people having kidney failure from abuse of slimming tablets. So I tell people, you don't need that. Let nature take its course.
Let's talk about sit-ups.
Yes.
How do people perceive sit-ups? I know personally I hate sit-ups, but do sit-ups really work? Does it really train there's this, I don't know the name of the muscle, the six-pack,
Yes.
recti abdominis. Yes, because I know in some pregnant women, because of the overextension of the tummy,
Yes.
there's a break, a breach.
Yes.
And you find out that no matter how much they try to, tighten up the tummy, the guts just pull out and
I
they
get what you
can't.
mean.
So what is the way forward in that situation?
Yeah, that breach is called diastasis recti.
Okay.
And when you do sit-ups, the problem is that the muscles of the tummy have been breached.
Yes.
So traditional tummy exercises, you might call it, or abs exercises, do not work anymore. You have to take it a notch down so that bridge is closed. Then you can go back to normal, your normal
So what do you
regime.
do to get it closed, and how would you know that it's closed?
Well, it's a doctor that can tell you that, scanning and everything. But usually what we suggest is things like plank. There are exercises they call bed dogs, there are dead bugs. These are exercises that work more of the core in a more friendly manner. Because I'm glad you said sit-up and how people perceive it. As a fitness instructor, I hardly do sit-ups. I don't take them as a serious exercise. They are good for the abs, but they're not good for the core. So I tell people, why do you work only your abs when you can work your abs and core? So I do things like leg raises, hanging leg raises. I do tummy tucks, knee to chest. Those ones actually involve the whole core, your lower back. In fact, I tell people the best kind of tummy exercises are those tummy exercises where after you do it, you feel it in your back.
Really?
Yes.
Because it's been said that once you feel a pain behind you, that you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, but some tummy exercises like leg raises, the pain there means that your lower back is weak.
All right. Let's quickly before we get to the cellular aspect, because I think there's this research that says that they have tracked the effect of exercise on what they call telomeres. But before we get there are some people that for some reasons, maybe medically or maybe the way they were born, they are just thin.
Yes.
And they are advised that exercise can help them look bigger. What kind of exercises would you prescribe for such a person?
Well, strength training, all the same thing.
Strength training.
Yes, the same exercise. What you understand, Chigi, that the exercises for losing weight are the same exercises for gaining weight.
Wow.
It's your diet that determines what you lose or gain. Yeah, so you have to get diet. You have to get a good diet in this calorie surplus to gain weight. Then when you are losing weight, you do in a calorie deficit. What I mean by surplus and deficit is, for instance, now, if a woman is supposed to take 2,000 calories daily, for her to gain weight, she used to take like 2,300 daily. So the body uses the 2,000. The 300 with strength training is used to build muscle over a couple of days, maybe a month.
All right.
Uh-huh.
All right.
So a woman trying to lose weight,
All right.
she does 2,000 calories a day. She takes like 1.7, maybe 1.8.
Yeah.
And the body sees, oh my God, this person has not taken the daily requirements. What the body does is, oh, we have some fat here. We'll use the fat and cover up.
Okay.
And then you notice that's how literally the body is taking from the fat to cover up your daily requirements. So over some time, you notice the woman has lost some excess body fat somewhere, okay? And that is how those things work. So for a slim person to get bigger, of course, it also depends on the genetics.
Yeah.
Strength training, food in, eat in a calorie surplus,
Okay.
sleep long.
I guess there's so much to
Yes.
this topic. I
Yes.
wish I had you for longer, but I'm being told that we are running out of time. So thank you so much, Anik, and for I mean the expose is out of this world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know,
very
we'll
much.
have to actually invite you back so that we can take this topic from another, perspective. So thank you so much.
I'll be honored. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you have heard it. Exercise has been scientifically proven to slow down the process of aging. So get out there, whether you're in the house, join a gym, just get moving, walk, swim, cycle, whatever it is, just get moving. Thank you so much. That's been all we have to show for you today on Inside Health. Don't forget, it is your responsibility to take hold of your well-being and, of course, your health. I'm still Chigi Chiagoram. Thank you so much for joining us today. Bye for now.
before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 Justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, you know, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, you know, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports, let's say security reports, if there is a very, not just flimsy, if there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
Hello there, thanks for joining us. And today my guest is a very special person, a very special Nigerian. And for the first time in a long time on this program, she is a woman. My guest is a professor at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. She has, I think it's just, I'll talk about 2 master's degrees, but I think there are some others. She holds a PhD, and she's also a graduate of the Harvard Business School. Well, in the course of our discussion with her, we'll know how the journey started and how she got to where she is today. My pleasure to welcome Professor Uche Azikiwe, wife of the first president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Professor, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, Obiora.
Let me start. You know, when anybody talks about Professor Uche Azikiwe, what comes to mind is the wife of the great Zik of Africa. So let me start our discussion from there. When you saw Zik for the first time, was it love at first sight, or was there something else?
It wasn't love at first sight, because there was nothing like love between us the first time I met him. I met him for my scholarship. He gave me a scholarship to further my education. That was the first time we met. Although the first time he saw me was when we were dancing to receive them when they came to Africa for a political campaign.
This was which year?
1960 something, in the 60s.
Yeah.
So, but the close meeting was when I came in to finalize my program to go into the secondary school because he gave me scholarship.
So that was your first.
Yes.
From that distance, how did you perceive him?
I know as a little girl growing up in the village or in the town at ENUGU, I grew up at ENUGU, Lagos and the village, he wasn't a human being. From the stories we heard, he disappears, he holds the key to the lagoon, the Oyibo people are afraid of him, he blows English, a lot of stories. So it was like a little girl coming to a god, a demigod, before a demigod. That was 1964. And I know that I was shivering within me because I don't think I was the first person, the only person that was given scholarship. What I later learned was that once in a while, end of the year or beginning of the school year, all those that he gave scholarship will come to collect their school fees and so on and so forth. Mine was the first time to come and initiate and start my own school at Nsukka.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. You said you spent growing up, your growing up period in ENUGU, in Lagos, and in the village. Where were you born? Were you born in the village, or your parents were already out of the village?
My parents were living in Calabar. Okay. In good old days, the policemen, they are polygamous. And when they marry 2 or 3, a wife gets pregnant, you go home to the village. After having your baby, you come back to the station. Maybe by then, the other wife would have taken in. He will come back. So I think when I was due, my mom came back to our village, Afikpo. I was born in Afikpo. After that, then she went back to Calabar with me. From there, as I was growing up, I remember that we lived at the police barrack along Ugui Road in ENUGU.
In ENUGU.
Yes. So that's where I started my primary school. And then we moved. My father was transferred. My father was a policeman. And he rose to the rank of a sergeant major. And in those good old days, sergeant major was, I think, the highest post. Unless you have gone to secondary school or standard 6, you can go above sergeant major. So in all the barracks we lived, in ENUGU and in Lagos, my father was in charge. He was the chief there. So growing up in ENUGU, I went to Salvation Army Primary School there at
Morehouse, yes.
After that, when my father was transferred to Lagos, I think my father opened one of the best barracks built then in the 60s. That was called Queen's Barrack in Apapa. So he opened that barracks and was in charge. When we got there, it wasn't easy to find a school for us. I think in the end, we had to go to Ajeromi Central School or something like that. Ajeromi Central School. It is in Lagos that my father retired and went back home. All of us, we went back home from Lagos, and I completed my primary school at Afikpo.
Okay.
Presbyterian School, Afikpo. It was there in Afikpo that during the campaign, my father now went into politics. From stories, I learned that he also worked when he was in Lagos for Zik, or I don't know, but the story is that once in a while, the police people will come, for campaign. At least he knew Zik before me.
Okay.
So during campaign, 1961 or 62 or 63, I don't know the year, they came for campaign. And I'm a good dancer. I dance Nkuma.
Do you still dance?
I still dance. I will anytime. I get the one I can. So there were 4 of us, 4 girls, 4 that danced that day. My elder sister is the leading, was, because she's now late, the leading dancer, and I come last, 4 of us. My sister leads, and I will come at the rear. And you know that dancing, the leader and the rear dancers are the best. So it was after the dancing, during the campaign, that a representative from my area, Chief Nnachienwo, was contacted by Zeke. And then that those who danced, that he want to help. By then, I think I had taken my stand at 6. My sister was trained as a teacher by my father. Then the other lady, the other girl, I've forgotten. I don't know what happened to the other 2. But it just happened that my sister and myself were the people Zeke
Give scholarship.
gave scholarship. My sister, he gave her work in Lagos, in the office, I don't know where. But I was the one that was given scholarship to KRSS. So he found the school. He got in touch with the Reverend Sisters in KRSS in Soka. And I was admitted to do my secondary education there, which was interrupted by the Civil War. So 1965 to 67, we all left Nsukka, went back home, and then the war raged. We moved from one place to the other until after the war. I got in touch again with him to inform him that the war is over. Is the scholarship still on? And he said yes. And then instead of coming back to KRSS, because of the distance and the cost, and he wasn't in the country, he was still in London, I had to go to Holy Child Secondary School, Sharon, Abakaliki. Yeah, that's where I completed my secondary school after the war. Then it was during that, after the war, that the meeting moved from father, daughter, or mentor, whatever. So after the war, it seems as if he got interested. Because personally, not even in my wildest dream, I will never dream of marrying Nnamdi Azikiwe. It wasn't in my dictionary.
It wasn't in your radar.
It wasn't in my dream. It wasn't in anything. All I wanted is education, and then that's all. So after the war, he now said...
You were still in secondary school?
Yes, after the war, in Sharon. He said, maybe after school, what would I want to do? I said, nothing. Because that was what I was always saying when we were playing at home. My elder brothers, I would say, I will be a nurse, I will choke you with my needle and so on. I said, nothing. He said, okay, that he will arrange to send me to the hospital in London, where the 2 sisters, either 3 sisters or cousins or relations that he trained as nurses, were trained in London. I said, okay, fine for me. And then there was the niece, Franca, the last child of the only sister, Owele had. Franca and myself would have gone abroad to, I don't know whether Franca was going for nursing, but my arrangement was for nursing. It was in the process to arrange for that nursing that the issue of getting married came up. Then immediately after the war, to show how kind he was, I don't know, but I know that he sent my father money. He sent school fees, my school fees, to complete my secondary education. All those he had something to do with. He sent them money to enable them recover from the war. Yeah. So he sent my father some money. I don't know how much it was, but I think either twice or once, immediately after the war. And it helped the family to stabilize and take off from the war devastation. So after the secondary school, and then when I went for preparation to go for this nursing school, he said, okay, why don't you stay action now? Let's see. I will get in touch with the hospital in London. It seems that God had another plan. Before the arrangement for the hospital for training as a nurse, something else came in, and we became married.
Tell me how you felt the first time he suggested that he would want to be your husband, and this was human being. A human being getting married to God. That was the way it always was. Because even as a little boy too, I heard the stories about holding the key to the ocean and all that. So, at that point that Zeke made that proposal, what happened to you?
I think this question has been asked severally, and I said no.
You told him no?
Yes, I said no, because it wasn't what I came in for. I wanted to go further, to read, to be somebody. And I can't imagine myself marrying somebody like that. You know, it wasn't in my mind at all. Marriage was never crossed my mind. So when he proposed, and I still remember where he proposed, it was in Lagos. When he came back from London after the war, he had a residence, a house by the government, given to him by the government along Queen's Drive. Victoria, is it Ikoyi? Queen's Drive, Ikoyi. So I accompanied him to Lagos in the course to arrange for the trip to London. And the question popped up. I want to marry you, or was it, will you marry me? And I said no. That was my first reaction. But he didn't say anything else. So when we came back to Onitsha, you know, I started thinking over it. I said, what happened? What really happened? Then I think maybe he asked, why did I say no? I said, I want to go to London to, as you said, you send me to go and do nothing. He said, okay. With time, that's why I always conclude that it is divine intervention. Yes, I think it is God's plan, and there is no way you can change it. I couldn't change it, because when I said no, remember, I think I was 26 years. So I want to make it clear again. They normally say 16 years. I wasn't 16 years. I've gone through secondary school that was interrupted by 3 years. So I was born 1947, February 4th, 1947. So 1993, I was 26 years. So I wasn't a child. 1973.
Okay, 73.
Yes, 1973. I was 26 when we got married. So when we came back from Lagos, that was when I started reviewing the question in Lagos. And then...
Did you talk to your parents or talk to your friends?
Me? I talked only to my elder sister, my late elder sister. After a while, I said, this is what... Because we call him Oga. This is what Oga asked me if I will marry him. And my sister said, what did you say? I said, no.
What was her reaction?
She didn't come out openly. She just laughed over it. Because that's the same sister he gave a job in Lagos. So, but there was no other, will you marry me again? It seems as if within me, I came to realize maybe this is what God wants, so I don't know. So with time, the next thing I heard, I want to go to see your parents, I want to go and do your traditional, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say no again.
Anyway, we'll come back to that story.
Okay.
So where did you now pick up with the education?
Yes, in Sharon. The schooling after the war was terrible. If you go to the dormitory, we were cooking for ourselves, no money, no beds, nothing. We used carton We spread cotton on the 6-spring bed that we met in the school. So I met many girls, some living in ENUGU, some of them my classmates living in Abakaliki and other places. So when I got married, I got to know that some of them are in the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Anyway, before then, I told him that when we got married, that after having my children, I'd like to go back to school. He said, no problems. So by chance, I met one of them, close friends in the secondary school. And I think she was in the 3rd year or 2nd year, because we left Sharon 1971. Maybe they got admission 72. So by 73, 74, 73 I've had my baby December, and then I met one of them. It rekindled our lives in the secondary school. And I said, I think it was Hilda Ndulue or Ngozi Onyedika, the Onyedika of NTA, yeah, Ngozi Nsien. So they told me they're in the university. I said, and it clicked. I said, okay, university community, no problem. So they visit me during weekends, we chat and remember the good old days. Many of my classmates in secondary school. So that sort of said, well, I saw my classmate 3rd year, 2nd year, and so on, and now I'm still in the house with school certificate. It just dawned on me that I have to go back to school. Frankly speaking, he was eager for me to go to school. So when I had my second baby, the one living here, Wakwe, 1975, I said, I think it's time. By then, they have graduated and left the university.
Your friends?
My friends. And I said, I think I have to go back to school. We were the last set that took the common entrance. In those good old days, each university have their common entrance exam. We were the last set, 1977. I took the first one when I had work in 1975. In short, I went straight from maternity, where I had my baby, to take the exam. So I didn't make it that first attempt. Then it was 1977 that I got admission into the university to read education English.
Okay. I mean, when looking back in what Nigeria is today, one would have said you were married to the Zik of Africa and you failed to get admission, and he didn't do anything about it.
It was common entrance. I didn't make it. And he didn't do anything. He didn't say a word. To anybody. And I didn't even ask, can you help me? I knew that I didn't make it. There was no point going to beg or doing something. I had to repeat. No, I had to repeat the next year.
So when you graduated, what happened? You elected to go back to the university?
When I graduated, what really happened also was when I became bored at home, doing nothing, I started making trouble, I don't like staying at home. What would you want me to be doing? He said, okay, let's find somewhere you'll be going. I think he talked to either Board of Education. I started teaching in a primary school in Nsukka. And it was during that period that I sat for the exam in 1977 and got admission. So I just taught 1 year in the primary school. So, and then after 4 years, I did education English. After 4 years, I was posted straight by State Education Board to a secondary school where I did my youth service. I went for my youth service in ENUGU. I spent the 1 month, or is it 4 weeks, for training in ENUGU. It will show you that he is someone who obeys the law, because some people will say, why don't you go and press button, and you wouldn't go for the youth service training. I went for the youth corps at ENUGU for 4 weeks. We spent there. Came back before we were posted to the secondary school. So, within me, I wanted to be somebody.
You didn't
I
just-
don't want to be under the shadow of Zik, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Yes. Because some people were saying, why is she wasting her time going to school when she's sitting on top of money? But there was no money there. People didn't know that what we had there was just name, and goodwill. So one of them will say, Uche, why are you wasting your time? Why would you want to suffer? I said, it's not suffering. I want to be myself. And it is based on my upbringing. My father was a disciplinarian. My mother was very hardworking, industrious. In short, they share school fees, those of us that were going to school, because my two elder brothers went to Metropolitan College, Onitsha. During beginning of the term, my father will call my mom, bring your own share of the school fees. My mother will bring, because he had retired, so he has cause to say, bring your own share. So my mother was very industrious. She's a trader, she's a farmer, she sews, she does brukutu, BKT, Joro, all these things, whatever she can to make sure that whenever my father calls on her to bring her own share of the school fees, she will do that. And my father was a disciplinarian. I think it sort of prepared me. You don't step out of the house during holidays in my father's house. You do not go out. Immediately you get into the compound, you can just go fetch water, go to the market, go on errand, but to just you dress up and walk, you want to go and visit your friends. It never happened to me. Immediately I come back on holidays, it's inside the compound.
So when you finished your youth service, did you go back to the secondary school?
Yes, teaching.
Yes.
I started teaching in the secondary school. After 5 years, then I said I have to go and do it. The story was that first degree doesn't mean anything nowadays.
Yes.
You better, if you want to be a principal, want to move to that stage, you must have a second degree. So I went back. It was easy for me because all these 4 years I was going from my house to the school. It was during the degree period, my last 81, that I pleaded with him to allow me stay in the hostel. During the day, I will come back, look after the house, then I go back and sleep in they gave me a room in the sisters, where they give Reverend Sisters accommodation in Okpara Hall. So I kept doing that until after my degree. Thank God I made 2-2, combining everything, child, taking care of the child. Because there was one thing he told me, he said, yes, I want you to go to school, but remember you have a lot on your plate. You are a mother, you have 2 children, you are still growing. You are a wife to me. You are also my mother. So you have to combine, and then a housekeeper. I wouldn't want house help, stewards, or cook to take care of my home or my meal, even though we have them, but you must see to what is being prepared. So it wasn't easy to combine all these things. So when I was able to make it my undergraduate, I said, oh, I have to go further. So I applied for, master's was part-time. Okay. Yes, it was part-time. You just register and go to lectures during exams. They can have your lectures during holidays when the regular undergraduates are on holidays. So it was a little bit easy for one to manage the home and the education. So we went, I had my second master's. In the course of that second master's, this issue of gender inequality came in. That was when the United Nations started this Women Decade, 1980, is it 85, 82 to a period of 10 years, that the United Nations dedicated for women. I got interested. That was what led me to doing the second master's. I got interested because my first master's was in curriculum language, since I did education English, so that I would teach English all along. So when this gender issue came in and I became interested, I now, for me to do my PhD in gender studies, it can't be based on the curriculum language I had. So I had to move over to do another master's education, sociology of education stroke gender studies. That's why I had the second master's, which now enabled me to do my PhD in sociology of education, gender studies.
Okay, we'll take a break, and when we return, we look at your life with the great Zik. Don't go away, my guest, Professor Uche Azikiwe. I also forgot to say that she has the national honor of MFR. Don't go away. Glad to know you're still with us on In Your Own Words. My guest today is Professor Uche Azikiwe, wife of the great Zik of Africa. Prof, you know, and I'm sure this is what happens everywhere you go. I'm Professor Uche Azikiwe, and it's like, tell us about the great Zik. You got married to him in 1973, yes. Which means you were not with him while he was president.
No.
But you shared a lot of stories. What did he tell you about the agitation for Nigeria's independence?
A lot. He said a lot, and I also read a lot on my own about the agitation for Nigerian independence. When he was, according to him, when he was in US, and Lincoln, and so on and so forth, he felt that there is nothing that can stop an African from being like the white men. Because according to him, in Lincoln, he was competing with all the whites and everything. So what's the difference? Why is it that they look down on black people? One of the things that, according to him, hurts him so much was when they go to the zoo. He said other colleagues, African Americans, not even Oyibo, they would say Zik, because that's where the Zik started, when they couldn't pronounce Azikiwe. Zik, have you come to see your cousin? That's monkey in the zoo. Have you come and see your cousin? Because initially he wanted to fight. After a while, he said no. So within him, he said, I must make sure, I must prove to the white people or to Americans that blacks can make it in any field. And that was why he did law, he read sociology, almost all programs, just to garner the wealth of knowledge that's what he needed to fight when he gets back to Nigeria. And that was one thing. When, I don't know, he said he applied for a job, and because of his color, they turned him down. And from that day, he dropped the name Benjamin, because his name is Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, that he has nothing to do with English name again. That was when he dropped the name Benjamin and said, my name now is Nnamdi Azikiwe, no more Oyibo English name. So when he came back, first to Ghana, because he wasn't able to get something doing in Nigeria in 1930, I think 30 something, when he left, because he didn't want to spend any day beyond, one day beyond his graduation. Yes, education and working there. So when he got to Ghana, and then he started his agitation, independence, setting Africans free, and that was landed him in trouble in the Morning Post, I think Morning Post in Ghana. Luckily, they did not jail him. He now said, okay, let me go back home to Nigeria and start my own paper. And that was what led him to come back. And, newspaper here, he had chains of newspapers scattered all over Nigeria, Kanu, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Enugu, Onitsha. What for? He said, it is through communication and information that you can make people understand that this is right, this is wrong, or this is the best thing for us to do. That was why he had all these news. And he made it as a journalist. He had news. Everybody, just that unfortunately West African Pilot is no more there. But I'm sure if you go to London, you will see copies of West African Pilot there to see what he used his newspaper to do. What for? I want my people to be free. I want my people to be free. That's all. You can now go. We are ready to take care of ourselves. So I think God had prepared him to lead Nigeria. And you see, he was not just Nigeria, even Africa, West African pilot, the bank, African Continental Bank. His view was beyond Nigeria.
Yeah.
He was a Pan-African. And when people are talking of Pan-Africanism and they don't mention him, I get sad. Because he was the one who initiated this. The Nkrumah they always mention, Nkrumah was mentored by Zik. It was Zik who gave Nkrumah address to go to Lincoln when he was in Ghana. Yes, it was Zik when he came back to Ghana and so on that he now made Nkrumah to go to Lincoln to study and so on. So I think God prepared him to be a leader, to lead Nigeria and Africa into freedom.
Let me ask you, is Zik a normal human being?
He
Was he a normal human being?
Later on, I found
Wakes
out
up,
that he
wakes up in the morning,
Yes.
cries.
Yes.
Shed
When
tears.
I was going for this NYSC, I saw something dropping. I said, "What's the matter? I'll come back." He said, "Why? How can you leave the children, everybody?" I said, "It's just 1 month. I'll be coming back every weekend from Ogu during the orientation." Zik was
an emotional person.
He was. But you know, these big men, they try to stifle their feelings when they're in the public. They stifle their feelings. Because if they go soft, then the followers.
What would they do?
So the best thing is for them is to put up that spirit.
How did you cope with Zik's older children? Because he had children before
Yes.
you got married to him.
Yes. That's another story. Okay, all right. Let's forget about that. The Lord is in control.
Okay.
My children are okay. We are fine. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, the other thing, you were already with him before what I call his second missionary journey in politics,
Yes.
the 1979. Why did he want to go back to politics? I mean, here he was defied by everyone. What drove him?
You know, when the little I know, one thing is that I didn't support that attempt. I didn't. Because I liked the quiet way we were living. Very quiet, 24/7. He doesn't go out. Then when I started going to school, that's only when I leave the house. All along, we all stayed together. So when this issue of coming 1979, I said no. I think it was pressure from our people. Pressure. I noticed that Nwobodo, all these the NPP people, they were all streaming. From morning till 12 midnight, people will be coming, pleading with him to come out. They need a leader. There is nobody that can shield them, that can stand, and then they queue behind, and so on. I think after a while, he just succumbed to come out and say, "Let me give them that leadership." I think that's what happened.
Was he a restless person?
No,
Was
very calculated, very calm. He can sit on a scorpion and you wouldn't know. Very calm and calculated. That's why he survived in US, survived in Nigeria. According to him, he ran marathon for Lincoln University barefooted. Cold weather, the road, barefooted, and won marathon. And another one, when he got to Lincoln, according to him, there was no fees because the father had retired, and then nowhere to get funding for his education. He went into boxing. He went into boxing.
And boxed his way through school.
But after he said, there's money in boxing according to him, but you will suffer for that money. At a tournament, he said the opponent gave him one blow below the plexus, and he saw stars 20 stars. He woke up and the trainer was saying, Zeke, get up, Zeke, get up. He looked at the man and said, this man doesn't know that I'm the only son of my mother. I'm the only son of my mother. If I die here, my mother is gone. He removed his gloves, no more. He said, there's money in boxing, but if you don't take care, you will die there.
They said he had a lot of, a large sense of humor.
Very, 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 very large sense of humor. For instance, when we have visitors and I present cola, Onitsha, yes, I forgot, I hold the title in Onitsha. The highest association, society for women in Onitsha is the Utuodo, prestigious Utuodo society. And I've been initiated into that society. And my title name is ENUGU. So when visitors come and you present cola, he will break the cola and give you the wife or the woman that brought the cola, your own share of the cola. You have to genuflect to receive the cola, not. He will just say, be careful. I know that you've tied up yourself to have a shape. Be careful so that whatever you use in tying yourself will not snap. And to the hearing of everybody, what do? He said, okay. He was humorous. He was humorous. And I think even late MT Mbu will never, I don't think there's anything that will make MT Mbu not to be behind Zeke in anything that Zeke is doing. He will always say, Zeke is a leader. Humor, he's a good listener. He will listen to every opinion before decision is taken. Calm and calculated, intelligent, and so on and so forth. So I think he was an all-rounder.
He was such a busy man, He was such an important man. Did he have time for the family, for the kids?
I think I was lucky to come into his life when he had time for the family. To be frank with you, no politician has time for the family because they're always on the go, they're always having meetings. We always complain now that when do they have their meetings? At night, nocturnal. That's why most women are not part of their meetings at night. I wasn't there in his life but from experience, I know that if you marry a politician, just decide on your own that you have to take care of your family, take care of the children while your husband is there. If you want your husband to be with you, then he will not make it in politics.
Did he ever share with you his regrets in life?
Were
there things that he would have wanted to do other ways if he had a second life or something?
I can't recall, but all I know is that after the war is what Nigeria looks like then. It's not what he dreamt about when he came back. He thought that by 1970, Nigeria will be leading the world, or let me say Africa. It's true that we call ourselves giant of Africa, but it's indeed an action. We are not giant of Africa in many ways. So I think that's the only way he always complained. But he never lost hope. He just said, Nigeria will still make it, but this is not what I struggled for or what I expected.
Okay, let's leave Zeke for a while. You went to read a course in gender.
Yes.
And all these years, you've been a strident voice on gender issues. Do you think that the average Nigerian woman has been given a proper opportunity to be what he or she wants to be?
No. It hasn't even been done in developed world like America and Britain. Women are not given the opportunity of freedom. How much more Nigeria, Africa?
What is the problem? You talked about women not participating in politics as much as they should because the men are always having the meetings in the night.
In the night, yes. Yes, culture.
Was it calculated to keep the women away?
The world is a man's world. They will quote the Bible, Adam and Eve. God removed Adam's rib. And then I normally give them a jab. If God removed Adam's rib, it then means women are stronger. You are just ordinary dust. Men, dust. But woman has a bone there in her. Yes, that's what the Bible says, and that's what they use. I don't think our women have been given enough time, freedom, opportunity. No, they haven't. Like in sociology, it's culture. Culture will come in, religion will come in, and then the home. The woman is made to nurture the home. And if you pursue politics and you lose your children, you have yourself to blame. That's why it seems as if when a woman is in politics, you run 10 yards or 10 feet, you go back to look at your family to see what is happening there. Because if you abandon them, you have yourself to blame. In the end, you regret it. So I don't think that our women have been given the opportunity.
What do you think is the roadmap for women to, better their lot?
I think this 35% affirmative action, if we will start from there. And so some people will agree with me, but I don't mind. If they say 35%, every party will say 35%, give it to women. Don't encroach into that 35%. Use your 75% men. Let women come out with that 35%. That's the only way. Because if you say 35%, and then during primaries, you do your meetings at night, and the women will not be there. During campaign, thuggery, killing, maiming, no woman would like to be part of thuggery and so on. So there is no level playing ground for women to come in. That's why I'm proposing that 35%, give it to women. If they want to pick and choose, fine. If they will do it within amongst women, let them do it and let it be. Anywhere we go, 35% of women are there.
Okay, you've gotten to the peak of your profession. Today you're a professor at the University of Nigeria. But again, even with all that, you're still striving to improve yourself. And I'm tempted to ask, what are you pursuing? When you got married to Zik, everybody was like, oh, she should be contented. You wanted to improve yourself. You didn't want to be under his shadow. Today, you're a professor. You have a PhD. You still want to go to Harvard. You're still writing papers. What is driving you? And where are you going?
I am not pursuing anything now. I think what I'm trying to do is just to keep myself going until the last day. I can say I wouldn't work. I'll be able to feed myself. I thank God my children are all doing very well in their careers. They are not dependent on me. All I think I will do now is to take care of my grandchildren, 6 of them, and by the grace of God, I still have more. I think as long as one is alive and breathing, you can't just cross your hands and lie on the bed and then I'm still strong, I'm not sickly. I'm still mentally alert, so I can't find myself sitting down doing nothing. And I don't think all I'm trying to do after retirement, I retired in February after making 65 years. I just want to keep my life going, keep myself busy. When you are idle and doing nothing, the nerves, the bones, they get bad, weak. I'm still young and mentally alert to do more for the nation. Not that I'm going there for money. I think I'm going there to make name, to add value, to at least give back to the society. It's not what to make from the society, just to give back to the society.
What is going to occupy you in this new life that you're going into? You are retired. What is going to take your attention? Are there campaigns you want to pursue?
Yes, well, I have an NGO for widows. It's called Widows Lifeline. And the objective is to take care of, help, assist widows and their families and other less privileged Nigerians. For some years now, I've been sponsoring some children, scholarship, some primary, some secondary, some university. Even in my church, I'm playing a very significant role in the church. I'm an Anglican, a knight of the Anglican Church. I have also sponsored a priest, training our pastor, and I have in mind training more. I want to open a school, to run a school in my compound at Nsukka. Just so that in the morning I just walk down, go
and
to
then, and then mentor little children.
and then the teachers and so on and so forth. I've been advised to apply for contract, in the university. If you apply, then you'll be renewed every year until you get to 70 years, which I have applied. If the VC obliges and then approves the contract, then it will be every other year. I have a program in Abuja. I want to put up Nnamdi Azikiwe Housing Estate. I've applied to the FCT. The application was approved, so we are waiting for allocation of land. To wherever we are given, we'll try to put up houses. At least from that angle, will help for the housing problem in Abuja. There are other things I want to do, but I have to take it one at a time.
Okay. So let me go back to your life with Zik. What do you think was his guiding principle? What was it that took a rural boy to the United States, brought him back, and took him to the height of his nation, becoming the first president, and then was a sage all through his life? What was that thing? I mean, in living with him, what was that driving force for Zik?
Helping others, helping people in need. If you read some of his poems, he has 2 books of poems, and I even published the 3rd one. I said the 3rd. I collected the ones he wrote posthumously and published posthumously. I think the driving force was, how do I improve the lives of people? How do I improve my nation? I want my nation to be as good as whatever we think is the best. He wouldn't want to see anybody. There's a poem he wrote when the neighbor will always be beating the child and the child will be crying. According to the poem, he opened the window and saw the woman beating the child. He wrote a poem on that. Why would you beat a child? And why wouldn't somebody else come in to help the child? He also wrote a poem that he is happy wherever he is. What makes him happy is that people around, those he pass along the street, are happy. I think the driving force was to help others. And Nigeria, his own level of patriotism, I don't think you can measure it with any other one. He didn't come here to make money. He had nothing. He left with nothing. When he passed on, it was a battle for us to pay Owakwe's fees again in US. So he didn't accumulate wealth. He went into politics after he had made it. Not what we have now, you go there to make money. He made money. And that is why I am suggesting, before you are elected or go into any, have a profession. You must have a profession, so that if you didn't make it, you go back to your profession.
So it won't be do or die.
Yes, it won't be do or die, or I must be there so that I'll be able to eat, and so on and so forth. So Zik was God sent to Africa, to Nigeria.
Did he ever regret not being the chief executive, like an executive president?
One Nigeria. He sacrificed it for one Nigeria, for Nigeria to be one. Because if he had insisted, both of them, all our forefathers, everybody contributed, but nobody will deny that Zik was the leading star in fighting for Nigeria's independence. But when it came to the point that if a group was not favored, then Nigeria will disintegrate. He said, no. I am happy that Nigeria is free. Whether I am the head, there's a poem on that. Whether I am the head or not is immaterial. I'm just happy that Nigeria is free. So it will hurt him. It will be, nobody will, after fighting, walking, others will come and enjoy, and you just become ceremonial. But it didn't affect him at all. He was happy that Nigeria is free.
Did he ever tell you how he felt when the Civil War broke out?
When the Civil War broke out, I think he was not happy the way the Igbos were being slaughtered in the north. And that was why he supported Biafra initially. But I don't know, I wasn't there when things started. He was going around for recognition. He got recognition for Biafra from either Kenya, some of these African countries. Yeah. He was responsible for that. He was going around. Yes, at a point, I feel he felt that things were not moving the way we all came in to support Biafra. And that was why he, according to him, instead of sitting and then seeing Igbos exterminated completely, it's better. He always says it that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. And then maybe he has information, nobody knows. Things were not moving fine, no armory, nothing, ragtag army. And then those at the top were not telling people the truth. So
that was why he
deflected. He went to the Nigerian side and started pleading, going to Leopold Senghor, how do we now make peace and so on. I don't want my people to be exterminated, to die.
Okay, Zeke loved to help people. That sustained him. What sustained you? What was the principle behind your struggle, your hunger to improve yourself?
I wanted to measure up to Zeke's wife. And also my father was my parent in short. My father went to the top in his career, Sergeant Major. In those days it was something. So I just want to, when they see Mrs. Azikiwe, they'll know that this is Mrs. Azikiwe.
Any regrets?
None at all. I'm happy. None at all. I'm fulfilled. My children, grandchildren, at this age, I'm fulfilled. A professor in Onitsha. I'm a title holder. In the church, I'm a knight. So what else? I'm fulfilled. I'm very happy. No regrets whatsoever.
When you lost him?
Yes.
How did it go?
I told you that we don't go out. 24/7 we are together. So I was just thinking, how am I going to cope? I don't know where they buy the gas for cooking. Nothing, everything was done by this, that, driver, take her, this place, and so on. So I was just thinking, how am I going to cope? Where am I going to begin life again? And
somehow you coped.
Very fine. The Lord is good. The Lord is good.
So if I was just a young woman growing up, in very few sentences, what would be your advice to me?
Go to school. Be educated. You never know where you get into, the type of man you will marry. If it doesn't move on fine, you'll be able to take care of yourself and children. Education is it.
I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
It's been my pleasure speaking with you.
It's a pleasure too.
And that's our program for today, In Your Own Words. And we've been listening to the words of Professor Uche Azikiwe, a young girl so many years ago, and became the wife of the great Zeke of Africa. She didn't stop there. She went on to come to the peak of her profession and became a professor. Thank you again for coming on our program.
It's my pleasure.
I'm Obiorilo. Let's do it again. same time next week.
Welcome to Global News on Signature Television. I am Charles Pius. In the headlines, NILEST to establish mini tanneries in 36 states seeks power concessions. IG bans Amotokun vigilante from Ondo Poll, warns against violence. Judge to decide whether Trump's hush money conviction can stand. And Pope calls for effective contribution to the protection of planets at COP29. Details in a moment. The Nigerian Institute of Leather and Science Technology, NILEST, Zaria, Kaduna State, says the institute will establish mini tanneries in all states of the country to process hides and skin into leather. The Director General, Professor Mohammed Yakubu, disclosed this in an interview on Sunday in Abuja. Yakubu, who is also the chairman of the Implementation Committee of the National Leather Policy, said this was necessary in order to provide the right infrastructure and technology for proper processing of leather. According to him, leather is a huge national resource with potential of generating foreign exchange and massive employment. He said that the leather industry collapsed due to poor infrastructure, such as the Institute and Policy Implementation Committee would continue to press the federal government to make concessions, especially in providing cheap power to enable the industries to bounce back. He also said that the establishment of the mini tanneries would reduce the consumption of hides and skin in the country, which was being done largely because the number of industries cannot mop up the excess products generated every day. Stakeholders in the health sector have hailed the federal government's free cesarean section C-section initiative for pregnant women, describing it as a critical move towards reducing preventable maternal deaths. The stakeholders commended the program while on Sunday in Abuja, the federal government unveiled the nationwide free C-section initiative aimed at reducing Nigeria's alarming maternal mortality rates. Professor Mohammed Pate, the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, announced the initiative at a three-day health sector-wide joint annual review, GAR, which ended on Friday. Dr. Ejike Oji, a maternal and reproductive health advocate, emphasized the need for a holistic approach to ensure the program's success. Oji said with free C-section, women would or could receive timely surgical intervention without transaction or financial strain. He stressed that public education and community engagements were essential to reach these women before emergencies occurred. Oji, who is the Chairman Association of the Advancement of the Family Planning, AAFB, stressed the need for an informed healthcare workforce and better infrastructure, particularly in rural primary healthcare centers. He called for community awareness campaigns to inform women about the availability of free C-section, as well as the strengthening of referral systems to facilitate timely transfers from rural PHCs to better equipped facilities. Oji also emphasized the media's role in raising awareness and mobilizing communities. He added that delivering information to rural areas through accessible media channels would ensure that families understand the availability of free C-sections and seek timely care. On his part, the Managing Director, Society for Family Health, Dr. Omokudu Idogo, said that the policy was transformative and removed financial barriers. He, however, said that it was more critical to get women into facilities in the first place through antenatal care and community outreach. According to him, without access to comprehensive ANC, the healthcare system cannot anticipate complications requiring C-sections. To bridge the gaps, he suggested that the healthcare organizations continued working within communities to remove barriers, especially in rural areas. Idogo also pointed out that the significance of integrating private care providers into the program, as a substantial number of Nigerians relied on private healthcare services. He suggested a voucher system to allow women to access C-sections at private facilities if needed. Edo Governor-elect Monday Okpebolo on Sunday accused the outgoing governor, Godwin Obaseki, of doing everything possible to frustrate the peaceful transition of power ahead of the swearing-in on Tuesday. This was a reaction to Obaseki's earlier statement on Friday that he is yet to get the invite for the swearing-in ceremony of Okpebolo scheduled for Tuesday. This was disclosed in a statement signed by his media aide, Gospower Inegbe, and made available to newsmen in Abuja. Obaseki had alleged that the governor-elect and his party, the All Progressives Congress, were planning his inauguration without consulting or involving the state government in the preparations. Reacting, Okpebolo slammed Obaseki, describing his utterances as reckless. According to him, such a statement should not be coming from a man who has yet to place a call to congratulate his successor long after the election has ended. Continuing, Okpebolo stated that Obaseki had not been seen in the government's house 72 hours before his official departure from office. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Ogbetokun, has banned a Western Nigerian security network codenamed Amoteku and Vigilante Corps, among others, from participating in the Ondo governorship election. No fewer than 17 political parties will participate in the election slated for November 16, 2024. In a statement released on Sunday by this force spokesman, Muyiwa Adejobi, the IG ordered the deployment of officers from various specialized units, including the Special Intervention Squad, Police Mobile Force, Counter-Terrorism Units, Special Protection Units, Explosive Ordnance Disposal Units, and K9 units, among others. He added that aerial patrols would be conducted with police helicopters, while gunboats would patrol the state's waterways and riverine areas to ensure security across all terrains. Adejobi also said the IG vowed to deal with potential or political talks or individuals planning to disrupt the elections. He said the IG stated that only the federal security agencies and other members of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security could be allowed to participate in the elections. Meanwhile, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has foiled attempts to smuggle illicit drugs to the United Kingdom, discovering them hidden in parcels of tiger nuts and bags of crown nuts. The agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed this in videos shared on X.com on Sunday. Femi Babafemi also warned against accepting packages without thoroughly checking their contents. Sharing the videos, he wrote, "Once again, never accept any package on your journey, no matter how genuine it looks, without a thorough search." These videos showing the moment of NDLE officers uncovered illicit drugs in parcels of tiger nuts bound for the UK and in bags of groundnuts in a bus. The World Health Organization and the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have committed to guiding the development of targeted Mpox vaccine preparedness and deployment plans to ensure the efficient use of available doses. The Africa CDC, in a statement on Sunday, noted that with anticipated Mpox vaccine deliveries to the African region in the coming months, countries had requested support in identifying and mapping Mpox hotspots based on local epidemiology and planning targeted vaccination strategies to reach populations at risk of Mpox. WHO Africa CDC have made concerted efforts to help countries acquire vaccines amid ongoing outbreaks. The Director General of the African CDC, Dr. Jean Kaseya, added that the swift actions of countries across Africa to roll out targeted Mpox vaccination strategies reflect an extraordinary commitment to protecting those most vulnerable. The statements highlighted that the WHO Africa CDC and other partners are working together in the Continental Incident Management Support Team to help countries prepare for and respond to Mpox outbreaks, not only through vaccination, but also in diagnostics, case management, risk communication, and community engagement. The Federal Ministry of Health has urged Kebbi government to key into the National Emergency Medical Services and Ambulance System, NEMSAS, to curb the rate of maternal and infant mortality in the state. The National Program Manager, NEMSAS, Dr. Saidu Ahmed Dumbuwa, made the plea during a meeting with stakeholders in the state's health sector in Birnin Kebbi. NEMSAS in the program is a program introduced by the federal government where patients under the scheme will enjoy free medical services for the first 48 hours with a view to saving lives of Nigerians. Ahmed Dumbuwa explained that the team was in Kebbi to meet deliberates and stakeholders and also assess the state's health facilities preparatory to the states to key into the emergency and medical ambulance services. On his part, Dr. Jibril Labo Gwandu, Director, Medical Services, who also stood in for the State Commissioner for Health, expressed satisfaction with presentation, discussion, and deliberation with the NEMSA's team. While describing the visits as fruitful, Lapo Gwandu thanks members of the team and assured them that the state was ready to key into the program. The team inspected facilities at the Federal Medical Center, Burning Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Cargo, and Sir Yahya Memorial Hospital, Burning Kebbi. Still to come, Army hands over 9 rescued kidnap victims to Katsina government. Zulum seeks more World Bank support to aid recovery process. Details in a moment. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu arrived in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on Sunday to attend the Joint Arab Islamic Summit set to begin on Monday, 11 November 2024. The summit, hosted by King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, will focus on current issues in the Middle East. According to a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, ENUGU, Tinubu is expected to address the ongoing Israel-Palestinian conflict, highlighting Nigeria's call for an immediate ceasefire and a peaceful resolution. He will also advocate for reviving the two-state resolution or solution to achieve lasting peace in the region. The president is accompanied by key officials, including Ambassador Yusuf Tugar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malam Yuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Ambassador Mohammed, Director General of the National Intelligence Agency. Rivers State Governor Similaye Fubara has announced that he would present the state's 2025 budget to the Victor Okojumbo-led State House of Assembly. The governor noted that its state government will continue to collaborate with the Assembly to improve the lives of previous presidents, highlighting the positive relationship between the executive and the legislative branches, as demonstrated in the screening of nominees and the prompt passage of executive bills. Fubara made this statement at the official commissioning of 2 ultra-modern community town hall and the launch of a tertiary scholarship and empowerment program by the Speaker at Akama and Aiganya communities in Oboni local government area on Saturday. This was contained in a statement issued in Port Harcourt on Sunday by the Governor's Chief Press Secretary, Nelson Chukwude. Fubara added that the Speaker's focus on constituency projects reflects his role as an elected representative, contrasting it with the inaction of 25 former lawmakers he described as Abuja-based politicians. The Governor commended the Speaker for establishing the town halls, providing a financial empowerment to 100 Bonny indigents, and awarding tertiary scholarships to 30 Bonny students. In his remarks, the Speaker thanks the people of Bonny for their support for the 10th Assembly and presented to express confidence in his backing of the Governor. Meanwhile, the Labour Party chieftain, Mr. Valentine Ozibo, has delivered food and relief materials to victims of flooding in Anambra West local government area of Anambra State. Ozibo, the chairman of Valentine Chineto Ozibo VCO Foundation, handed the items to the flood-affected people at Unkwo Umweze Anam on Sunday. The relief materials and financial support were donated to the internally displaced persons through his foundation. The governorship aspirant, who bemoans the displacement, destruction of property and difficulties faced by the people, called for a proactive and permanent solution to the perennial flood menace. Ozibo commended the resilience of the flood-prone Anambra West people as remarkable. He said that the victims should not be left to face the challenges alone. According to him, while these items cannot fully address the magnitude of the losses, they represent the solidarity and commitment to supporting the community in times of need. The Lagos State government has commended Entrazacts International PLC for Second Food Connect initiative, which provided food relief parks to 500 underprivileged women in the state. A statement on Sunday by Entrazact's Managing Director, Mr. Niyi Toluwalope, said that the second edition of the event was held in Lagos. The Lagos State Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Bolaji Dada, at the event praised Entrazact's commitment to empowering women. Dada, who was represented by Mrs. Funke Shilaw, Director of Women Affairs, urged collective efforts to address systemic poverty and promotes sustainable programs for financial independence. According to her, the initiative represents a beacon of compassion and solidarity aimed at uplifting those who need it most in our society, are underprivileged women. She commended Entrazact for its unwavering dedication and commitment to providing the platform to champion the needs of women. Managing Director, Entrazact International PLC, Mr. Niyi Toluwalope, said that the initiative aimed to combat the economic challenges exacerbated by recent global events, emphasizing community solidarity and support. Toluwalope said that the company was making impacts by providing food relief to 500 vulnerable women in its host community, doubling its previous outreach. The Democratic Front, TDF, has welcomed Fitch Ratings' projection and that Nigeria's inflation rate will decrease from 33.7% to 26.2% by Q1 2025. The group, in a statement signed on Sunday in Abuja by Malam Danjuma Mohammed, its chairman, and Chief Wale Adedayo, secretary, said the projection aligned with their own research, which considered various emerging economic variables. TDF lauded President Bola Tinubu's economic reform, citing the withdrawal of oil subsidies and unification of foreign exchange rates as key factors in the economy's growth. They highlighted Nigeria's GDP growth to 3.19% year-on-year increase in Q2 2024. Debt service to revenue ratio decreased from 97% to 68% in Q2 2024. Non-oil export receipts of $2.7 billion in the first half of 2024, a 6.26% increase from 2023, driven by increase in the global demand for a made in Nigeria products. External reserves reached $39.07 billion as of September 19th. TDF noted that in spite of current inflation rates, Nigeria's economy was transitioning from a static model to a flourishing one, with implications for job and wealth creation. However, they acknowledged that insecurity and logistical constraints have crippled food supplies, triggering artificial inflation. The group commended President Tinubu's efforts to address insecurity, including a $500 million loan to launch a military offensive. They expressed optimism that Nigeria's food supply process would be restored, leading to a significant decrease in inflation rates. The federal government's budget deficit has risen to 7.5% of the country's gross domestic product as of August 2024, reflecting a significant widening of the gap between government revenue and expenditure. A member of the Central Bank of Nigeria Monetary Policy Committee, Mohammed Abdullahi, disclosed this in his personal statements at a 297th MPC meeting. This was as the CBN economic reports revealed that Nigeria's fiscal deficit surged to 4.53 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2024, up from 3.88 trillion naira in the previous quarter. Abdullahi said this development underscores the ongoing challenges the government faces in enhancing its revenue generation efforts. It also signals a greater reliance on borrowing to finance the growing expenditure, raising concerns about the long-term fiscal sustainability and potential impacts on national debt levels. Highlighting the challenges posed by the situation, the MPC member stated that the committee must remain proactive in dampening the likely consequences of the deficit, especially with the commencement of the new minimum wage payment. In the economic report, the CBN said the deficit in the first 6 months saw a notable rise, and the federal government's revenue remittance increased only marginally to 2.3 trillion naira. This figure represents a 57.66% increase from the first quarter, but still falls 52.49% short of the target for the period, prompting a heavy reliance on deficit financing. The report also highlights that while the government gains from foreign exchange revenue due to naira devaluation, its overall expenditure expanded significantly to 6.83 trillion naira, driven largely by high interest payments on loans and other financial obligations. This marks a 27.79% increase from the previous quarter, with recurrent expenditures dominating the spending. The data shows that 89.7% of the federal government's expenditure was on recurrent costs, while capital and transfer payments accounted for just 3.66% and 6.37%. Still to come, Dominican authorities seize over 2 tons of alleged cocaine bound for Belgium. Funeral prayers held for soldiers killed in Pakistan train station. So stay with us. Still to come, the scandal surrounding Baltazar Ebang Engongo, the dismissed Director General of Equatorial Guinea's National Financial Investigation Agency, has taken a new twist with allegations of infidelity involving his wife. Engonga, who was recently sacked and detained after investigators uncovered over 400 sex tapes allegedly involving him and the wives of prominent individuals, now faces a fresh wave of controversy as video footage of his wife in an intimate encounter with another man has surfaced online. Popular social media critic Martin Zose, known as Very Dark Man, disclosed the video via Instagram, fueling further debate on social media. The uproar has prompted an official response from First Lady Constancia Mangue Obiang, who voiced her dismay and urged government's action to protect the dignity and privacy of Equatorial women. This case, which has gripped public attention, highlights deep concerns over both ethical and legal standards within the country's public offices. Charles Pius reports. Wife of the sacked Director General of Equatorial Guinea's National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, Baltazar Ebang Engonga, has been caught in extramarital affairs. Video footage emerged of Engonga's wife having an intimacy with another man. Engonga was recently caught with about 400 sex tapes with several women during an investigation into a fraud case. The leaked videos have continued to generate controversy via the social media space. Reacting, First Lady Constancia Mangue Obiang expressed outrage over the scandal during a meeting with Prime Minister Manuel Osa Nsue. Mrs. Obiang called for immediate government intervention to uphold the dignity of Equatorial women and protect their privacy in this digital age. Following the discovery, Engonga was relieved of his duty and subsequently arrested. The former Director General of the National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, in Equatorial Guinea, Mr. Baltazar Engonga, has been remanded in Malabo's Black Beach prison, Signature TV has learned. The embattled former anti-graft chief, who was sacked Wednesday, was immediately arrested for allegedly recording over 400 sex tapes involving the wives of prominent figures in the country. This scandal surfaced during a fraud investigation into the 54-year-old economist, resulting in an impromptu search of his home and office by ANIF officials who reportedly discovered several CDs that revealed his sexual encounters with different married women. As the footage leaked online, causing a media uproar, Equatorial Guinea's President Obiang Nguema Mbasogo dismissed Ngonga. According to Decree number 118/2024, dated 4th November, the dismissal was due to irregularities committed in the exercise of his functions, as well as inappropriate family and social conduct for the performance of public duties. A viral video surfaced on social media on Friday showing Ngonga handcuffed on both hands and legs during a court appearance. In a fact-checking report published Wednesday, Dubawa verified that Ngonga had indeed been taken into custody on corruption charges and was being held in Black Beach prison. Just like their husband, the wife of the sacked Director General of Equatorial Guinea's National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, Baltasar Ebange Bongo, has been caught in extramarital affairs. A New York judge is set to decide this week whether President-elect Donald Trump's criminal conviction and charges stemming from harsh money paid to a porn star should be overturned due to this year's U.S. Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity. The decision due on Tuesday, November 12th, is the first of the two key choices that Justice Joan Merchan must make in the wake of Trump's November 5th victory. Trump is scheduled to be sentenced in the case on November 26th, but legal experts now say that it's unlikely to happen ahead of his January 20 inauguration. A favorable ruling for Trump on the immunity question on a sentencing delay would pave the way for him to return to the White House largely unencumbered by any of the criminal cases, which once threatened to derail the businessman-turned-politician's third straight presidential campaign. U.S. Justice Department's officials are assessing how to wind down two federal criminal cases against Trump due to a long-standing policy that forbids prosecuting a sitting president at a state case in Georgia over his efforts to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss remains in limbo. In May, Trump became the first U.S. president ever convicted of a crime when jury found him guilty of falsifying business records to cover up a potential sex scandal before his first presidential victory in 2016. He has pleaded not guilty and has vowed to appeal the conviction after he is sentenced. His lawyers argue the case should not get that far. In July, the Supreme Court held in connection with one of Trump's federal criminal cases that presidents are immune from prosecution stemming from their official acts and that juries cannot see evidence of official acts in trials over personal matters. Trump's lawyers say that ruling means the case must be dismissed altogether, since the Manhattan jury that for convicted Trump saw evidence of his social media post as president and heard testimony from his former aides about conversations that took place in the White House during Trump's 2017 to 2021 term. Prosecutors with Democratic Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office argued the ruling had no bearing on their case, which they said concerned wholly unofficial conduct. Legal experts largely agree, since the Supreme Court found no immunity for unofficial acts by a president.
3 election violations. We have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it. This was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag order. But, you know, he's a sleazebag. Everybody knows that. Took me a while to find out. But he was effective. He did work. But he wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. You know, they like to use the word fixer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. At the time, he was a fully accredited lawyer. Now, he got into trouble not because of me. He got into trouble because he made outside deals and he had something to do with taxi cabs and medallions and he borrowed money. And that's why he went. And then he pled to three election violations. We have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it. This was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag.
President-elect Donald Trump said Saturday, November 9th, that former Republican presidential contender Nikki Haley and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo will not be asked to join his administration. Former South Carolina governor who served as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations under Trump endorsed Trump for president despite having criticized him harshly when she ran against him in the party primaries. Pompeo, who also served as director of the Central Intelligence Agency under Trump, has been mentioned in some media reports as a possible defense secretary and had been also seen as a potential Republican presidential candidate before he announced in April 2023 he would not run. Haley and Pompeo could not immediately be reached for comments on Saturday. Over 2 tons of a substance resembling cocaine were seized on Saturday in the Dominican Republic en route to the port Antwerp, Belgium, marking the second largest alleged drug seizure in the country. Authorities inspected a container reportedly carrying garments at the ports of Caicedo in Boca Chica, where they found 2,198 cardboard packets. The cargo arrived from Panama and was destined for Europe, the government's National Directorate for Drug Control informed in a press conference. The cargo was secured for further investigation. And by the way, dozens of people were killed and wounded in an Israeli strike on the house in Jabalia in the northern Gaza Strip at dawn on Sunday, Palestinian medics say. Dead bodies were brought to a hospital in Gaza City, and eyewitnesses say they were all members of the Alouche family.
An earthquake happened. We were just sitting peacefully. These are innocent citizens who don't belong to any military organization or faction. The eldest man is 70 years old. The house of Abu Sub Alouche, Ali Alouche, was bombed over the residents' heads without warning, which led to the martyrdom of everyone inside, more than 30 martyrs. Those who were lucky enough to survive were thrown onto the trees, onto the neighbors, and the remains are still scattered under the rubble.
The official Palestinian news agency Wafa and Hamas media put the number of people killed at 32. There was no immediate confirmation of the tally by the territory's health ministry. Israel says it sent forces into Jabalia, Beit Lahia, and Beit Hanun in the north of the enclave to fight Hamas militants waging attacks from there and to prevent them from regrouping. It says its troops have killed hundreds of militants in those areas since the new offensive began. Efforts to conclude a ceasefire between the two warring sides have so far stalled, with Israel and Hamas trading blame. Hamas wants an agreement that ends the war and prisoner for hostages deal, while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war will only stop once Hamas is eradicated. Ukraine attacked Moscow on Sunday with at least 34 drones, the biggest drone strike on the Russian capital since the start of the war in 2022, forcing flights to be diverted from 3 of the city's major airports and injuring at least 1 person. Russian air defense destroyed another 36 drones over the other regions of western Russia in 3 hours on Sunday, the defense ministry say. Russian air defenses shot down 34 drones flying towards Moscow over the Remenskoye and Kolomensky districts of the Moscow region, as well as in Domodedovo city, home to one of the city's biggest airports. Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin says the airports have since resumed their operations. Russia's aviation watchdog Rosaviasya says the Ramenskoye district is some 45 kilometers southeast of Moscow. Lebanese citizens on Sunday morning expressed hopelessness and deep concerns about the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, while striving to maintain a sense of normalcy in their daily lives as much as possible. Some residents of Beirut seized the opportunity of the relatively calm morning to jog and exercise along a seaside corniche, while others actively volunteered to clean the streets. Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon over the last day have killed at least 40 people, including several children, Lebanese authorities say on Saturday, after heavy Israeli bombardments pounded the southern suburbs of the capital Beirut overnight. The Lebanese Health Ministry say Israeli attacks have killed at least 3,136 people and wounded 13,397 in Lebanon over the last year. The toll includes 619 women and 194 children. Israel has been locked in fighting with the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah since October 2023, but fighting has escalated dramatically since late September of this year. Israel has intensified and expanded its bombing campaign, and Hezbollah has ramped up daily rockets and drone attacks against Israel. An Australian warship docked in Indonesia's Banyuwangi on Sunday ahead of a joint military exercise between the two countries that will take place on 13 to 16 November and involve about 2,000 personnel. The joint military exercise, named Keris Woomera 2024, began in Australia's War Darwin on November 3rd and is the largest combined joint activity in recent history between the two countries, according to Australia's government's website. Along with joint landing operations and live fire drills, the exercises aim to practice our responses as to how to evacuate people in times of disaster or crisis in the region, said Chris Doherty, an officer from the Australian Amphibious Task Force. The exercises are part of the Indo-Pacific Endeavours 2024 series, which is an exhibition of Australia's military diplomacy in establishing regional relations.
Exercise Chris Woomera is an exciting opportunity for us to come and work with our partners in the region, with the Armed Forces of Indonesia. The exercise itself is going to involve over 2,000 people from both Australia and Indonesia. We're going to be practicing joint landing operations, a live fire, and we're also going to do a non-combatant evacuation in order to practice our responses as to how to evacuate people in the times of disaster or crisis in the region. We're really looking forward to our opportunity to work with our Indonesian partners, and the next 7 days are going to be very exciting for us. Exercise Chris Woomera is one part of a broader engagement activity in the region called Indo-Pacific Endeavour. What we aim to do is simply increase our cooperation with our partners and neighbours to increase our prosperity and security through a shared...
Pope Francis on Sunday prayed for progress on the protection of planets to be made at COP29 Climate Summit. Almost 200 countries will gather on November 11 to 12 in Baku, Azerbaijan, for COP29 United Nations climate negotiations. The draft agenda for this year's Climate Summit, published on Friday, includes a Chinese proposal for talks on carbon border taxes and other restrictive trade measures that Beijing says hurt developing countries. Delegates at the conference must adopt the summit agenda by consensus as their first task when the COP29 talks begin on November 11th.
3 years ago, the Laudato Si action platform was launched. I thank all those who work in favor of this initiative. For this purpose, I hope that the Conference on Climate Change, COP29, which will start tomorrow in Baku, will make an effective contribution to the protection of our common home. I am close to the population of the island of Flores in Indonesia, affected by the eruption of a volcano. I pray for the victims, their families, the displaced. I also remember the inhabitants of Valencia and other parts of Spain, who are facing the consequences of the floods.
Chinese President Xi Jinping met with Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto in Beijing's Great Hall of the People on Saturday and said that China was willing to cooperate with the Southeast Asian nation's new government. Indonesia's new leader set off for China for his first international trip as president, kicking off a tour that will include stops in the United States, Britain, and South America for the APEC and G20 summits. While in Beijing, Xi and Prabowo oversaw the signing of 8 agreements that included a consensus document on the joint development of fisheries and oil and gas in the maritime areas of overlapping claims between the two countries. Prabowo, who won the presidency in February at his third attempt, has signaled he is keen to play an active role on the international stage, demonstrated by his visits to 21 countries during the time he was president-elect. Thousands of supporters of the Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan held a mass rally in northwest Pakistan calling for his release. Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Party and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa KP Chief Minister Ali Amin Gandapur had announced the rally in Swabi as part of the campaign urging his release. Khan's party runs the regional government in the KP province. Organizers of the rally ran old footage of Khan from a rally on the big screen. An unidentified man was removed from the rally after he was spotted waving an American flag. Over 60 Democratic lawmakers from the U.S. House of Representatives wrote to President Joe Biden last month, urging him to use Washington's leverage with Pakistan to secure the release of Khan. The former Prime Minister, who has been in jail since August last year, has been at odds with generals he blames for his 2022 ousting after he fell out with then Army Chief Qamar Javed Bajwa. Khan's supporters have since been agitated in Parliament and on the streets, alleging that the election was rigged to keep them out of power, which the Army and the Election Commission deny. They say the ruling alliance does not enjoy legitimacy, an accusation the government denies. Thousands of people gathered in downtown Valencia on Saturday to demand accountability for the deadly floods in eastern Spain. The protesters, organized by civil groups and or unions, marched from the city hall to Manisa Square, criticizing the government's delayed and ineffective response to the disaster that devastated parts of the Valencia province and affected around 80 municipalities. As protesters marched, they also chanted for the resignation of Valencian government's President Carlos Mazon, who they blame for mishandling the emergency response. Communities have struggled to recover as survivors, and civil organizations demand urgent reforms in disaster management protocols. Riot police in Amsterdam began breaking up a pro-Palestinian protest on Sunday after a court upheld a ban on demonstrations following clashes this week involving Israeli soccer fans. Hundreds of demonstrators defy the prohibition to gather in the Dutch capital's Dam Square, chanting demands for an end to violence in Gaza and free Palestine. But after local courts ratified the city authorities' ban, police moved in, instructing protesters to leave. The 3-day ban was imposed from Friday after attacks on Israeli soccer supporters following a soccer match on Thursday between visiting Maccabi Tel Aviv and Ajax Amsterdam. Lionel Messi's first trip to the MLS postseason ended abruptly on Saturday as midfielder Bartosz Slees headed in the game winner for Atlanta United in a staggering 3-2 upset over Inter Miami in round 1. Forward Jamal Thiago got Atlanta on the board in the 19th minute and struck again 2 minutes later before the Slaves put them over the top in the 76th minute to set up a meeting in the semi-final stage against Orlando City SC. Miami were overwhelming favorites to win it all over after producing a league record 74 points in the regular season, but could not keep the momentum after Mateus Rojas' close-range goal in the 17th minute and Messi's score in the 65th minute. Guzan made a diving leap to stop Messi's powerful shot from the center of the box in the 17th minute, but could not discover or recover in time to stop Rojas' follow-up from close range as Miami drew first blood. The Rays responded quickly, drilling one into the right top corner, and had another superb finish off a neat flick from midfielder Alexei Miranchuk in the 21st minute. Miami midfielder Diego Gomez nearly leveled it in the 24th minute, beating Atlanta defender Ronald Hernandez and slipping the ball past Guzan, but the goal was called off. Guzan kept up his guard in the second half, swatting aside a superb header from defender Jordi Alba in the 52nd minute, but Messi broke through the 40-year-old keeper's defenses to level it with a header from close range. With their backs against the wall, Atlanta refused to take their boot off the gas, and slipped into the air to head one in off a perfect cross for defender Pedro Amado. Miami earned a free kick in stoppage time, but Messi kicked it into a wall of Atlanta players, and frantic late attempts to score went unrewarded. Lionel Messi's first trip to the MLS postseason ended abruptly on Saturday as midfielder Bassos Slees headed in the game winner for Atlanta United in a staggering 3-2 upset over Inter Miami in round 1. Miami were overwhelming favorites to win it all after producing a league record 74 points in the regular season, but could not keep the momentum after Mateus Rojas' close-range goal in the 70th minute and Messi's headed goal in the 65th minute. American Nathaniel Hodges chopped and sawed his way to a win at the 2024 Steel Timber Sports Individual World Championship Saturday in Toulouse, France. The 40-year-old American scored a total of 67 points over 6 events to easily better the 61 points scored by both second-placed New Zealander Jack Jordan and third-place Canadian Ben Cumberland. Competitors were timed in 6 events: underhand chop, stock chainsaw, standing black chop, single buck, stringboard with 2 boards, and a hot chainsaw, a heavily modified chainsaw, with Foster chops and saws awarded more points. Mark Cavendish won his final professional race at the 2-day Tour de France Criterium in Singapore on Sunday, bringing down the curtain on his glittering 19-year career with a sprint finish. The 39-year-old Briton clinched his 166th career win after crossing the line of the 25-lap, 2.3 kilometers course in the Singapore Criterium. Cavendish wore the numbers 35, symbolizing his record for Tour de France stage wins. Cavendish, the world's most decorated sprinter, announced his retirement last year before reversing that decision and breaking the all-time record for most stage wins at the Tour de France during this year's race.
I'm quite emotional actually. I realised in the last 5 laps was the last 15 kilometres of my career, and I could pass the Flamme Rouge for the last time in my career, and I felt that. But I was so on the limit. The heat here is not nice for me, you know. I didn't race since the Tour de France, so I'm missing that sharpness. I'm so proud to win the Tour de France Prudential Singapore Criterium as my last professional race. I'm quite emotional actually.
Britain won an individual silver medal on the track at the 2016 Rio Olympics and claimed 3 world titles in the Madison discipline. Cavendish careers victories included the 35 Tour de France stage wins, 1 more than Eddie Merckx, plus 17 Giro d'Italia stage wins and 3 in the Vuelta a España. He also claimed the 2011 World title and was knighted in October. Britain's Ida Hellspole and Australia's Rhiannon Eveland were crowned cliff diving world champions on Sunday after the season finale in Sydney, Australia. Eveland, who had already secured the championship before the final leg in Sydney, won the day's events with 359.70 points, ahead of Canada's Simone Lathan 325.25 points and Nelly Chukanisva of Ukraine 306.90 points. Hellsblop finished fifth on the day, but it was enough to see him clinch the championship title with 121 points, 14 ahead of James Lichtenstein of the United States.
Oh, that was a magical moment, standing up there and getting the crowd going and just enjoying the moment. I was super nervous, but as soon as I saw the crowd, I was just full of energy. So it was very, very special.
I wanted to finish with a bang. I knew that the trophy was very much within reach, but to do it and to do it with an awesome dive to finish is a great feeling.
Oh, that was a magical.
Ukraine's Oleksiy Prigorov won the day's men's events with a score of 405.80 points, ahead of Carlos Guimeno of Spain, 397.40 points, and Romania's Constantin Popovinci, 366.10 points. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. Stay around for all of the programming that you love. See you later. I'm Charles Pius.
before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, you know, the shores of the already existing justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, you know, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports, let's say security reports, if there is a very, not just flimsy, there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar not job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming, like it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. Like people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
High rate of unemployment in Nigeria first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white collar jobs when there are none? the federal government is not doing anything to help us and to what do I say, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious, because in a country that everything, you know, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment to be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it, and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, you know, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, you know, the kind of, despite the, you know, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, you know, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. You know, a lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, you know, his convoy is made of Innocence, you know, he bought Innocence car as his convoy. It's because, you know, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, you know, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to like no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually, like, you know, give people the chance. Because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, nobody's giving a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be reintroduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation costs will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than pepper that was let me say 20, 15 naira. It's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building, and all this, like it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful Sunday morning, and I dare say it is the day that the Lord himself has made. Therefore, we will rejoice and be glad in it. I'm welcoming you to New Day on Signature Television. And like we always say, with a new day comes new thoughts, new ideas, new possibilities, and of course, new opportunities. So welcome. And of course, I'm Chigi Chiagaram, and I'm not doing this alone. Here in the studio with me is no other but
Transpires. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. We truly appreciate it. I mean, when you were saying good morning, I almost thought like you were greeting almost everyone
Yes.
who was listening. But one good morning would have been enough.
No. You do it 3 times. You know, when we go to church, they tell us truly, 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 or very, very, very nice. So it gets to sink in. If you miss the first and the second, of course, there's no way you're going to miss the third. Welcome, Charles. What comes to your mind whenever a new day is mentioned?
I didn't hear that.
What comes to your mind whenever a new day is mentioned?
Oh, so what comes to mind when new day is mentioned? This one is new, and it's the day that new things will be discovered, new conversations will be made, new perspectives will be made, and practically everything new, you know, just like the day is new. It's a brand new week, it's a brand new conversation, a brand new people hosting the show for the first time ever, so it's all worth it.
So you're in for so much fun, entertainment to keep you motivated and keep you educated. So don't go anywhere. Right after this time out, our newspaper headlines and reviews will be coming up. Please stay with us. This is still New Day on Signature Television, and we urge you to go on over to our social media platforms, like, comment, and share. We would love to hear from you. Welcome to our newspaper headlines and reviews, where we'll be highlighting stories that have made the headlines across national dailies. And first up will be Sunday Punch, and right above the Sunday Punch mast, 2 interesting news stories. 113 foreign hackers enjoyed police escorts before arrest, Abuja residents say, and Tinubu will win 2027 presidential election, coming from ABC. Both will be found on page 28 and page 7, respectively.
Under governorship poll, customers blame parties as banks run out of cash with a rider. Politicians withdrawing up to 300 million naira daily, says bank manager. Ondo Rec must be removed to avoid the 1983 crisis. PDP governorship candidate.
What's that?
I'm so sorry, this is so funny. I mean, so in Ondo states, you can't find cash anywhere in the bank right now. And the bank manager is saying that politicians withdraw 300 million naira daily.
Hold your horses, Mr. Chris will be here in a few, and then we'll have that discussion and that laugh that you always wanted to have. All right, moving on. Northern groups tackle DHQ as Lukuroas kills 15 Kebbi villages on page 12.
President's controversial tax bills splits National Assembly.
US deported me after traveling for 4 years through 10 countries, coming from late Oni's musician.
Hardship pushes Lagos teenage schoolgirls into prostitution.
And finally, on the Sunday Punch, why I kept my fiancé secret for 7 years, coming from Charles Okocha on page 21. And on FBI arrest, Anambra Pope's local government shares $3.3 million romance scam.
Interesting. I mean, you reach to keep your fiance on on secrets. This way, social media can tear you apart, you know.
All right, moving over to the Nation, just above the mast. Ondo, APC, PDP intensify campaigns ahead of Saturday's Guber polls. And all citizens must reject corruption, says CGN, Sanusi, and Fashola on page 5, 6, and on page 5 and 6, respectively.
New minimum wage, fresh battle looms over arrears. With the rider, workers demand new deal for pensioners. 2. Imo, Plateau, Ocean still negotiating.
And
I wonder what they're negotiating, frankly.
You're full of matter. You're full of matter. Just hold your horses until we get to the review. And finally, on the Nation, Okonjo Iweala is sole candidate for WTO DG position. And then moving over to the Sunday Times, Nigeria states FCT's domestic debt rises by 198.96 billion naira in second quarter of 2024.
Illegal mining, oil theft, Cold War brews among security agencies as federal government mulls special force, NMRS.
On NEL Fund, 844,000 students, 98 institutions granted loans. Understanding Wike through his political battles dotted by betrayals.
Okowa did not fund my presidential campaign, Atiku tells EFCC.
And finally, on the Sunday Times, Okonjo-Iweala's bid for second term as DG will be unopposed, coming from WTO. Moving over to the Sunday Tribune, just above the mast, 15 killed as Lukerawa terror group residents clash in Kebbi with riders. Sokoto residents appeal to government over new terror group. Troops neutralize 70 terrorists in Borno airstrikes. And Tinubu cautions graduates on Japa, tells them not to seek greener pastures as president jets out to Saudi Arabia today. These can be found on page 4 and page 5 respectively.
Well, cautioning about Jabba. Growing hardship, call for Nigeria's restructuring intensifies. Movements proposes 10 region arrangement. 10 region arrangements? Are you kidding me? Says 99% Nigerians, no country becoming a disaster.
Well, how we kidnapped Oba's wife, kept her in forest for 14 days, collected 28 million ransom coming from a leader of kidnapped gang terrorizing Ogun, as he confesses.
Zamfara students in Cyprus sleep in mosques, risk imprisonment, with the writer CSO raises the alarm.
And on page 7, praying for Nigeria, responsibility of all citizens, with the writer that says, Oluwemi Tinubu says, denies plan to hold national prayer.
I'm sorry to say,
Okay,
praying for Nigeria is not the responsibility of Nigerians, frankly speaking. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I'm going to explain that. Maybe if I have the time.
It's the responsibility of everybody.
Well, it is the responsibility for people who really believe in the nation, isn't it?
We'll get there.
Okay, we'll
Very
get there.
soon.
General Taoreed Labaja community threatens to invoke spirits, says death not ordinary, requests for his corpse.
Interesting.
Well, he was 56, and quite frankly, given the circumstance around his death, you know, one would want to think that way. But again, this is Nigeria.
All right, moving over to the Sunday Vanguard, right above the mast. Embattled ASAGB, 8th room. Well, fresh tweets as other stakeholders join the fray. How headsmen invited new terrorist group Lukerawa to Nigeria.
And bad governance, row over judge in Minus' treason case.
All right, on how we achieved groundbreaking bone marrow transplant in Nigeria, coming from Sickle Cell Foundation.
Edo poll, SAPC must arrest officials who betrayed public trusts. Martins Obono speaks.
All right, that'll be all for our newspaper headlines, and we'll be going right over to our review. And like you always know, we'll have someone in the studio to do justice to that, and we always give out a drum roll. Chris is in the house. Good morning, Chris.
Now that Charles has joined the drum beat, I'm suspect.
Everybody's catching
I'm honestly worried because for Charles to join beating drums for me to be here, it's okay. So Charles, thank you for the drum, and thank you, Chiki, for a new day.
Anytime.
I will thank God for life and
absolutely
the opportunity to be here. We are still resilient. We are still trudging on. This is our nation, Nigeria.
That's true. That's true.
So,
well, Charles is full of matter, like they will always say. So, Charles, you have
let's start from Punch. Let's start from Punch. Customers blame parties as banks run out of cash. This country is funny. It's so funny. I've noticed that even in ENUGU, where no election is going on, that the party is scarce. So, which party do we blame for this? I don't know.
Maybe there's an election going on
Now, is there withdrawal limit? How can a bank manager be somewhere and somebody withdraw 300 million and from a bank you allow that? And you force Nigerians to say this?
He has his court.
Are you categorically telling
So,
I mean,
let's be very frank. It's not about proof.
It's not about proof. Why should you are running out of cash? One single man comes in the name of party to withdraw 300 million.
And you approve.
Why they are not allowing individuals withdraw? You said if you put a check for 100,000, they are giving 5,000. Yeah. This is the country we are talking about. They will deliberately set fire on this country, and they are looking for fire brigade people who will quench it. What do you country? These people they're evil. How can we do it? Who are we going to blame now? Tinubu? Look at it. Look at it. Every Nigerian will find a way of causing trouble for Nigeria and look for who to blame. He's blaming parties for coming to withdraw money. Who want to withdraw money? But if there's a system that said you have a limit, and the government know that during elections this kind of thing happen, why wouldn't they set limits? That in a day, nobody will withdraw this. Then now they collect all the money so that they will go and buy a wa. And Agbado and share to voters at the end of it all. So good luck to the Ondo people.
That's why I keep asking, like somebody who gives you money to buy it, because that is what is going to happen in Ondo State. People are going to go about trying to buy their votes. People will be willing to sell because of hardship. So that's what I'm saying, that the result of that election, doesn't it reflect what the people want?
Well, if you think, because we use what you have to get what you want. Now, if hunger is too much and somebody is coming with mudu of ewa, you accept it for a brief life, but it's what Nigerians need somebody to tell them that this one no be life. You are just chop and die.
You know,
you just chop and die system. The politicians know why they're doing this. Why are they weaponizing poverty?
I was going to get there.
Why?
See, hardship has been weaponized. Poverty has been weaponized in Nigeria. It's obvious. Now, if somebody comes to buy your votes, and because of hardship, we understand.
So that means you reflect. That means you accept to be bought.
It's not. You are forced to. It's a force. It's not a normal situation.
No, Charles.
No, be clear eye.
No. Chris, if you buy my votes, for instance, and it's expected I'd vote for you, and I vote for another person. Is it not possible?
It's possible.
So almost impossible. Because they are going to monitor you. They're going to make sure that they monitor you, and most of the time, those guys are the ruling party.
How are they supposed to monitor?
They monitor.
They'll give you half of the money first, and watch
not
you
even that. Not even.
And then when you come out, you come and take the money. I've seen that play out.
When you go to vote,
is this country they collect?
They
you
actually
don't even know
stand
what's happening now. They don't take such a risk. Charles, they don't take such a risk.
When was the last time you visited a polling unit? Those guys are more like the ruling party. Police officers will be there watching. They will do nothing. They will go there and watch you
This
vote.
is another thing. They don't even get to that level again. What they do now is they collect your vote, the number.
Yes.
The voters' card number. That one that start with VN something. You collect it, you write your name. Then they just do little monitor because it's costing them money to do monitoring. They just make sure from the word go that they bought the vote. There's nothing you are talking about. They don't come to start doubting whether you collect the money and go and vote or nothing. And we are saying this happens in a country. Politicians are forcing us, they're turning this around because they know what they want. It's intended result. They know. If you're doing something and you want to achieve, they know. And some of them, let all of them that have ruled this country in the last 2 decades say they didn't do this. So it's gathering momentum every day.
It is.
All Nigerian politicians are corrupt. They buy votes when they have opportunity. It's not as if we're talking about anything. It has become a style. Vote buying is now the custom of our people. Nobody wants to change. We talked about America the other day, and we said vote buying, all those things has taken over Nigeria. Nobody campaigns again in the public. Nobody comes for debates. How many of the governors who are now sitting, the incumbents, and the ones who are going back to the pool have come for debate? How many of the presidents, candidates, and even the incumbent came for debate? So, what are we talking about? We clearly, as Nigerians, are getting ourselves into a difficult situation, and we are looking for God to... Probably some people will be in the church this night, crying to God to save Nigeria. When Nigeria did not want itself saved, if you want, somebody is in the pit, if you give him a hand, he gives you a hand, you pull the person out. But Nigeria are comfortable where they are. Even the Nigerians We say, Nkonye Liliko Obuna, the one where you chop and die, and that's what you,
Yes.
and that's why you collect one
And the average-
one mudu of Gary and
The average
for 4
Nigerian
years.
doesn't even see it as vote
God
buying.
forbid.
I dare say they might even see it as their national cake.
It's even status symbol. Will you? It's not even people are now the wretched of the earth. People like us. That's the lowest
No,
of the
we're not the
cadre.
wretched over
And
here.
now we don't know which one. I know what I'm
I
saying.
refuse.
Are the people who go struggling now because it's a status symbol to even see where they buy your vote. So some group of people have taken it as contract. They now buy in bulk. You come a territory, say I bought ENUGU for you. Then they collect the money from source and now start dishing it out to whoever is willing and they deliver. Some people are afraid to deliver. They use gun and start pursuing in the street. I've seen where people who collected money and didn't deliver were being pursued. But that's about it. And 114 foreign hackers enjoy police escort.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't understand what that means.
Okay, so
But whatever it means, they have been arrested. That's kudos for the Nigerian police. But before then, all these ones that we as Nigerians have this what they call this complex. That whenever we see Oyibo, it's like even the highest person in Nigerian security, we begin to
misbehave.
like begin to fidget. You provide escorts to criminals before you realize that criminals to arrest them. Well, that's fine. That's a good one for police. Tinubu will win 2027.
I had my eyes on that.
No, that's a good one. Now, what it means with this, APC is a party. They will always say this. But I hope they are not demarcating the presidential candidate. Because that's one thing I don't understand about the party and what is happening in Nigeria. Some people think they're helping Bola Tinubu, a president. They could. By some statement they make, they provoke people to think otherwise. This is not the time for APC to make this statement. This is not the time. But as party, they are free to be, but they should have found another way. I'm not a politician. I'm not a member of APC. But to look at Nigeria in the face, at what we are going through now, and tell us Tinubu will win 2027 election. I think there's some swipes. They're not. I think whoever said this and allow it published in the headline it does not mean well for APC.
I wish the headline was the bag of rice would reduce by 15th of December.
Then they said that, that kind of thing, you have to see the face of a woman who put to bed before you ask her, what is the sex of the baby? This real Nigerians pregnant, we are not even delivered, we are in the labor pain. And you come and tell us you are sure the baby will be a boy. If you near that woman in labor, it will tear you into pieces because you are not even interested in her life and the pain she's going through. You are interested in the sex of the baby she will deliver. That is wickedness. It is wickedness. You look at a party did this in the past. PDP was one time they boasted they will rule Nigeria for 60 years. At that point, they were even having issues. That is Titanic. You call it Titanic, you that are anchors. I don't know, but that's the Titanic experience that will happen to people who are doing this because somebody built the ship Titanic. Whatever it is, you can become that experience faces anybody who will come and face Nigeria this time.
Are you saying there could be a political iceberg looming somewhere?
Whatever they do this, they didn't mean well. I don't know. But they say it's APC that make it. That's why I said unsuspect. If you will build a ship like Titanic and said it's unsinkable, you are challenging God. And you know the result. This is not the time to come and say, because PDP tried it. And they are paying up to now for the price. So I wish APC well. They go about telling this to Nigerians at this time. Instead of sorting out certain things before you come campaigning. In 2024, November, fuel at that price, bag of rice, and this issue, you come back and boldly tell us that Tinubu will win 2000. That means he's a walkover. You are very sure. God will help us. Right. Now, the Northern group tackles DHQ about Lukarawa, and somebody says somewhere that some group
headsmen
invited the Lukarawas to Nigeria. So what do you say? How you make your march? You lie on it. And God help.
Just quiet about it. This particular story is quite stunning. 3.3 million naira romance scam that Anambra local government chairman is involved in. FBI has arrested him He arrived in Texas just hours later, and then he was picked. And I'm so shocked that he would have that kind of mindset, have that kind of thing on him or over his neck, and he's traveling to the United States.
No, he did not.
He didn't.
No.
Yes.
That's one thing about a system that works.
He scanned people.
No, he has scanned. So, but he thought he's Nigeria. No, because he's a Nigerian, a typical Nigerian who has gotten through a lot of crimes, criminality around him, still wins the election in Nigeria, and he thinks he's the same thing all over.
True.
So he has tested a bit of where things work, and they will tell him this is not Nigeria, this is America, and then we say welcome to America. The mayor, is he a local chairman or whatever it is? Coming mayor. From somewhere. I think he's coming from your state.
It's not my state, please. It's Anambra. I'm from Imo State.
Oh, okay. Is at this time now you want to know? I just put it to you so that you come out and see how Nigerians react.
No, you are
assuming the man now he has been appointed by Trump as a special advisor. He would say, he's my brother. Now that he has been arrested for crime.
No, Chris. Let's call a spade a spade. This man is from Imo State. This one is from Anambra State. Free him now. Let's move ahead.
I know, but he has put it back to me that the guy is from Anambra State. And I'm from Anambra. So that's good luck to my brother who has scanned America and went back to America. Now in Igbo land they say Anna. But the land has pulled him out. This is worrisome.
This is worrisome. This is because this has actually been exposed. There are so many scammers that are there taking up political positions, and I hope more of them are exposed.
I'm wondering how these scams even pull
because
through. How does it pull through? Like, I tell you that I have.
He has been on this. He didn't just start.
I read through all of the scams that was done for several women, and all of them was just one is that I have money stashed somewhere. I need $300,000 in order to free that particular money, and then you send the money, and then the other one is. I'm going to get married to you.
That's one that works. That one works wonders for American girls.
American girls, like,
they want to say love. When they get love scam.
But then
they love Nigerian boys so much that just with a little letter.
Why do you think they love Nigerian boys?
After all, how many people ask? Even when I look at your face, I say, I like you. Have you ever agreed? Now somebody will write a just small email telling you he's in love with you and you're sending money.
Like, I don't get it.
I have a different view about it when the push comes to shove.
No, but they're becoming very
when somebody willingly send money to a lover and they keep sending, you're not seeing result. The lover you didn't see, you don't know whether it's a juju, it's a witch, or whether it's a human being or spirit. You're just sending money in the name of love. At the end of it all, you arrest the person. For somebody who is hungry in Nigeria and he can afford to buy GSM phone, which is all he needs, and he starts searching the net and where he get a name and send.
But then I think American ladies are becoming wary of Nigerian men, Nigerian boys. But at first it was.
But you Nigerian ladies don't even know what you have. But people who are struggling over
how many men can a Nigerian lady have? Huh? How many men can one Nigerian lady take care of?
The American girls don't even care.
I don't know about the American girls.
Even if they don't even ask you whether you are married, because if I find some 60-year-old people who are still scamming American girls in the name of romance.
Yes. It's worrisome.
So they say in Igbo land, if onye na asalo, he will take. Now, if something you are just very fond of, they use it to pay you. Whether it's equal to what you are being owed or not, you accept. American girls like love and romance, so anything you tell them in the name of love, they will send you money. Charles, I hope you are not thinking about doing that anymore.
How did he even get visa? Because if he is most
with that kind of money, you can buy visa in Nigeria. With that kind of money,
US visa.
All right, guys, we have to leave this and move on.
What American needs is for you to say you have an account. Somebody in Nigeria said, "I'm going to America." I go to the American embassy. They were delaying. Said, "I'm going to America to spend my money. You are delaying giving me visa." I go to another country, and at that board they gave him visa. So people who say cap in hand, the big is I want to go to America, they just wait. But if you come, look at my bank account. I have money. I'm going to spend money in America. They say, with this 300,000 million or something dollars, well, you're welcome to America. It's where you come in, the FBI and the CIA.
All right, Tinubu cautions graduates on Japa, tells them not to seek greener pastures yet. President jets out to Saudi Arabia to get your thoughts.
That's one thing. No, the president has freedom to go anywhere you want. But if you're a Nigerian, you have to be advised where you go and how you go. But if once the president goes, he's going on behalf of all of us. So all the people in government are free to japa, but Nigerians are advised not to. After all, here in the Nation newspaper, all citizens must reject corruption, said CGN, Sanusi and Fashola. And these are people who have gone through different positions of Nigeria. And if you look closely, the bug that are beating Nigeria, that's the bug of corruption, which I say all Nigerians are corrupt. So if these people are Nigerians, they are also corrupt. And they are telling Nigerians to reject corruption.
I'm pained that we're talking about patriotism in that light, because other newspapers reported that he's saying that we should be patriotic and not move to other countries. That I mean, staying around would mean that you don't love your country or moving outside of the country. But again, I'm wondering. I think the most unpatriotic people are people who have made life unbearable for people who are in the country, not to be able to do business and strive. And then you're blaming people who have decided to move away to countries that are good enough for them to live, to eat.
So I'm winning you to my side. You're now my brother. You're not from Imo. So because you are speaking in my mind, you know, once you carry the corpse of another man, it is a log of wood. I mean, when you are very comfortable, you can go to church. I don't worship poor God, and you look at the clothes you're wearing, your shoe, you want to show the watch, and they tell the church, you know, when you're preaching, some of these glamorous preachers, they do not worship poor God. If you look at my shoe, it's worth about $200 million, and that's the kind of God I worship.
Are we still talking governance?
I know he will be. I know she will be. But new minimum wage, fresh battle looms over arrears. That's what the nation says, and is shouting. Which war? No, I said some states, and the last time I was quoting, but Charles, you are good at data. They said over 25 states in Nigeria have not paid 30,000
at the time.
And they have come again with, and they have, just to escape it and sound politically correct, some of the governors are agreeing.
And announced it 70,000.
They are getting ready to.
Well, how many years did we start 30,000? Some people have not gotten it. And when they still get old alert, they faint and die. The man for civil defense got old alert when he's expecting new alert. He died on the spot. So many Nigerians are fighting. They don't want to die because old alert is now poisonous and deadly. So that's the war they're fighting. Right. When will even the old arrears of 30,000 be paid before you think about the new?
Right,
so
Chris,
we start paying.
Is that time?
Debt servicing.
Is that time? I wish we had time to talk about the restructuring. Tribune says call for Nigeria's restructuring intensifies, but I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to do justice to that. But right now we have to go. Thank you.
We have to go.
Always a passionate
The
speaker.
community threatens to invoke spirits for the death of our COS.
You wish to go.
Well.
All right.
You wish to go.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right. If you're still there, please hang on to your TV sets. Entertainment comes right after this timeout. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to another segment of entertainment news. As usual, it's filled with the best stories from the world of entertainment. And of course, yours truly, Favor Machi. I'll be your guide on this amazing journey. Superstar singer Beyonce dominated the list of Grammy Award contenders, earning 11 nods, including an Album of the Year nomination for her venture into country music. Behind Beyonce, Billie Eilish, Charlie XCX, Kendrick Lamar, and Post Malone tied with 7 nominations each. Pop phenomenon Taylor Swift and newcomers Chappelle Roan and Sabrina Carpenter scored 6 each. Women dominated the Album of the Year category, the top Grammy honor. Beyoncé, winner of more Grammys over her career than any other artist, has never taken home the album trophy. Taylor Swift has won the honor 4 times and is in the running again with her breakup album, The Tortured Poets Department. At the award ceremony in February, the Beyoncé and Swift records will compete with Carpenter's Short and Sweet, Brat from Charlie XCX, Eilish Hits Me Hard, and Soft and Rowan's The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess. The 2 male artists nominated in the album feud were rapper Andre 3000 and jazz artist Jacob Collier. Winners will be chosen by the roughly 13,000 singers, songwriters, producers, engineers, and others who make up the Recording Academy. Terry Garr, an Oscar-nominated actress known for her work in films like Young Frankenstein, Tootsie, and Mr. Mom, has died. Garr was 79 and died in Los Angeles, more than 20 years after she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. This was revealed by her manager, Mark Gurvitz. She first shared her diagnosis publicly in 2002 in an effort to raise awareness for others living with multiple sclerosis. Nigerian socialite Okuneye Idris Olariwanju, also known as Bobrisky, has updated fans once more on his recent trip to London. The cross-dresser revealed that he was having a good time in the foreign country and connecting with Hollywood stars. In a bold statement, Bobrisky declared himself the most stylish online personality in Nigeria, claiming that Hollywood celebrities have been showing him lots of love. He also teased his followers, promising to share photos from his trip once he's ready. Nigerian singer David Adeleke, best known as Davido, has shown his intense love for cars with the latest addition to his garage. A video recently shared on the Afrobeat star's Instagram revealed that he splurged millions of naira to buy himself a Tesla Cybertruck. Davido splashed millions of naira on the Tesla Cybertruck, spewing details on why he bought the luxury ride. Davido claimed that he was bored and decided to switch things up in his garage. The Tesla Cybertruck, designed by Elon Musk Tesla, is a battery-powered vehicle known for its unconventional design and cutting-edge technology. Alex Iwobi bagged an assist as Fulham defeated Crystal Palace 2-0 in Saturday's Premier League encounter at the Selhurst Park. Iwobi, who put in a solid display in the game, teed up substitute Harry Wilson with a sublime pass for Fulham's second goal 7 minutes from time. The 28-year-old has so far registered 2 goals and 2 assists in 11 league appearances for the Whites this season. The versatile midfielder was in action for 89 minutes in the thrilling encounter. The Nigerian international was replaced by Adama Traore. Calvin Bassey was also featured by Fulham. Bassey saw action for the entire duration of the game. And that's the news this hour. I am Faith Onwachi. Thank you so much for watching. Entertainment news on Signature Television. And just after a break that we're going to go into now, Abuja Rebound with our Abuja correspondent Godwin Sunday will be coming up, so please stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the Rebound for the week. I am Godwin Sunday. We'll begin the week on Monday with a very strategic conversation by engaging bread makers to talk about some of their challenges, even with the rising costs of bread materials in the market. Do take a look.
Personally, as much as I work here, the prices of products, the flour, the materials for production has increased. So invariably, it has affected virtually everything we do here. The only thing it has not affected is salary. it cannot affect salary, but the demand for bread has reduced drastically. For premium bakery, to the best of my knowledge, the price is just a little bit increased, a little bit, just little adjustment. The round bread usually goes for 200, now 250.
It has affected us negatively. In fact, the price of everything has increased. We usually buy, I think early this year, we buy flour at the rate of 35,000. But now it has gone up to 65,000. In fact, at a time we buy flour up to 85,000. The price of butter, the price of gas. So definitely, the price of bread will go up. And because the price of bread has gone up, it has also affected the demand on bread. We bake up to 7 bags. Like last year, we baked up to 7 bags in a day, but now we bake like 2 bags. So it has affected our sales also. If the government can come in and bring down the price of flour and other baking materials and make production easy for us, we'll be very glad.
To be honest, it's really affecting. Like things, everything changed. Like things are very cost in the market, and we that is doing the production, at times it's not been easy for us. Sometimes if we do the bread, people will complaining the bread is small, this and that, but to us, we are not even benefiting anything much inside, because before we go to market and buy the way things are now, my brother, you choke. People are really suffering. People are suffering. Even we doing the work, we are suffering. It have not been easy for us. So how which government would look into this matter and do something about it and help us out? We are all complaining. It's not easy for everybody. It's not easy for everybody. So let them do something about it. Let them work on it, please. We are begging. Let them work on it and help us all.
The government should do something about the price of flour. I don't even want to talk about the price of the equivalent of naira to dollar. That one is old story. But this incessant, continuous increase in price of fuel, I don't know what the government do. I don't know what ENUGU is planning. He should replan before he will not have anybody to rule again, so that people will not die of starvation and hunger. We are not selling as much as we are selling before. By this time last year, we buy flour 30-something thousand, sugar within that range, but sugar is almost 100,000. We bought butter, a carton of butter, few months ago, 20-something. This month, as I'm talking about, 50. So where do we go from here? I beg you, ENUGU and his ally, they should please have mercy on the masses before we go and meet our Creator before the time.
Honestly, it's not easy. It's not easy. When we started, I remember a bag of flour is 28,200. But now, as we speak, a bag of flour is 62,500 naira. A bag of sugar is 82,100 naira without transportation. So by the time you purchase all those things, and you have to set 2 workers, you have to maintain your machine, you have to eat, and you have to pay electricity bill, you buy water. Honestly, it's not funny. It's not funny. Producing bread now is just like most of the bakeries produce chaff, nothing but chaff. Because if you say you want to add ingredients, butter, and milk, and whatsoever you and other things. So how will you gain? What is your profit at the end of the day? You realize nothing. So as you just take a look at this house. We are supposed to be producing by now, but we are not, because the things is hurting us, is hitting us deeply. So it's not easy.
On Tuesday, Ibrahim Archie was in the studio to speak to us about the extreme weather situation in Nigeria, the new normal. Take a look.
Climate change generally has to do with various degree changes in the nature at which climate has come to be. Prior to this particular year, we have experienced different activities that are quite unusual because of the nature of climate change. So climate change has to do with the degree of changes that occur that tends to affect the rainfall pattern, that affect the temperature of the air, that affect the level of the sea, as well as other unusual activities that do come up. So climate change has to do with the way weather has been affected so much in diverse ways. So climate change in the past 1-2 decades was not so pronounced as it is presently. Okay, so the combination of long-term global warming trends, as well as the return of the El Nino climate pattern, has exacerbated what we are experiencing and what we are even discussing. The global weather warming trend has really been a factor, as well as the El Nino climate pattern. So the El Nino climate pattern do occur between 2 to 7 years, and it occurs within the region of the tropical part of the Pacific Ocean. That is the central as well as the eastern tropical part of the Pacific Ocean. And as we all know, Pacific Ocean is the biggest ocean in the world. So it affects a lot of countries around that region. So what really happened is that whenever it occurs, the Pacific Ocean will release warm air that it has been accumulating over time into the atmosphere. And as it released the warm air into the atmosphere, it kind of caused changes in the global temperature. So last year was regarded as the hottest year, that's 2023, was regarded as the hottest year because the average global temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. The last time that happened was in 2016, which was 1.2 degrees Celsius, that's 2016. So it was because of the El Nino return that propelled to the year to be termed as the hottest year, and we can be able to have a lot of evidence as a result of that occurrence. So the global surface temperature has changed. Most of the marine habitat or marine animals cannot be able to enjoy what they usually do, so they drift away from those regions to another different region, and also the return of series of hurricanes and all that around the Tahiti region, the Hawaii region, as well as some of the islands, the Galapagos Island to be precise. So they experience a lot of climate change activities in those regions, as well as serious drought that also affected Africa and also even affected Nigeria. For example, this year we can be able to attest to the fact that there was a seizure in rain pattern around July and August, which really affected a lot of crop production in Nigeria. So there are a lot of factors that affect that, but majorly is the combination of the global warming trend as well as the return of the El Nino climate pattern. Based on my knowledge of agriculture, which I've been practicing for over 10 years, farmers have this understanding that when there is seizure in rain in some part of the country, they term it to be spiritual. It's not actually spiritual. So that also brings us back to the discussion again on climate change. Some of the variations in rainfall is majorly caused by climate change. And this climate change, man also contributes a lot. Like you have mentioned, innate gases are always being emitted into the atmosphere. As the population of the world, as well as Nigeria population keeps increasing, definitely you experience more increased activities in industry. Urbanization is expanding. A lot of activities that can propel the emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, some innate gases into the atmosphere. So when those gases are being released into the atmosphere, they go up to kind of block the ozone layer. So the sun ray cannot be able to pass and penetrate as it usually do. There will be some kind of changes because of the blockage of these gases on the surface of the ozone layer. So that leads to some of the differences you will experience in the climate, or particularly the weather of a particular region. The heat waves that do come up is as a result of this. The irregular rainfall that affects agricultural people within the country, particularly farmers, also is as a result of this. And other aspects, you also have some irregular cold weather in some places that before they don't used to experience some of those weather. So different variations, changes, drastic changes in the weather pattern of so many regions in Nigeria is as a result of climate change. So it's not spiritual. This is not spiritual. It is majorly caused by the activity of mankind, and that is why the promotion of recent trends in technology, where we have efficient use of energy, is encouraged, renewable energy is being promoted, and it has even been captured within the SDG.
On Wednesday, Dr. Babatunde Kayode was in the studio to talk to us about juvenile systems in Nigeria. Do take a look.
Growing up, you are very proud. Your parents will be so proud of you, in the sense that every family that does not have a male child, for example, if a woman is married to a man in the family, and if she's having only a girl, it's assumed that that woman is not acceptable into the family until she produces a male child. So that is the level of integrity and respect that is given to the boy child in our society. So, and that respect is still there. But along the line, as things unfold now, begin to see that so many things are happening to the boy child because of the neglect of society. We have an example in our hands. There is a young man from a family who now has transgendered into is a man, but he has transgendered to a woman. That's such. He's from a family. He's from a home, and it's because of the neglect. If the parents were careful enough and show concern, I'm sure what we have now from him would not be seen it. It will not be seen by the whole world. But, and did you know that so many people, so many boys now, they see him as a mentor. They want to copy. He has disciples. Yes, he has, whether you like it or not, he has disciples. So many people look onto him and say, yes, I want to be. They are boys, but they want to be like a woman. And they have so many of them in the society. So it's an eyesore. It's an ugly situation that the boy child finds himself in our society. See, when we talk about the boy child, you know you yourself, you are a boy child.
All right. I agree.
There are so many neglects that you experience from society. There are so many things that is being done for the girl child. Skill acquisition, empowerment, even health. And you hear of a lot of on medical grants. Men have prostate cancers. Have you ever, how many government agencies have you seen embarking on awareness or treating free It's okay, prostate cancer treatment for men. But you have cervical, you have all those sorts of breast cancer, you have screening, all over. So what I'm saying, even you yourself, you're a boy child, you have been neglected by the society, nothing is done, nobody cares. If you have any problem, who do you run to? The women, they have a Ministry of Women Affairs, they have Center for Women Development. Anything happens, wherever the girl child is, you see the women, the Minister for Women Affairs running to it. But if it happens to the boy child, who is their voice? Where do you run to as a man? Where do you run to?
I thought it's believed that it's a male-dominated world.
What are you actually dominating? That was before. You see, the impression was that, well, there's too much neglect of the boy child, but inadvertently, the shift now is to the girl child, to the disadvantaged neglect of the boy child. I think I see it as an error to me. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal person, but I think anything.
And let's look at it from the society.
They are teenagers, and I think they should not be held for as much as that period. We're talking about 3 months, and you can see those boys when they were brought out into the courtroom, malnourished, not being cared for. So I think it's an error keeping them for such a
even though the Nigerian police have come out to allege that
they are
playing a script, they were acting.
But we saw those boys. We all saw those boys on TV. I saw them where they were brought in. I saw them in the courtroom. They are minors. So I saw some of, not all of them. Some of them, they are minors. So I think it's an error to keep them for such a period in the jail or in police custody.
On Thursday, stakeholders gathered in the National Assembly to discuss about Nigerian digital economy. Do take a look. The Special Advisor to the Senate President on Strategy and Creative Economy, whose office put the event together, set the tone for the day's activities.
Thank you, everyone, and God bless you as you listen.
The discussions at the symposium highlighted the importance of advancing technology in Nigeria's creative industry, enabling new forms of storytelling, immersive experiences, and personalized content. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, represented by Maria Ofyong, emphasized the President's commitment for the growth of the digital economy. This, he said, is anchored on the belief that the sector will serve as a tool to develop a dynamic and transformative economy that will leverage on innovations and investment to unlock new economic opportunities and create jobs.
The creative economy deserves urgent and pragmatic interventions. The Executive and the 10th Senate are alive to their responsibilities regarding this. I commend the organizers of this symposium for the wonderful initiative. I welcome all of us and wish us a fruitful and most robust deliberation.
The symposium also saw the unveiling of a publication titled Perspective of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio and the 10th Senate, 1 year after, by the Chief of Staff to the Senate President. Participants at the event spoke to Signature Television on the event.
Well, the symposium is very topical. Everything that is discussed, harnessing the creative potentials of Nigeria for national development, and then renewable energy and the aquatic splendor and the treasures that we have in Nigeria. Everything on that, each and every one of the topics discussed, is it the green economy, the blue economy, the green and blue economy, all of them are very topical at this time in our national development.
It's timely and it's a very good program, especially now that we want to diversify our own economy from oil to other sectors of Nigerian economy. And cultural creativity is another aspect of our own economy that we need to harness. So I think it's timely and it's a good one.
Wasting and let it fly. So one of the opportunities I saw majorly was the way the Senate, led by my boss, the Senate President, crafts bills in consonance with what the renewed hope agenda of the President stands for. And what we've tried to do is to bring the different players in the creative green blue economy and the power sector to brainstorm on how to translate the various bills on those different topics with the mind of the president who's the visionary of the renewed hope agenda, how to interpret them so that practitioners and implementers will be better informed as to fast track the implementation.
So what we are saying that since there's an alternative source of electrification through renewable energy, let the government encourages more policies, design policies that will now bring out projects that can help to reach that woman, that man that is in the rural area striving to be productive.
So why don't we, God-given talents, we don't need to buy it, it resides in all of us. Everybody is creative in one way or the other. All the government needs to do is to put in policies that can draw out their talents so that people can realize what they can do and then use it, leverage it to do what? To take care of themselves and by extension take care of the country.
Because we don't have maybe an effective law governing operations within the deep water in terms of fisheries. Most of the laws are hindered around oil exploration, shipping. That's why I put an emphasis on getting this Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2024 that takes care of this regulatory framework within the ocean. And also we need to develop our local capacity on this in terms of fishing trawlers and in terms of also the operators of that fishing trawlers. Most of these fishing trawlers, you find that they come to operate within our Nigerian waters are not Nigerian flags. Then thirdly, also we need to also take a scientific survey to find out what species do we have, especially those that have very high economic value. So what we need to do is, by the time we get this law enforced, there is provision within the law which is stakeholders forum, and that stakeholders forum involve the actual fishermen that will be educated on this, and they will also be part of those that are enforcing the law.
The symposium concluded with a call for action, urging stakeholders to collaborate and innovate to harness the emerging opportunities in Nigeria's creative, digital and blue economy. Participants are in agreement that with the right strategies and investments, Nigeria can become a powerhouse for innovation, creativity and economic growth.
An interesting day it has been so far as we've seen stakeholders gather here in the Senate building to discuss about the Nigerian blue and green economy and how to chart a new course for Nigeria. I am Godwin Sunday reporting for Signature News.
On Friday, Joy Queen Chukwujeku was in the studio and she spoke to us about some of the socio-cultural impact of beauty to break cultural barrier. Do take a look.
Crown and beauty. Well, basically, when it comes to crown, the crown is very heavy. It's very, very heavy because it comes with so many responsibilities as a queen. Not just you winning a crown and not just you having the face of beauty. It's all about you caring for the next neighbor, like your sister and your brother. Yeah, and also, as a beauty queen, you have so many responsibilities. When I contested for Face of Nigeria, the first time I even contested for pageant totally, I was discouraged because people were like, I'm not fit for it. And again, some of my friends were like, I should just finish school, get married to a rich man, stay in the kitchen. As I say, women are good for the kitchen and the other room. But I don't believe such because I'm someone who dreams more and wants to achieve her goal. And I'm someone who wants to help other ladies and other young stars like boys and girls, help them build their career, let them not be in the dark path but come to the lights, pursue your dream, believe in yourself. And again, when it comes to Africa, African beauty pageants, they feel like beauty pageant is all about the face alone, and most people think girls are used for pimping, like used for, am I allowed to say this word? Prostitution. But no, beauty pageant has helped a lot of girls like me to get courage, to build ourselves, to be self-esteemed.
On Saturday, Mr. Emmanuel Otibe spoke to us about some of the cybersecurity challenges that we have in Nigeria and how best to address those challenges. to take a look.
I will not say they are not doing enough. In fact, they are actually doing enough. But the receiver hand, like what you just the banking sector now, first need to recognize that cybersecurity is something that you need to put a solid security framework in order to protect your bank. So now, if they come up with that kind of figure, the question we should ask now is, are they investing in the right people that should protect that protect their bank from being attacked? That's the question we should be asking, because I know that cybersecurity guys are really doing so much work to avoid so many things from happening in maybe our money kept in the bank or being attacked by so many forces like that. So, but we must understand that there are framework that must be put accuracy in order for everything that we keep in a bank to be protected. Like I also said before, I will not totally blame the cybersecurity guys out there. Like I was discussing with one of them last week or so. So they kept saying that they have the skill, but are not paid very well. In fact, they make use, they look down on their skill. And that's why you see some of these guys don't want to put in their best. That's why I said, now they came up with a figure now. That figure, is it going to the right people, or is just something that they just come out with? Because yes, if you invest such money in cybersecurity, it's enough for your system to be well protected, because you are now outsourcing for the right cybersecurity company. Because if not, you just see someone just come in and order, and without not build this frame, because in a bank they have a framework. In fact, they have 12 of them, a solid framework to protect a bank, and they are in different phases. For example, phase 1 is assessment. An expert of cybersecurity will come into your banks and assess your risk management, assess everything before it provides solution to know that okay, your bank is solid to avoid this being attacked. Now, you see some bank sector now, they bring the money, but they have a solid cybersecurity team, and you think they cannot come into your system, or you just employ maybe an accountant, convert an accountant to cybersecurity just because the person understand how to prepare computer. But forgetting that cybersecurity on itself is a career on its own. So you don't switch career, you don't bring in a banker who just read banking and convert the person to cybersecurity. That's the problem we are having. So it's not as if they are not cybersecurity that expert that or it's not as if they are deliberately not protecting the bank from being attacked, but just that we need to make sure that the system must be put in place, the foundation must be right before we can look into the figure.
And that's the rebound for the week. I am Godwin Sunday. Keep watching Signature Television.
Thanks for staying with us. Well, several building collapses have been recorded across Nigeria in 2024, with the most recent being the one that happened in Ibadan. The loss of lives and properties have actually made Nigerians to become apprehensive and lose faith in the construction system in Nigeria. We're going to be making sense out of this development, and we have someone in the studio. His name is Pastor Bara Uchenna. He is an architect, and he'll be bringing fresh perspectives into this discussion. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine.
You're welcome. So we have been, like we introduced, there are several cases of building collapses in Nigeria, and you find out it's just not just a particular state. I mean, it's across Nigeria. We've had in Abuja, quite recently in Ibadan. So as an architect, when you hear a building has collapsed, what exactly comes to your mind?
Building collapse, basically you have two things here.
Okay.
There are some that are caused by natural disasters, which is usually not the case here. But in advanced countries, most times when a building fails, it's because of natural disasters. But in places like Nigeria, it can actually be traced to human factors. Okay, and then top of the list being foundational issues.
Okay.
Yeah, because the foundation for a building, foundation for various buildings differ based on the specification of the building and the soil type.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you go to places where you're supposed to do a raft foundation or a pile foundation and start running a strip foundation, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. And then again, in some other places, you will see a building that was initially designed as a bungalow. Then all of a sudden, people get ideas in their head. They want to convert it to multiple stories without checking, the foundation and all that. It's a problem because the structure was designed to bear one story, not multiple stories.
Yeah.
And all that. These are things that contribute to building collapses and all that.
Okay, so you've mentioned the natural causes and the human causes having to do with the soil.
Soil type.
Soil type.
Yes.
And there was one other you mentioned.
Yeah, design of foundations, because foundations will vary with soil type.
What's the role of the architect in ensuring that these things are put in place to make sure that the buildings are really sturdy and strong?
Yeah, by design, when after making your designs, an engineer has to do structural designs too. It's teamwork, and the issue is that if these things are not properly done, eventually people will run into problems. And then sometimes the professionals will do their work, and then in execution, the client will try to avoid professional practice, and they go straight to artisans, try to do things their way and stuff like that. And then or the engineer might make prescriptions and they go doing something else, and at the close of business they will come back to blame the professionals. And that the type of materials required to get these things done, I also think that there's been a compromise in terms of quality of materials. That's what I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold that thought, and I'm sure my colleague has something to ask you, but there's something I want you to just put in perspective.
Okay.
So I want to build a house.
Okay.
Let's say bungalow, duplex, whatever.
Okay.
What team do I need to put together? Because you mentioned the architect, you mentioned the engineer. What kind of engineer? So who are the professionals that should make the team that should build my house?
Basically, you consult with an architect, a structural engineer, then people who do building services like mechanical and electrical engineers.
What about soil, people who check on the soil quality?
Yeah, we don't usually do it in the side of town, but it's supposed to be the standard practice. They're supposed to check the soil to ensure that the engineer's design will go with that soil. I take, for instance, in places like Badore in Lagos, you're not going to say because you're doing bungalows, you just do a regular foundation. People still do serious raft foundations in places like Badore for just a regular bungalow.
Okay.
Yeah. But, in this side of town, before you see people doing raft, maybe like in Tinker's Corner in MNA where you have waterlogged areas and all that. But in places like Badore and other places like in Bielsa and all that, they do all these things for just to sit a bungalow. So the soil type will play a lot of role in stuff.
Yeah.
Nigerian Society of Engineers and current, are people who are, certified with the opportunity or the responsibility of, checking with some of these buildings. You think they are doing their jobs? Because again, if we can practically count how many buildings are under construction. You rarely see them come around to even check what those people are doing.
I think they are doing their job.
If they are, why would you still have?
I think they're doing their job. Is just
collapse?
that people will be people. Not difficult, I tell you. People will be people. People will do all sorts to, when you consult with people, you discover that, especially because of the rate of inflation and all that, people will tend to go with anything that seems cheaper for them. So they have gambled the long-term consequence.
Quality for...
Yes. You get... so you can see that by the time the normal recommendations are made and all that, the people who are building, they don't even want to get the basic things.
But even at that, there must be a regulatory framework that helps you guide, or maybe you take a look at the building and say, this is, not structurally well done. So even after the building is done, and maybe the people did not consider using, those
the right
regulatory
things.
agencies. So
The
framework should always be there, and it is certified. They are under a government. So how come they're not doing that?
I actually think they can do more, but they're trying. Sometimes unless you're in certain positions of authority, you will not understand. Nigeria can be quite a lot.
What does that mean?
Yeah, can be quite a lot, because even when the authorities, as in people in charge, try to, enforce, do all manner of stuff, I can assure you that there are buildings that the people who are doing stuff practically work weekends. They do everything possible because they know that the authorities come weekdays. They try to evade them. You see that town planner has gone to say some things are not right here, stop work. Mondays to Fridays, you won't see these people. Into the night, Saturdays, Sundays, they will come and do all manner of stuff. Mondays, so they are trying to just evade. There are people that are difficult, I can assure you, because they know that, regular days, these are when these people work.
But then when you move around town and you pass probably construction sites, there are some sites that they will mark with the red paint, stop work, stop work. And I'm thinking, what really do they mean by stop work? Does it mean that the quality is below par and they need to get some things right? Or the authorities are saying, come and see us in our office?
That's exactly what it is. And there's hardly any building that you have seen marked that has been brought down. They always go up to finishing it.
You're making a point, but you know that most times when it's marked, it's also maybe that the approval is in process, that the approval is not out, and they engage construction. Then again, most times, buildings are marked because of setbacks. And when it comes to setbacks, you really don't blame people. Usually before, a regular plot used to be like 18 feet by 36. That's about, 120 feet by
100.
By 60.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 120 by 60 before.
The standard plot.
The standard plot. Now they dropped it to 100 by 50. That 100 by 50 translates to 30 meters by 15 meters. Take, for instance, this is your site. This is the width of the site, which is 15 meters. And this is the length. Now, by the breadth, you're required, the regulation is that you should do 10 feet.
Away from the boundary.
So if you have just 15 feet along your width, and you already dropped 3 meters from one end, let me say you even dropped 3 meters from both ends, you've done like 15 minus 6. You're limited to 9 meters for the breadth of your building. It's not real here every time. Do you get? So people are bound to compromise because they have scaled down the regular size of a site. It does not work.
But does it have any direct impact on the quality of materials that people ought to use when they are building houses? Does it have any impact on the depth of the foundation and the strength of the foundation when they eventually have to build?
Now, this is where I'm going to, because we were on the marking thing.
Yeah.
Do you get? So now the authorities come and see that you did not obey the 10 feet setbacks. Yeah. They might complain, mark, but they know that in reality that you cannot do 9/15. In reality, you cannot throw it. It's not like you're throwing a ball. If the plot has been standard, That's about marking. Then talking about quality of materials, you see that if you come to, let me say, like 16 rods, let's talk about the tensile things, mild steel reinforcement. This is 16 you used to have before is not what you have now. And as a matter of fact, if you get out of your way and take a vernier caliper to check the diameter of that thing, you will see that it is nowhere near 16 So if you want to buy 16 you see like 3 versions of it. Their calibrations are not the same, and then the quality, they are not the same. Why not just sell the real deal? Do you get? Why are you giving people options on?
I understand what you're getting to, but if you get to the market, yes, let's use a commodity that we all know, right? Maybe you want to get foodstuff, maybe yam, and then you have the one that is not so good, and then one that is good. Shouldn't the onus be on the customer who wants to buy the one that is good, the one that is of quality, regardless of what's prevalent in the market?
You're right, but we're not talking about food stuff here.
No, we are drawing an analogy. You mentioned rods with different diameters.
Yes, because if
but then
because
you can get to the market and then you see the 16 and you see the ones that are below par. Why not go for the ones that have quality rather than compromise?
Why are they even bringing out those ones? Why are there those ones? Do you get? So as a matter of fact now, if the engineer had prescribed 16 in reality, what you're using on the site is about 14
So there's no 16 anywhere?
It's not like there's no 16 anywhere, but in our side of town, I can assure you, even when it comes to planks, they still call it plank 1x12. There is nowhere in ENUGU state, Nigeria, where you see plank 1x12. You'll be fortunate to get 1x11.
All right, just 2 questions. Who regulates buildings in Nigeria? Who are the ones who certify that these particular materials are being used to build this particular building is perfect? And secondly, how do you think climate change affects building collapse in Nigeria?
Really, the issue about climate change is a thin thing because a whole lot of buildings, like, I hate to say this, but even when you do drawings and submit to the authorities, it appears that some of the people in town planning, I don't know, maybe it's an oversight. They don't check some things. Because when a building goes beyond a certain span, you begin to introduce things called an expansion joint. You see a building that spans that long that does not have an expansion joint, unexplainably it goes through approval and still comes out. And the people will still build it like that. When you now talk about climate change, if in a building that has long spans that you should have introduced expansion joints, if that's not done, expansivity will be a problem. Yeah. Over time, and these things are gradual. You may not have earthquakes, but you have very slight landslides and all, just small stuffs like that. And if it's not properly insured, and to also things are strangely difficult in Nigeria. So sometimes when it looks like people are cutting corners, I don't know, it's almost difficult to blame them entirely.
It seems as if you're making excuses for
this is where I'm going to no, it's not like compromising. We would have said, okay, stay until you're ready, but you see people where you should have done like 4 bars of 16 they will now discover that I can actually do 5 bars of 12 but that's not what was designed. Because they've checked. Presently, one 16 costs 16,000. One length of rod, 16,000. As at 5-6 years ago, this thing goes about like 6,000 for one. So the rate of inflation is unexplainable. So if you needed like 100, but you just do the maths. So when people check the difference now, especially when a client has contracted to someone and it's a turnkey stuff where the contractor has to purchase materials. Okay, they want to just just cut here and there, truncate corners to just make ends meet, and all that. Now that's not. I mean, we are not giving them a pass for it. Okay, we're not giving them a pass for it, but truth be told, people just try to make things work.
Okay, but I'm thinking
they have long term.
In my mind, yes, on the one hand, there's hardship and things are enormously expensive, but then on the other hand, there's a possibility of building collapse and people dying in it, right?
So long term.
In the long term. All right, now we have talked about oversight functions, the government. You mentioned planning, town planning. Now, what are some of the roles that people need to play? For example, let me give you a background. You come into a house and then you're seeing cracks on the walls. Is it enough to raise, alarms to say, hey, there's something wrong with this? So what are the things that people need to know, some of the red flags they need to, observe, and when they see it, they raise alarms to say, maybe to their landlords or whoever, that there's something wrong with this house structurally?
Okay, now, the issue is, this comes to maintenance. I think we also generally have a poor maintenance culture. Buildings that have stayed over time, you don't check on top stuff. Like, if you start noticing cracks, the best thing to do is to consult a professional. You can actually talk to an engineer about it.
What kind of an engineer?
A structural engineer is fine, and there are builders. You can also talk to a builder. Basically, you can talk to a builder. Or if you don't know, you can actually, and these days you don't say you don't know, because you can actually just go into Facebook and get contacts. Just make inquiries, and sometimes it doesn't cost to make inquiries. So that when you're told, at least you know. You get, but people don't ask. You see cracks, you still. As a matter of fact, I know someone staying in a building somewhere in Ababa. Early last year, part of the building collapsed. They are still living there.
But what are those things that people would look at and then just know for themselves that this structure has some defects? What are those things that you would look and see as a common person who is not an architect, who doesn't know anything about the structure of a building? What do you think they would find in a building by just looking at it to know that this building has got some defects?
When buildings are not properly squared, at least everybody's eye can tell that. When things are not straight on, everything, bent walls, bent beams, it's not very safe. You see a stair hole your eye is even telling you that something is not right here. You see a stair hole that, because they're trying to manage space, is so steep and funny and stuff. You see, I've seen places where a regular duplex, they wanted to do conversions. All of a sudden, they open this place, put stair hole by the side so that another tenant will enter from here. It was designed to be a duplex. It has one entrance from the ground and a kitchen exit. But as we speak, it has up to like 4 outlets, because they want to subdivide and give to people. The stair hole that introduced in that place is really funny. You know that, at some point, something may just go wrong.
You didn't answer the question about who supervises some of those buildings.
There are a lot of regulatory bodies. You have the lot of bodies, a whole lot of bodies, like I think NIOB, the building people, you understand, and then basically, the town planning have professionals in each local government. So every site under a particular town, that's why they send people for inspection. When they go for inspection and see red flags, that's when they're building already. They mark, they complain, they do this, they do that. You understand? So they want to make sure that while you're building, but the problem is that most of the buildings that are already existing, the authorities will now not go and check. It's people who are there that will notice that, okay, a decking has started leaking, because water is not supposed to permeate.
I was going to get there. There are some buildings that you come into and then you see the walls absorb water. Is it a structural issue? Is it something that can be managed, or is it an outright red flag? You see water, especially when it rains, so it kind of percolates and then it comes up. You see it on the walls. Sometimes molds, actually, because of high humidity. What does that speak to, really?
It already suggests that something was missing. There were omissions when the foundation was done. Again, it boils down to soil type. So if they had considered the soil type and had prepped a foundation to suit whatever they were doing, and made sure that the foundation is way off the ground, not very close to the ground, some of those things will not come to bear. But again, I don't want to say it's an outright red flag. Yeah, because some, depending on
the foundation?
It weakens, that's what I'm saying, but depending on the height of the ground. And again, when the foundation is done, we really we don't know the contents, because a lot of things are covered. We don't know the kind of reinforcement. We don't know if it was properly chained.
Is it possible to reinforce? Is it possible to reinforce foundations? Does it mean
an existing house?
Yeah, if you want to add more structures, you can reinforce, the foundation. Maybe you want to lift the building, or you want to add additional structures. How do you reinforce?
This is what people do in the village. People wake up that their father had a bungalow. They now want to convert it. I can tell you that it's a slippery slope. It's not impossible, it's doable, but it's a slippery slope. Those are times you don't gamble. You consult with a professional. In such cases, you don't gamble. Then you see a building that was designed for 1 story. People get smart and they want to extra the load on it, like extra 2 slabs on it. Meanwhile, maybe the foundation was done at 3 feet or 4 feet max. Then you want to now introduce, and probably if it's like 2-3 floors that we're supposed to run 20 mm roads, you don't even know the content. You just want to add building, and then you think that because you have introduced some extra pillars at the corners of the building, it just don't work. Just consult with a professional.
All right.
Something that better avoided.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor Uchenabara, for your insights.
I'm pastoring. I primarily pastor. I don't practice.
Oh, you don't practice?
I primarily pastor.
Primarily
by
pastor.
trained as an architect.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights. That's the much we'll have for this particular conversation. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out.
All right.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV, and this is Signature Morning. We continue our discussion on health, and this time around, we're narrowing it down to pneumonia as a health issue in children. We have with us Dr. Obinna Ndwagoba. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Good morning.
Our viewers.
What is pneumonia, and how does it affect kids?
Okay, so pneumonia, simply in a simple way, it's infection involving the lungs. The lungs are the bags through which we breathe as human beings. So it's a very important organ that's responsible for our exchange, intake and exchange of air, which is key to our body function. So when the lungs are inflamed or infected, inflammation or infection involving the lungs is typically simply what we call pneumonia. And there are several things that can cause that, ranging from bacteria, viruses, even fungal organisms can cause pneumonia.
Where does this fungi bacteria come from for the kids?
Well, readily, these are things that we have from the air, suspended in the air, okay, through surfaces, okay, and then some can be from droplets from others that have that, okay, and it's suspended in the air, and as we breathe, we inhale some of these organisms. And so when they get into our airway, they find the environment conducive, they attach to the inner line of our airway, and then they settle and begin to multiply. A couple of times, without our knowledge, our bodies are able to fight off some of these organisms without our knowing. And so a good number of times we encounter these organisms, but we don't come down with infections or diseases because our body immune system fight them off. But occasionally our body is overwhelmed, and that is when we now begin to have signs and symptoms, and which are typically, fever, fast or difficult breathing, cough, chest pain. Okay, smaller children, they may have refusal of feeds. Okay, change in color. Okay, from pink color to blue, particularly when it's severe. And then even in severe cases, extreme difficulty in breathing, reduced level of consciousness, and so on and so forth. So the presentations are varied depending on the age. But typically, the very typical symptoms remain the fast or difficult breathing, the fever, and the cough.
Right.
Those are the three major features.
All right, Dr. Ndwagoba, you're a pediatric doctor.
Yes.
And that means that you're a doctor for kids, for children. Now, how does pneumonia affect children differently? Because you mentioned the factor here, age as a factor. So how does it affect kids differently?
Okay, so for children, at the extremes of age, generally, the immune system is not as in its best. And so they are vulnerable. They are a lot more vulnerable than others. So particularly for children less than 5, who have them much more vulnerable or susceptible to organisms that cause pneumonia, because the immune system is not as primed as the adults would be. Okay, and more so when there are other immune suppressive states, like malnutrition, HIV, diseases that suppress other comorbidities, okay, that can reduce the person's ability to fight infection. So in that case, even the child who is naturally vulnerable becomes even more vulnerable. And that makes it more difficult. And it's worrisome because in Nigeria, we're talking about Nigeria contributing close to 30% of the world global figure for childhood pneumonia. And that is worrisome. So our numbers as a country, in some way, is actually working against us. Nigeria has a huge population, and most of this population are actually the youth. Okay, so having that huge population and having some of these problems, the real numbers, the actual numbers of pneumonia cases in Nigeria becomes enormous. Take, for example, we have about 400,000 pneumonia deaths every year. And Nigeria, in the world, I'm talking about in developing world, we have over 400,000 deaths from pneumonia.
Annually.
And Nigeria is contributing close to 150,000 of those deaths. Nigeria alone. Okay, so you can now understand the enormity of what we are talking about. But what is worrisome is that, and that is about 20% of the total deaths we have in children in Nigeria coming from pneumonia. Yes, we have other things that contribute more, like malaria contributes close to 30%, but pneumonia gives us about 20% of the total deaths we have in under fives in Nigeria. But yet, despite that, we don't have very good support against pneumonia as it is. If you look at the world, even the funding for research in pneumonia is not up to 3% of the total funds allocated to research for infectious diseases worldwide. And that is not good enough. Then we look at Nigeria, we don't have clear-cut funding for pneumonia as a disease.
Sorry, can I cut your train of
Yes,
thought?
go ahead.
You said research funds for research for pneumonia is not as much as that for infectious diseases.
No, I mean, among the research funds for infectious diseases,
okay,
the total fund globally for infectious diseases, pneumonia doesn't have up to 3% of the total research funds for infectious disease.
I understand it
so
better.
despite its place, the global position it stands in terms of morbidity and mortality in the world, and more so in our own parts of the world.
All right, Doctor, growing up, there was this, I don't know whether it's a myth or fact, you're going to debunk it right now. You were told as a child, don't sleep under the fan, don't sleep on the bare floor, you could catch pneumonia. Is there some truth to this?
Well, it's not really as direct as it is. The only thing that appears that is a bit, some element of truth in that is that the viruses we know are a major cause of pneumonia. They thrive more in cold environments. Okay, so when the weather is cold, the viruses thrive more in cold environment. So in some way, okay, there's some little correlation, but it's not as if you stay in a cold environment, you get pneumonia. It doesn't work that way. You understand? So there are other things now that we need to look at, but there are other things that are involved. The bacteria, the fungal organisms, they're typical organisms. Just like the tuberculosis we are talking about is a type of pneumonia. Tuberculosis, yes, there's a lot of funding for TB. But again, we're talking about other aspects, other types of pneumonia. Okay, we have very little or no funding. We don't even have clear-cut programs for pneumonia alone. And that is why the Pediatric Association of Nigeria, PAN, which is a body of all pediatricians, that's all the doctors that handle children, all the doctors that specialists that handle children in the country, are taking out time to join the global community in creating awareness about pneumonia. Okay, and for this year, the theme is Every Breath Counts, Stop Pneumonia in Its Track. Okay, so the same thing is happening. So November 12th every year has been mapped out every year to create awareness about pneumonia. And this year we're talking about the urgency needed for us to do what? Detect pneumonia early, treat it, and also look at the preventive measures. Okay, because again, prevention remains better than cure. So in areas where we have preventive measures in place, okay, it helps us not to have much of those children coming down with these diseases. And then when we now have the diseases, we're able to detect them early and then begin to treat them and prevent the deaths or the morbidities that can occur from that particular disease. So when we look at pneumonia as a whole, it's a very big area. Okay, we've talked about the symptoms, we've talked about how it presents, we've talked about available resources.
Doctor, I was going to ask, because you mentioned something instructive. You said that tuberculosis is a type of pneumonia.
Yes.
Now tell us, what are the clinical differences between tuberculosis and pneumonia? That is one. And then secondly, what are the signs that a mother would see in a child and say, oh, this is probably pneumonia, so that they can present early at the clinic?
Thank you very much. One, for the second aspect of what you asked, that's one thing that keeps confusing people. In fact, in our part of the world, a mother typically believes that any fever that a child has is malaria. And so they veer off, they even start giving paracetamol and other medications to suppress a fever, which is actually an outward sign that something is not right. Now, that fever that is showing that something is not right doesn't tell you this is malaria or this is this or that. It could be anything else. There are so many things that can present with fever. Okay, but now when there is fast breathing or difficulty in breathing added onto that fever and cough in addition, it further helps in narrowing down a lot more. And that is why there must be early presentation where a doctor can listen to that child's chest and hear the telltale signs of pneumonia. Okay, the crepitations or the decreased air entry and so on that would suggest a pneumonic feature. And of course, where they are in doubt, they can request for a chest X-ray. But the clinical diagnosis of pneumonia, straightforward pneumonia, is purely clinical, from the symptoms and from the chest examination findings by a doctor who is trained to do that. Now, the problem is when you now meet someone that doesn't know, the person may listen and may not hear anything because his ears are not trained for it. And so the person may end up continuing to treat malaria or any other infection cause of fever when the patient may actually have a pneumonia. And when you lose all those opportunities to make the diagnosis, the lung tissues are increased. There is gradually increase the percentage of the lung tissue that is damaged. And then with time, the person will now begin to do what? Have progressive what? Difficulty in breathing. And when the lung tissues are extensively damaged, the person will go into failure. The lungs will fail. And when your lungs fail, you stop breathing, that's it. The person is gone. Okay, so for TB and pneumonia, the symptoms are similar, but TB runs a slightly, more chronic course. Okay, pneumonia can kill a lot shorter, but TB will run a longer course.
What that means?
So what I mean by chronic is that it stretches a lot more in symptomatology. To start with, in smaller children, you find them failing to thrive. A child that is eating is not gaining weight. You check the weight month to month, the child is not measuring up. Okay, or a child that was initially bigger before beginning to do what? To go down in weight. A child that had a normal weight at 3 months, at 4 months is going down. 5 months, rather than increasing, is rather stepping down. That's a cause for worry. Or a child that has a fever that has lasted for 2 weeks or more. That should make you worried about TB. Okay, or a child that is having drenching night sweats, okay, or cough that has lasted 2 weeks or more, fever, weight loss, or failure to thrive. These are the presumptive signs that will make you worried about TB. Okay, so if that is the case, then the person will have to now produce sputum or give us 2 samples for what we call gene expert. Gene expert is the most common available test that you can do to diagnose tuberculosis. Okay, and 2 samples can be taken. So if it's a smaller child, less than 5, I cannot give you quality sputum because most children of that age cannot really cough up sputum. When they cough, they swallow it. So for such a child, you are not relying on the sputum, which is what you cough up when you cough. What you rely more is on the stool. But even at that, the percentage yield from the lab for the stool may not be so good. Some reports at best 30%. So we now have opportunities for you to clinically make diagnosis of TB in children using the current WHO algorithm. But those things are to be done by health workers who are trained to do that.
2 key questions.
Yes.
One is, are there any improved nutrition that can be, embarked upon for you to be able to, stave off a kid from being infected by pneumonia? And what are the steps that parents can take in order to make sure that their kids are protected from pneumonia? Yes,
the basic things are there. For nutrition, key. We've talked about that the incidence of malnutrition is on the increase. We're moving from 17-21% to about 40% as we speak. And that is worrisome. And with the increase in percentage of children that are malnourished, all these diseases that are atypical, that are opportunistic, in the sense that they come in where there is what? Where the immunity is low, where the environment is conducive for them to thrive.
So they are opportunistic.
So yes, so for TB particularly, they now come in and they find a resting room. Okay, so for TB, for example, yes, if the nutrition of these children are optimal, what do we have in the school feeding program? What do they have at home to eat? All these are telling on the economic indices in the country. So if the resources are there, the mothers are aware of how to combine what is available, the vegetables, the fruits, the sources of protein, and they're able to give balanced meals to these children, it will make them less likely to come down with pneumonia, particularly tuberculosis. Apart from that, the living conditions. You find a family of 6, a man and wife and 4 children, even a man and wife and 6 children living in one room. Overcrowding is one of the things that perpetuates, that bring about risk factors for pneumonia generally, including the TB. Okay, and then we talk about poor sanitary conditions. Then you talk about what do they use to cook. By the time you have unclean sources of energy for cooking, the charcoal and the firewood, and the child is exposed to those fumes. These are things that make children more susceptible to pneumonias. But most mothers don't know. So they will carry a young baby, the child is crying, they're cooking in the kitchen, and the child is inhaling all that. They are making that child more susceptible to coming down with pneumonias. Then we'll talk about industrial fumes and smoke that come out, particularly for our young boys and girls that work at low levels in those industries and companies. These fumes which they generate also predispose them to pneumonias. So it's a whole gamut, okay, of things which cut across so many other sectors of the economy, okay, the housing, okay, other living conditions. So the health sector cannot stay in isolation. All the sectors have to come up at their best for us to begin to have some of these things come down. And so when we look at the preventive measures, it's another kettle of fish. You must look at their housing conditions, you must look at the nutrition, you must look at the scientific conditions around them, health education, okay? Then you also look at availability, access to vaccines. We have a lot of vaccine preventable diseases, but access to these vaccines, some people still don't avail themselves of these vaccines. The pneumonia we talk about, yes, we have more of it in the north than in the south. Studies have shown that. Okay, but still, the same factors are in interplay, although more in the north. Okay, so access to vaccines. Most people find it difficult to accept and access vaccines. Some, when there is a little adverse effect on one person, they generalize. Okay, and we have a couple of vaccines that are targeted against pneumonia, starting from the BCG, which is given at birth, that targets tuberculosis. Now, BCG, yes, may not stop you from having TB, but it has been shown to protect against severe forms of TB. The TB that involves the brain, TB, what we call TB meningitis, and the miliary form of TB that causes severe, massive damage to the lungs, what we call the miliary TB. Okay, so in as much as it may not stop TB completely, but it has a lot of protection.
Does BCG protect against pneumonia?
No, BCG is for TB, which is a form of pneumonia. Now, after BCG, you have other vaccines. We have pertussis, which is part of the penta. The pertussis is against another form of pneumonia caused by Bordetella pertussis. Then we have the PCV, that's pneumococcal vaccine, which is against strep pneumonia, which is another common bacteria that causes pneumonia. Then we now come down to other things like the measles vaccine, because measles is not only the rash that you see on the body. Measles also causes what we call a pneumonia, measles pneumonia. So in severe cases, they can have a pneumonia, which can cause extensive lung damage as well. So if you look at these vaccines that we have and what they do for us, and we avail ourselves of those opportunities, it will help to reduce incidence of pneumonia in our children if they avail themselves of that. Even the H influenza type B, which is part of the penta, okay, that's also us. So when the children have these things and they are given, it helps. Now, like we said earlier, if we have booster doses of these vaccines in our NPI schedule, which PAN is propagating, PAN came up with an advocacy for increased booster doses to offer more protection, but it hasn't been accepted. It's still on the on the papers. It's still a paperwork. The advocacy hasn't yielded anything. So we still have very few booster doses, and that is also affecting our percentage protection. Because when you have additional booster doses, you have more people that are immune, and then you have a cover, what we call herd immunity, where a large population is now protected as a result of the fact that at least 80% of the population are protected from that particular disease.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the PAN, Pediatrics Association of Nigeria.
Yes.
Now, do they have a framework for awareness? You mentioned advocacy, but many of these things that you spoke to now, people are not aware. So is there a framework that is available to ensure that there's, maximum or optimal awareness drives?
Yes. PAN is a national body and it has zonal and state chapters. Okay, I'm the coordinator for ENUGU State. Okay, and I coordinate with two other consultants, one from Parkland, one from UNTH, Dr. Obijaku from Parkland, and Dr. Narado from UNTH. And then we even have one of the states, the national ESCO from our state, Dr. Ayuk. Okay, Professor Ayuk. So, PAN is a well-structured organization embodying all the pediatricians in the country. Okay, and PAN has its structure from the national to the state level. Now, PAN's major role is advocacy for issues that border on children, because these are the people that we protect. Okay, so advocacy is purely for children. And now, on a part of PAN's activity, PAN has a subcommittee on pneumonia. And that PAN subcommittee on pneumonia also has a national committee down to the states. And that's why we are here today. So the advocacy, the problem PAN is having is that PAN doesn't have enough support. PAN is calling for support from NGOs, from philanthropists, from persons that can fund and support PAN's activities, but they are little or none. This year alone, a lot of things that we mapped out, we could not execute them. To reach out to the community, to go to health centers in rural areas, to create awareness, we can't. Okay? So we're here because Nature TV has given us opportunity, free of charge, to discuss this. And so we ask other television stations, other radio stations to give such opportunities. We call on people, NGOs, multinationals, to support the role PAN is playing in ensuring that the awareness creation, it doesn't just end on November 12th as a 1 day or 1 week activity. Let there be a constant program that gets down to the grassroots. Let there be activities that are deliberate, that can inculcate the awareness. Let people know what is expected. Because people just think, oh, firewood is cheap. Gas is costly. Let me buy firewood. They don't know the consequences. People don't also know the problems that come from overcrowding. People don't know why they should eat what they cultivated. Somebody will cultivate vegetables and fruits, sell it in the market, and go and buy a loaf of apple or whatever, or buy biscuits for the child.
So now apple came to your mind.
You understand? So there are issues there. So if people understand what it means, they understand the importance of vaccines, okay, good nutrition, awareness creation, a lot will change. And of course, other sectors will need to change because the health sector cannot just come out, stand alone when other sectors are ill.
What are the underlying issues? I'm talking about specifically. Do you think there are the underlying health problem of a child would increase the risk of someone contracting pneumonia?
Yeah, definitely. There are so many. Take, for example, a child that has a heart problem, be it a heart defect that the child came up with from birth. That child is at increased risk of having a pneumonia. Okay, a child that has been having recurrent illnesses over time, diarrheal diseases, febrile illnesses, that child's immunity drops. That child coming down with pneumonia will be a lot more devastating. A child that is malnourished, malnutrition alone increases the likelihood of a bad outcome from pneumonia for about 30%.
Wow.
Just malnutrition alone. So when you see a child that is well nourished and has pneumonia, and a child that is malnourished and has pneumonia, that child that is well nourished has a lot more chance of coming out from that pneumonia than the child that is malnourished. Then we look at the availability of resources to even treat the case with pneumonia. How many of our hospitals have piped oxygen? How many of our PHCs have oxygen cylinders and tubes to connect them? How many of them have pulse oximeters to check saturation? What is the percentage saturation of oxygen in the body? How many of them have the technical know-how to even decide, oh, this respiratory rate is high for this child requires supplementation? How many of them have the little basic skills to even know this person needs to be referred? How many of our children can actually transport themselves, transport the children to bigger facilities when there is need? These are all the issues. Even before they talk about even making a diagnosis in the first place, how many of our workers at the PHC level can make a diagnosis of pneumonia?
How can a child's immune system be boosted to stave off this pneumonia?
Well, basically, let's start from the basic things, which is the nutrition. That is the basic thing.
What kinds of food?
Yes,
make up
so
the nutrition?
definitely you talk about fruits and vegetables, you talk about our protein in the right proportion.
Which type? Is it eggs? Is it...
Egg remains the standard protein from whichever other protein is rated. Egg is the standard protein from whichever other protein source is rated. Okay, so whether it is animal or plant source, fine. They have their merits and demerits, and so they are combined. Okay, and then you talk about fruits and vegetables. The problem we have is that we have a large proportion of carbohydrates and little or no protein and fruits and vegetables. So it's almost like a monocolor plate. And then secondly, when the food is prepared, you don't give children, 3 or 4 children in a home, you put one plate of food for them and say, let them eat together as a family, that they are siblings, so that they will love each other. No. Every child should have their separate plates, their separate servings, so that I will know what A ate and what B ate. If you serve children together in a plate, the senior ones will finish the food, the younger ones will have just taken 1 or 2 spoons. And then in your mind, the entire children have eaten. And after some months, it begins to show. You understand? And then what is more, how do you prepare these meals? Things that you can cook and they benefit a lot from the nutrients in it, most mothers will go and fry them. Think about the egg you mentioned. And an egg that is boiled is far more nutritious than the one that is roasted or fried or whatever they do, omelette and what have you. But again, that's what they will prefer to do. They see it as, oh, it is better, that is more modern. But that's not the truth. The same thing with our vegetables that they will blanch and over blanch. Either they don't wash it well, and then you introduce germs along with the vegetable, or they now over blanch it, and you lose the nutrients that are in it. These are all issues. So the problems are there. The information on how to utilize them is one. Having them available is another. Mixing them at the right proportion is another thing.
All right, Doctor, we'll have 2 minutes to round up, but there's something I wanted to speak to. There's tuberculosis, there's pneumonia, and then there's asthma. What is the striking difference?
Well, for asthma, there is nothing. The asthma typically will not give you a fever. Asthma giving you a fever means that there may be an infective cause that is triggering the asthmatic attack.
Reaction.
Okay, so if that is the case, you also have to look out for the infection and treat it. Because if you are trying to handle the asthma alone, the infective cause will not allow you to have a response from that asthma, except if you're handling the two together.
I'm very fine.
That is what. And then, of course, we talked about TB and pneumonia. These are things that, from what you hear on the chest, the symptomatology, you should be able to tease that. And then your investigations.
Great. There are some people that speak to pain when they breathe in and breathe out, especially behind them. What does that speak to?
That's chest pain. That's an inflammation of the covering of the lungs. When it's inflamed, as you breathe and the lung tissue rubs on it, it gives you a lot of pain because that covering is inflamed from the infection, pneumonic process. Again, when there is fluid in that space, that covering of the lung, what we call effusion.
And it's caused by an infection.
Yes, from the infection. The lining of that space is secreting a lot of fluid because of the infection that is taking place. The child is finding it difficult to lie on that side. Okay, as they breathe, they feel pain by the sides, and then you see them inclined to one side because of the pain. They are trying to counter that. Anything that stretches that covering gives them pain. So these are well-known things. And when you listen to the chest and look at the history of what they have, it's always very clear. Most diagnosis of pneumonia is purely by the bedside. And when in doubt or anything that there are complications, you can do your chest X-ray to help you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nduagubam. We wish we had you here longer, but then there are other opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
having me. All right. That'll be all for that discussion. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, New Day continues.
Recently, the chairman of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, said with the latest
future belongs to whoever can see possibilities before they become real. If you can see possibilities in things, and I saw a lot of possibilities, I could see what the Akwa Ibom need at the time. And thank God, at least 90% of the cases, I was right. The direction in which I took Akwa Ibom is the direction they are still following today. In spite of some of the obstacles that I met in the way, and I just decided, if I must give you an example, I decided that the modern world cannot do without electricity. And the things I wanted to bring to Akwa Ibom needed electricity. So I decided that I must give Akwa Ibom 24-hour constant power. It was a struggle. It was a real struggle because of the kind of federal, quote, I put that federal in quotes, arrangement that we have, where the center literally dictates everything that the states can do and cannot do. I was told I could not build an independent power plant. Why would I not be able to build an independent power plant? Because power is centralized. We centralize too many things, and that's where we are backward till today. I will say that over and over again. And that may be why you say I'm still relevant even in national politics, because we have not yet got back to the position. And I say get back to, because we were there before. We started on that journey, then we was abruptly stopped and changed. We have not yet got back to the position where federating units can be reasonably, not reasonably, in fact, very independent, able to manage themselves, able to manage their resources, able to manage their own security, able to manage their future with whatever resources they have, and then sustain with whatever they contribute to the federal. We have to change the concept of this federation, because it means people that want to develop cannot develop, because the federal government does not always see the things that the way the states see them. The better example, or more even more, is this power business. I wanted to build, we were consuming 40 megawatts of power. So I went to Lele Moka, who was the Minister for Power at the time, and said, I want to build 60 megawatts. He laughed at me. He said, no, Your Excellency, you want to build a power plant for Akwa Ibom? Please make it a lot larger than that. I said, why? We're only consuming 40. He said, there's something called suppressed demand. You're only consuming 40 because that's all that's available to you. That if you had a lot more than that, you will consume 2-3 times that much. So in the end, I took his advice. I built a power plant of 191 megawatt capacity. And the federal government looked at me and literally laughed, because immediately I finished that, they brought a law to say if you generate, you cannot distribute. I'm convinced, as I speak to you, that if I was allowed to go ahead and distribute that power and boast that Akwa Ibom is the first state in this country to give 24-hour constant power to every corner of the state, believe me, there will be electricity all over Nigeria now, because every state will have tried to imitate it.
Welcome to From the Correspondent on Signature TV. All we do here is bring you the latest news and update from around the world by our team of dedicated reporters who share their personal experience, of what transpired on the field. I am Emmanuel Tewase. But before we get into the business of the day, let's take a recap of last week's edition.
It's not just symbolic. It's not just the symbolism of doing a wide road or paving road. We're looking at an integrated economy.
Africa is the most developed country in the African continent. It's the only country when you say that deep down, there's still this deep-rooted hatred. And for that particular story,
we don't want free form. Give us a free level playing ground.
Welcome back from our team of seasoned reporters to your screen. You're watching From the Correspondent, your window to what happens behind the headlines. And this is where we have the opportunity to hear the testimonies of journalists who are at the forefront, turning views and events into news by bringing in divergent perspectives of activities that impact us directly or indirectly. Today's big story is on the IMT signing off tragedy which took place on the 30th of September this year. Our reporter Ugone Owalo has been following up this issue, and new facts, perspective about this issue have emerged. But before we get to that, we will begin with the call from media practitioners. We'll begin with the call for media partnership, by the Relief Pitch Initiative, who were at the corporate headquarters of Signature Television, Raymond Dokwesi Broadcasting House, ENUGU, followed by efforts by the National Assembly to harness the endless opportunities in the creative, digital, and blue economy. Then we would look at some stakeholders, what they are saying about the economic situation in the state, right after which we will highlight how health experts are intensifying the call for proper training of manpower for quality healthcare delivery in the country. Then lastly, we would examine the impact of insecurity on the hospitality industry in Imo State before the big story comes up. From the Correspondent continues after the break. Don't go nowhere.
It's not just symbolic. It's not just the symbolism of doing a wide road or paving road. We're looking at an integrated economy.
South Africa is the most developed country in the African continent. It's the only country when you say that deep down, there's still this deep-rooted hatred. And for that particular story, you know,
We don't want free form. Give us a free level playing ground.
Welcome back. A non-governmental organization, Relief Pitch Initiative, within the week visited the corporate headquarters of Signature TV, Raymond Dokpesi's broadcasting house, ENUGU, as part of its efforts in pushing its agenda of ensuring gender balance and inclusiveness in the country.
The campaign to get women more involved in decision-making and governance is getting greater attention around the world. Those pushing the narrative are convinced that getting more women in key decision-making positions will bring about greater development around the world. It is in line with this that a non-governmental organization, Relief Pitch Initiative, visited the Signature TV corporate headquarters in ENUGU to seek collaboration and partnership in giving more voice to the women. Leader of the delegation, Chinemerem Ayin, used the occasion to brief their hosts on their forthcoming and highly anticipated Wine Bife and Wodat Award Festival holding in Enugu. The aim of the event, she said, is to inspire women and bring them to the limelight.
Inspire women, encourage, empower them to do more, knowing that a lot of them have latent talents. Their innate potentials have not really found expression, and we're trying to expose them to platforms that will bring them to the limelight. And this year, we're having international delegates. We're having, okay, let me start by saying that this is the maiden edition. It's not like this year, it will now look like we have done before. No, this is the maiden edition, and we're having few international delegates. We're having women groups from far and near.
The president of Signature TV, Vim Martin Ilo, and the vice president, Finance and Human Resources, Barikumo Ado, pledged the support to the organization for the success of the upcoming event and their future engagement.
That you chose us. If there's anything we stand for, it is not just maintaining the standard, it's not just best practices. It's showing that we have the strength, we have the depth to deliver. And when we deliver, you will see the difference. That's why we call Signature TV. I'm not going to take your time, but I'm going to simply say this. I see a partnership that is going to evolve, and it's going to make each of us as partners grow beyond the heights we're envisioning now.
The event, which is coming up on the 7th of November 2024 at Amadio Event Center in Enugu, will feature exhibitions, lectures, and various empowerment schemes. Ugo Nwalo for Signature TV.
Meanwhile, Nigerian Senate is making collaborative efforts in harnessing the vast potentials in the creative and blue economy for sustainable development. Godwin Sunday witnessed that event for Signature TV in Abuja.
The special advisor to the Senate President on Strategy and Creative Economy, whose office put the event together, set the tone for the day's activities.
Thank you, everyone, and God bless you as you listen.
The discussions at the symposium highlighted the importance of advancing technology in Nigeria's creative industry, enabling new forms of storytelling, immersive experiences, and personalized content. The secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume, represented by Maria Ofyong, emphasized the president's commitment for the growth of the digital economy. This, he said, is anchored on the belief that the sector will serve as a tool to develop a dynamic and transformative economy that will leverage on innovations and investment to unlock new economic opportunities and create jobs.
The creative economy deserves urgent and pragmatic interventions. The Executive and the 10th Senate are alive to their responsibilities regarding this. I commend the organizers of this symposium for the wonderful initiative I welcome all of us and wish us a fruitful and most robust deliberation.
The symposium also saw the unveiling of a publication titled Perspective of the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and the 10th Senate, 1 year after, by the Chief of Staff to the Senate President. Participants at the event spoke to Signature Television on the event.
Well, the symposium is very topical. Everything that is discussed, harnessing the creative potentials of Nigeria for national development, and then renewable energy and the aquatic splendor and the treasures that we have in Nigeria. Everything on that, each and every one of the topics discussed, is it the green economy, the blue economy, the green and blue economy, all of them are very topical at this time in our national development.
It's timely and it's a very good program, especially now that we want to diversify our own economy from oil to other sectors of Nigerian economy. And cultural creativity is another aspect of our own economy that we need to harness. So I think it's timely and it's a good one.
Wasting and let it fly. So one of the opportunities I saw majorly was the way the Senate, led by my boss, the Senate President, crafts bills in consonance with what the renewed hope agenda of the President stands for. And what we've tried to do is to bring the different players in the creative green blue economy and the power sector to brainstorm on how to translate the various bills on those different topics with the mind of the president who's the vision of the renewed hope agenda, how to interpret them so that practitioners and implementers will be better informed as to fast track the implementation.
So what we are saying that since there's an alternative source of electrification through renewable energy, let the government encourages more policies, design policies that will now bring out projects that can help to reach that woman, that man that is in the rural area striving to be productive.
So why don't we, God-given talents, we don't need to buy it, it resides in all of us. Everybody is creative in one way or the other. All the government needs to do is to put in policies that can draw out their talents so that people can realize what they can do and then use it, leverage it to do what? To take care of themselves and by extension take care of the country.
Because we don't have maybe an effective law governing operations within the deep water in terms of fisheries. Most of the laws are hindered around oil exploration, shipping. That's why I put an emphasis on getting this Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2024 that takes care of this regulatory framework within the ocean. And also we need to develop our local capacity on this in terms of fishing trawlers and in terms of also the operators of that fishing trawlers. Most of these fishing trawlers, you find that they come to operate within our Nigerian waters are not Nigerian flags. Then thirdly also we need to also take a scientific survey to find out what species do we have, especially those that have very high economic value. So what we need to do is by the time we get this law enforced, there is provision within the law which is stakeholders forum, and that stakeholders forum involve the actual fishermen that will be educated on this, and they will also be part of those that are enforcing the law.
The symposium concluded with a call for action, urging stakeholders to collaborate and innovate to harness the emerging opportunities in Nigeria's creative, digital and blue economy. Participants are in agreement that with the right strategies and investment, Nigeria can become a powerhouse for innovation, creativity and economic growth.
An interesting day it has been so far, as we've seen stakeholders gather here in the Senate building to discuss about the Nigerian blue and green economy and how to chart a new course for Nigeria. I am Godwin Sunday reporting for Signature News.
Still on economy, at the 20th edition of All Nigerian Editors Conference in ENUGU, Bayelsa State, the president of Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Dele Oye, attributed the current economic hardship in the country to poor management, of the Naira exchange rate. Over to Bayester, where Ndu Opaleze witnessed the event for Signature TV.
President Bola Tinubu, some key officials of his government, and his spin doctors have continued to beat their chests for the decision to remove the fuel subsidy and deregulate the foreign exchange market. The effect of these twin policies have continued to impact on Nigerians in diverse ways, with many still calling on government to revisit the policies. According to the Nasima president, Dele Oya, the hurried change of the currency at the twilight of the 2023 general election dealt a big blow to the Naira. The situation, he said, got worse when the present administration went the whole hog to allow the value of the Naira to be determined by the forces of demand and supply.
That's why you must never trust government appointees until they show you what they are doing. And 90% of decisions are taken by people, very junior, inferior people who are even put in a position where they don't have the competence.
He tasked the media to interrogate certain policies of the public office holders with a view to ensuring that they are altruistic and effective. In his goodwill messages to the conference, the publisher of Vanguard newspaper, Sam Amuka, regretted that the newspaper industry is no longer viable as hard copies are now printed at a very huge loss due to high cost of newsprint. He said those of them that are still in the business merely want to continue to discharge the constitutional and social responsibilities of the media.
What did that mean? Do you know that 2 years ago, newsprint was around 600. Now it's over 2 million. That means that every day you publish the hard copy, the newspaper, you don't make any money, you lose.
A one-time governor of Ogun State and veteran journalist, Segun Oshoba, commended the Ezza-Naba-led Nigerian Guild of Editors and charged them to wade into the leadership crisis brewing in the Nigerian Union of Journalists with a view to restoring sanity.
Before you leave this conference, we should set up a committee to look into the NUJ. There is a crisis brewing in NUJ over their conference. And the Guild, as our own professional body, aside from the MPAN, please should look into it.
The opening ceremony of the conference attracted media stakeholders and public office holders, including 2 media aides to the president, Bayo Onanuga and Sunday Dare. Ndu Opaleze, Signature TV News.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. Orthopedic medicine focuses on the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of disorders of the bones, muscles, and nerves. At a workshop on arthroplasty, also known as reconstructive surgery, at the National Orthopedic Hospital ENUGU, health experts emphasized the need for proper training of the workforce for quality healthcare delivery.
Arthroplasty is a surgery to restore the function of a joint. The issue of orthopedic medicine has always been an area of great concern, especially among the aging population because of the impacts of age on bones and joints. It is to advance the quality of Medicare in that field that the workshop was put together to shaping the skill and knowledge of various practitioners in the field. The Chief Medical Director of the National Orthopedic Hospital ENUGU, Professor Emmanuel Iyidobi, in an interview with Signature TV, lamented the shortage of professionals in the medical system. This, he said, necessitated the organization of the workshop as a platform for exchange of ideas among practitioners and training of over 50 participants, which cut across basic nursing and midwifery, who will in turn help to improve the health sector.
What we do here is that if the joint is irredeemably bad, that is what we call end-stage arthritis, we can literally remove the hip and put in a new one, remove the knee and put in a new one. That is what we call total joint replacement. We have developed this capacity in the hospital over the past 10 to 15 years, and we are now able to do this as routine surgery. So we decided that since we have this knowledge, is it possible to advance the knowledge, train people more, so that they can have the latest input, the latest skills in this surgery. And if we are going to do that, can we call other doctors across the country to join us in doing that? So we now organize this workshop, and surgeons across the country, from Lagos, from Jos, from Akwa Ibom, from Benin, from Anambra State, from Abakaliki, are here. Both surgeons and perioperative nurses, exchanging ideas, learning on how to treat Nigerians better as far as arthroplasty is concerned. The main aim of organizing the arthroplasty workshop, apart from improving the skill of the surgeons and teaching other surgeons across the country what we do, in the spirit of that a candle does not lose anything by lighting another, we also are working hard to ensure that the capital flights, in terms of forex, is reduced to the barest minimum by ensuring that medical tourism is reduced to the barest minimum.
Apart from improving skilled manpower in the health sector, he said, the workshop is also aimed at bringing about a drastic reduction in medical tourism to save foreign exchange expended on foreign travels. According to the chief organizer of the arthroplasty workshop, Udo Anyehie, the event is a platform to disseminate information among medical practitioners who will in turn impact their different regions through the knowledge acquired at the training.
It's actually to disseminate information concerning arthroplasty to people that need the information and to the patients that require the services of arthroplasty. So it's a training workshop. We're training doctors and perioperative nurses on arthroplasty services, on use of doing the procedure, and then taking care of the patients that have arthritis requiring surgery. And this surgery we're talking about is arthroplasty surgery, it's a joint replacement surgery. One thing is, well, two main things. Number one, there are patients that require the surgery, and they're getting the surgeries this week. We've been operating every day, and it's going to be for the whole of this week. Now, they come with really bad joints, knees and hips, and some people that have what we call K-leg and bow legs because of arthritis. So they get to have their knees and their hips fixed. So they are getting that at a reduced rate. So the medical director reduced the price of arthroplasty for them. So a number of them are getting these surgeries. And then we have participants from all over Nigeria, different parts of Nigeria, that are coming for this training to learn the skill of arthroplasty surgery. So they are going to benefit by because they are learning. They are nurses also, doctors and nurses. And then when they learn this, hopefully they should be able to go back to their centers and be able to offer the same service, okay, in their own service. So it's a Nigerian thing. It cuts across every area of Nigeria.
Co-organizer of the workshop, Chisom Mbeze, explained the series of events, which comprises about 15 lectures and 6 surgical operations.
We've had a series of lectures. As of now, we've had almost 15 lectures so far. We've also had what we call a ground round. We've gone to see the patients that were recruited for the program in the ward and prepare them for surgery. And so far, we've operated on 4 of those patients as of now. There are patients that have had very bad knees and hips, and they've been able to have their surgeries done. We've also had sessions where we had what we call sawbone sessions that will give surgeons the opportunity to learn how to do this procedure, because people have come from different parts of the country. People have come from Lagos, from Ife, from Uyo, Calabar, and several other places. And the idea is to get them acquainted with this procedure, and by the time they go back, they can be able to also do this the right way, and in future train other people in their centers to be able to do this procedure.
Some participants at the event extolled the organizers, stating that the workshop will go a long way in improving medical skills among practitioners.
I think this is a starting point for me because this is the first time I'm having this kind of experience, and it's a wonderful one because uh, in some of our centers in Nigeria, many centers they don't perform these operative procedures. So for us to be exposed to it, as in you see it direct and even participate in the surgeries, is a great thing for me. And I feel that it has boosted my morale in being in the department and continuing with the specialty orthopedics. So I feel it's something I can do now, and I hope that this program continues further so that we get more exposures and get strengthened in the procedures further, so that we'll also continue to improve and train the younger ones as they come.
The main aim of the workshop is to build manpower in the area of joint replacement. And if you see the participants cut across different states in this sub-region and even outside the region, so it's going to create manpower that can be taken to those states. And we believe that with time, other states in the region will start practicing the joint replacement procedures. The workshop is a workshop on arthroplasty. Arthroplasty is about joint replacement. So the focus of the workshop has been hip and knee replacement surgeries. So basically what we do, participants are being trained. We have theater sessions where we do practicals on these joint replacement procedures, and ideas are also shared with experts from different regions, so that at the end of the day, everybody will go with better information, better skills about joint replacement procedures.
David Okoro, reporting for Signature TV News.
Activities such as kidnapping and armed robbery has instilled fear among locals and tourists, leading to a decline in the patronage of hotels, restaurants and tourist attractions in Imo State. In this report, Ndu Okbaleze examines the impact of insecurity on the hospitality industry in the state.
Owerri, the Imo State capital, has always occupied a prime position in terms of availability of hotels and realization centers. This, for many decades, made it a destination of choice for those who want the best that the hospitality industry can offer. From Port Harcourt Road to heart of Owerri capital city, from Wedra Road to Mbise Road, the Cathedral Junction, New Owerri, and so on, the list is endless. Imo Concord Hotels, Bon Hotel, Hillview, among numerous others, are there to serve the needs of the clients day and night. However, most of these facilities appear to be begging for patronage at the moment. A media practitioner, Ikechukwu Amechi, who has been in Owerri, summed up the situation.
Before now, Owerri does not sleep. All the joints in Owerri, people go to take all manner of delicacies. ENUGU, pepper soup, fish pepper soup, all kinds of things. And they stay until very, very late into the night. But these days, before 9 p.m., everybody's rushing down home. And when people don't stay out, then all those outdoor activities are negatively impacted. I am even wondering, with the very low occupancy rate that we have now, how are they coping?
Apart from the harsh economy that has adversely affected this once booming industry, the state of insecurity appears to have a greater impact on the businesses.
Out of town and going to several places. If you go to a place like Asaba and see the level of development that is taking place there, and the people who are doing those things are all Igbo people. Even traders in Onitsha main market, they finish. And at the end of the day, they just cross River Niger and go to Asaba to sleep. In the morning, they come back. People who even have businesses to do in Onitsha or Anambra, they will go and lodge in hotels in Asaba.
As it is in Owerri, Imo State, so too in all other states of the Southeast. All eyes appear to be on the governors of the geopolitical zone to tackle the challenge frontally to stem further decline in the economy of the region and reduce poverty index. Ndu Okbaleze, Signature TV News.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV, where we bring you stories behind the headlines and the difference, the peculiar incident that occurs as journalists go about gathering, sourcing, and editing stories to satisfy your information need. Now to our big story. Recall that in one of our previous edition, we looked at the tragedy that occurred on 30th of September at the Institute of Management and Technology, ENUGU, that's IMT, where the life of a young promising lady was lost as a result of the recklessness of a young man who, I would say, did too much to impress during the signing of graduating student at the institution. Our correspondent Ugone Walo brought us this report, which was carried by every media station. But there's something unique about this report because behind the headlines, as the program entails, Ugone dug deeper to unravel a new dimension and perspective to this whole issue. And she is currently with me in the studio to tell us about what the new knowledge she has about this incident. All right, so welcome, Ogone. It's nice having you again to talk about this same issue. Just as a way to kickstart, why did you choose to forge ahead with this report?
You know, good afternoon. Okay. You know, no one deserves to die like that. You understand? Now, the way Chiamaka Zibondo died, no. This is a child from a home that has no voice. So I chose to go in and give them a voice.
Okay, a lot of media stations took up this report. There were stories on what happened to the extent to what the two schools involved had done then about the whole issue. From what we understand, the person involved, the young man who caused this tragic incident, was arrested and detained. For a lot of persons, that was justice served. You understand? So I want to understand personally, because we are yet to look at the report, but I know that there are a whole lot of new information in this report, which we'll be looking at shortly. So why didn't you maybe say, okay, God's will be done, instead of pushing? Then I would like to understand to what extent, what were the things that went into getting us this new facts or information surrounding the whole incident, down to the family, getting in contact with the family members and all of that. So just take us through the process of giving us this new dimension of what we have now as an update on that incident.
Okay, at first, no one knew who the family was or who they are. So the thing was trying to actually find out who the family is and who Chiamaka is to them. Now, Chiamaka, as a brilliant child, and the family where they have, they don't have any graduate or anyone in the higher institution, they came together to put Chiamaka in school, in higher school institution, to train her. Chiamaka was like a light in that family.
Okay.
And extinguishing the light, they felt they are feeling so hopeless.
Okay.
Like all their hope is gone.
Okay. Let's look at that report before we continue the conversation with Ugone, so that we would understand what actually is the new dimension story we are discussing today. So let's have the report.
Ọ bụghị ọya ọjọọ, ọ dị esef mmadụ onye ogologo. Ọnụrịla ya mere Chiamaka nọ bụ n'ebe ọ bụ na mma anyị bịa tinye ya na skuul ahụ.
Our mother's intention
Ebumnobi mma
was
anyị
for
bụ na
Chiamaka to go to
ka
school
anyị si n'aka
and help the
Chiamaka wee
family.
ruo mmiri togbo
But
iko.
see how it all
Wee sie
ended.
otu a wee endụọ. Ebumnobi m bụ na famili a ga-esi n'aka Chiamaka wee gụrụ. Mana ụnụ afụgonu ka ọ dị.
I'm the one that brought her up, even spiritual and physical. I don't know that Chiamaka will end this.
When Signature TV arrived at Chiamaka's home, the mood was of grief, desolation, pain, anger, and hunger for justice.
I don't know those that planned Chiamaka's death. I don't know if they were making passes at her and she said no. But whatever was their intention, they will suffer for what they did.
Juliet Ugu, a friend who is still on crutches, was with Chiamaka on the day of the incident and escaped death by the whiskers.
So after the signing out around 5 o'clock, just as at 5 o'clock, I told them that we should be going, that the population in that school was too much. Car, paper, and everything. I will need to leave the school to avoid unnecessary problem. So I don't know, I just got the feeling and I told them, let's go. So and we started going. I told them that we are not following any express, we are not entering any car, that we are going to follow up your way. So we decided to follow up your way, but on our way going home, three of us were just discussing walking and we heard car. We turned. I don't know, after our turning, the next thing I remembered was that my last shouting under the car, on the Chiamaka's voice too. And that was the last sound I heard. That was the last thing I heard her talk before I passed out.
As the family grapples with the grief associated with the death of a loved one whose promising future was suddenly extinguished at her prime, Signature TV sat down with Eziech Malaki, an uncle to Chiamaka.
She was very intelligent, which made the parish priest, Reverend Father Christian Abraham Iroha, who happened to be the parish priest at that time, picked her up as a very brilliant child and gave her scholarship to study at Peace Land. At Peace Land, she was studying public health sciences, and she was on her IT. She just finished her first year, ND1, and went for IT. She was on her IT, about to conclude it and advance to ND2 when she met her untimely death.
Malaki told Signature TV that the management of the Institute of Management and Technology, IMT ENUGU, has been supportive since the unfortunate incident.
On that first day that I was called up to come to the mortuary, we spoke with, the family spoke with the director of IMT, and he promised to cooperate with us in any way we needed his assistance. But according to his own words, he said he is in it with us.
Malaki said that the family of the driver responsible for Chiamaka's death, who is still in police custody, has also offered to take care of all the burial expenses of the deceased.
So I thank you for coming. Thank you for your concern. I know the economic hardship in the nation, but you didn't mind that to come and to follow up the story. So thank you very much.
All effort to contact the Enugu State Police Public Relations Officer, Daniel Ndukwe, on the matter proved abortive up to the time of filing this report. On the 2nd of November 2024, late Chiamaka Rosemary Ozigbondo will be laid to rest. Here are her family members mourning and asking for justice to be done. In Enugu, Gonowalu, reporting for Signature TV.
Right, welcome back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Today we are looking at a very important issue to us because of how this whole incident happened in the first place, and what has so far been done by the authorities, the school, and how these families are coping, because the report says 3 persons were involved, 3 ladies were involved. One was, it was quite unfortunate that one lost her life, and the other 2 are recovering by the grace of God. And Ugone followed up this issue, and we would like to hear from her firsthand the experiences, the struggle to convince first the family members traveling down to their hometown to get them talk. It's difficult, especially when someone is in grief and you are insisting or pushing that let me hear what you have to say. It's more like you are a bit insensitive, but that's what comes with getting information and getting you stay updated with events and happenings that concerns you and I. So Ugone, I would like to I want you to be particular about this report, away from what happened, the story behind the headlines. You are an eyewitness to this whole incident, from how it happened down to this point where we are now. So please, can you take us through your journey in getting this report done?
Oh, well, the journey wasn't easy, because trying to convince Engineer Malaki, even the SUG, Peaceland SUG president, into giving us audience to this wasn't easy. And at first, they didn't actually understand what I was doing, but somehow they gave us audience. Now, getting to the uncle, it was difficult. He was grieving. The family were grieving. Now, you talking to them to give you audience, they didn't know actually what you wanted to do in the future.
Okay.
They didn't want to talk, but I had to push. I had to let them know, convince them that I am not doing this for me. I'm not doing this. I am doing it for all of us to be heard. No one deserves to die like this. You don't drive into a school and speed. If you actually went to a driving school, some of the things they should educate you on. If you are in an institution, a school place, you should know.
Yeah, I think that there are speed limits.
Yes.
For if you are on the express, if you are driving around town, there are limits to that, which are, I think, one of the first things that they would lecture you.
Yes.
I understand it took a whole month to get this report done.
Yeah.
This whole month, I know, and I'm sure, a lot of things went on. Yeah. Possibly there were a lot of disappointments. Appointments were not met. You understand? So please, can you just highlight some of these instances so that we'll be on the same page with you, so that our viewer can understand to a large extent what goes into ensuring that stories like this are put out there for education and information purpose.
All right. At first, I got through to the Peaceland SUG president, that was Ejike.
Okay.
Now, he was like, I'll give you the family members' contact. I called and called and called, and it was like I was disturbing.
Okay.
You get now sometimes my call won't be picked. So I kept on trying. Now finally I got through he felt like, okay, let me just give him.
That was the SCG?
The SCG,
Okay.
Peaceland. Then he was okay, then he gave. Then I started pressing from the uncle's part, that's an Engineer Malaki. At first he'll be like, I'm traveling, I'm not around, I won't have time, and all that and all that. But I kept on pressing, and he understood what we are working on.
Okay.
And finally, we traveled to Umunevo. Chamaka Rosemary Ozibondu. She's from Eziago local government area.
Okay.
Here in Enugu State. She's actually from Umunevo clan in Ogulogu local government, Ogulogu community rather, in
Okay.
Eziago local government, Ogulogolo actually, from Eziago local government area here in Enugu State. And traveling that far.
Okay, from here to from Enugu to the community, I want to be careful not to bite my tongue. Ogulogo, Olo ahead. So how far is it? You're on your way to that place. How was the journey like?
It wasn't smooth.
Was it quite easy to find their house, their family, the family house, or how did you navigate? How did you actually find out that, okay, this is where I'm going to?
Okay. Thank you. The traveling from here to Ogulogolo wasn't easy or funny rather, because the roads are not clean. It wasn't a smooth road. You have some potholes and all that, so it was kind of difficult. Now, how did I get to her compound? Engineer Malaki rather volunteered and went with me. He said, you've pushed so much.
That's the uncle?
The uncle to
Okay.
Chamaka.
Okay.
He said he is a younger brother to Chamaka's father. So he said, you've pushed so much. I don't want to be calling you on the phone and be like, hey, when you get to this point, you see this, you see that. So let me just volunteer and leave everything that I have to do on that day and come in and move with you. So
okay.
he was with me during that period, then showing us all the places, and it was quite a far distance.
Okay.
Getting to her village.
I don't know, from up to 2 hours, 3 hours. Okay, so still I'm hammering on this because I know there are a lot of information still yet to unravel, and for me, I'm so interested in the fact that at first they were not willing. Then at some point you had a breakthrough. Then to the extent of getting the entire family members, including the other lady who was involved. So just how did you get to this other lady? How is she faring? How about the other person? Just give us information about the other ladies who survived the incident and how they are faring.
Okay, okay, on that fateful, on the 30th of September, actually, Chiamaka and her friend Juliet went to celebrate with Pepe as a caller. Pepe was signing out on that day.
Okay.
So, well, Pepe, according to them, Pepe was not expecting any of her friends to come around and sign and jubilate with her. So when Pepe saw Chiamaka and Juliet Ugu on that day, she was very happy. Now, the thing is this. When the three of them, they were well, alive, when they were walking from school outside the gates, Juliet said that she felt in her spirit that they should not follow the actual, the normal road leading to the gate, that they should follow a pathway that leads to the gate. But it was so unfortunate that a car lost it.
Okay, so why she was yet saying that? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So she was like, a car lost it, and she heard people, they were like, run, see car, run, run. Then Juliet said she looked back and she saw a car speeding behind them. In her head, a car losing control should go forward, but the car didn't. So she told her friends, the three of them, that they should divert. They went, instead of the car moving forward, the car followed them.
Oh.
And there were crowds there.
Okay.
You know, when they are signed out in an institution,
yeah, the environment is usually
so
rowdy
crowded and all that.
Yeah.
She said that the crowd did not hit any other person or
Does
any other people. It was
vehicle.
the three of them.
Okay.
The vehicle.
Well, I don't know, but more like you are shifting from the physical to the spiritual from this your explanation. But I wouldn't want us to get to that point. But just tell us about Juliet, the one you were able to speak to. How bad is her case, or how well is she recovering? What is the situation like?
Juliet Oku is on crutches now.
Okay.
And while we were having a conversation, she said that the X-ray revealed that her hip bone broke.
Okay.
That the hip bone is broken, but she was taken to orthopedic hospital for correction. That while they were on their way to orthopedic hospital, that her leg was folded, it couldn't stretch. But later, she didn't know. I think she passed out, and they gave her injection and all that. And she woke up and found out that she could stretch her leg, the two legs.
Okay.
They were badly injured, and now she can't walk on her own. She had to hold the crutches to walk. Now, Pepe, the reason. The friend that was signing out, she's still going on medical treatment. She's also injured, but we are hoping they get better.
Okay. All right. So there's still a vacuum in this report. We've not known the whereabouts of this young man who caused this tragic incident. I don't know if you were able to find something different from what we've already known, that he was arrested. Did you find anything on that?
Actually, I've tried to call them ENUGU State Police Public Relations Officer, Daniel Ndukwe.
Okay.
I've called him severally on the matter, but he's not taking. He didn't take my call. Even the WhatsApp chat, he wasn't giving any positive response. So you just read and just ignore it like that. So, but I'm still on it.
Okay. All right. That is so much dedication gone into making sure that we have this information that we just heard. And because of time constraint, I will be stopping here. I hope you enjoyed yourself as I did. And I have been in the studio with Ugone Owalo, who is the brain behind the story on the tragic incident at Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, ENUGU, that took place on the 30th of September this year. All right, that is the much we can take for this segment until we see next week. Stay glued to Signature TV, your go-to station for news and analysis of events that concerns you. I remain Emmanuel Tewasi. Enjoy the rest of the day.
It's not just symbolic. It's not just the symbolism of doing a wide road or paving road. We're looking at an integrated economy.
South Africa is the most developed country in the African continent. And it's the only country, when you say that deep down, there's still this deep-rooted hatred. And for that particular story, you know,
we don't want free form. Give us a free level playing ground.
1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes. There things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even, in fact, we are not be able to say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up. As it stands now, there is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market is very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their end living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my era right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because apart, like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been suffering a lot, So I want the government to really improve.
A man that is up to 64 years. No, I'm not up to 64. I'm not even up to 60. But I know if I am a man and I'm getting to 64 or being 64, I must have achieved a lot. Because from that 64, I will be, by now I have started preparing myself because I will achieve a lot. But Nigeria, honestly, telling you, I cannot say that I'm proud of what is going on now in Nigeria. By now, we must have gone so far in the sense that we cannot be rating Nigeria as one of the ugliest or poorest country by now. Because I remember when I was in primary school, my mom used to go to market with small money and she would buy a lot of things. But now, I will go to market with 50,000 naira At times when I come back, I'll be looking as if I'll be thinking, I start to calculate myself, oh, is there anything happened? Did I lose money? Did anybody put hand in my pocket to collect the money? But at the end of the day, after calculating, nobody touched my bag. Nigeria is deteriorating seriously, in the sense that I'm even afraid of our children. How are they going to cope because of the things that are happening now? Instead of trying to make things work well, things are getting worse every day. Look at our boys, look at our youth, jobless. They don't have work. Our job, they don't have no, and there's not even provision of, no even hope of getting that work. Look at medical department. Somebody will struggle and train a child to be a medical doctor, a pharmacist, or this thing. For you to do your housemanship, you are going to pay money for somebody to do housemanship, which means in no distant time we should be paying money for our children to go for youth service.
We need to really work hard to tackle insecurity. By insecurity, insecurity is just the major problem. I feel like when insecurity is tackled, I think less of the problem, like all this fraud and all this kind of shit, like any other thing, will be reduced. But my prayer for Nigeria is get better and keep growing more, because I see us as a very rich country.
Me too, I'm also a graduate, and since I graduated, things has been so much very hard, because in this country today, if you don't have someone in the government or in upper, all these things, you find it difficult to get a job. Even when you merit it, it will still be difficult for you. So as it stands now, not only the youth, the whole country is facing challenge of hardship, you understand, because even our aged parents that spend their hard-earned money to train us, expecting us to be training them back at this time of their old age, still we have nothing to offer them because of the country in it. But I wouldn't say that we are going to relent. We still trying to, we continue to push harder, even if it is learning handwork in order to earn a living, because I know that certainly one day that certificate is going to bring work, and a better one at that.
The level of unemployment in Nigeria is maximum. There is nothing to talk about it. The government are not doing anything. See youths, every time they will graduate, no work. After graduation, it seems that those people that even left school to learn skills, they are even better than us that are graduates.
I don't believe there is unemployment. There is no unemployment in Nigeria. Being a Nigerian makes you unemployed. What do I mean by that? For me, I can't be unemployed. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a chef. So I started cooking from a tender age. I learned it from my mom, then I furthered into catering school. So I feel the parental upbringing should also help in curbing unemployment. So I don't think there is unemployment. Anybody that is unemployed in Nigeria just chose to be unemployed. The problem we have in Nigeria is we always look at the government. We always look up to the government. This time around, we don't need to look at the government. We should try to strive. We should try to, like this I can't be unemployed. I keep using myself as an example. I employ people. I'm a chef. I cook. I run Utazi mobile services. So I don't see the reason why there should be unemployment. Let us leave government aside. Though we need them. And that is where we should come together and look at their policies. Checkmate policies. That is where we will start looking at government. But if we are waiting for government to provide everything, it's not in Nigeria.
I graduated in 2019 from Delta State University, and since then I haven't got a job. I've been doing everything on my own. That is why I decided to join this skill acquisition, which is investing into agriculture, and that is why I'm here today, so that I can improve myself in agriculture. The government needs to understand and hear about this as well, because they need to improve as well in providing job opportunities for students as well. Yeah.
It's actually unemployment that can actually lead so many youths into doing so many awful things, which doesn't really make any sense in the society, because it can actually, how will I say it can actually place so many people into, let me just say for example, into stealing, into robbing, and sometimes even changing from what they are to what they are not.
It's no longer news that there's fuel scarcity in Nigeria. Today, I'm at A Irano filling station in Metama along Kuba Expressway, whereby the station is not selling the products. To my left are the black market guys who are selling the product right in front of the filling station. The black market are selling the product at the rate of 1,000 naira per litre. All effort to speak to the management of the filling station was abortive.
The return of the queues coincided with the build-up to the nationwide End Bad Governance protest, which began on August 1st. Some of the filling stations visited on Wednesday were locked, suggesting that they had run out of stock. Those that were open had to contend long queues of vehicles to attend to. Those motorists who could not withstand the situation were forced to patronize vendors whose sales in container refers to as black markets at between 1,000 and 1,500 per litre.
I'm buying black market, each 1 litre is 1,000 naira. So I'm feeling bad. And it is not supposed to be like that in Nigeria. Because not the way Nigeria get everything. Then they are suffering us. Please, we need help.
This administration has done only a year plus. And look at the unbearable hardship that people are facing. Even during the Buhari regime, when everything was hard, at least people could still feed. But now you find people, they can't even eat. They can't even eat 3 square meals at home. And then all of a sudden you expect them to just sit down and say nothing.
Despite long queues at its outlets, the NNPCL stations have continued to dispense the product at 580 naira per litre, while some private stations sell at about 690 per litre. The Shema Petroleum Station in Kadu and Emadeb Energy were both selling the product at 690 per litre.
In this kind of hardship, it's not fair now. No, we don't do that definitely. Once we have product, we definitely sell. Can you see that? You see the queue has been moving successful. We always open. Once we open like 100 car, we enter. Definitely after the about 70 buy, we now bring another 70s again. That's how we have been doing it. And if you see that the queue that is no longer 690, that's the highest price the government need people to sell. People are selling 850, 8 something like that, but we don't sell like that. We sell at 690. All our stations in Shemas, all the branches in Abuja, that's how we have been selling it.
Some motorists and residents expressed their anger and frustration over the situation in the face of existing excruciating hardship they had to contend with.
Is the increment of fuel that brought about this. So the protest is a good, it's long overdue. People are supposed to protest. But we know Nigerians, we are good in adapting issues. We adapt to all issues, either bad or good. People don't mind. So, but I think this is the only way that government will hear it.
They carry me for my compound, come here, 300, 400, but now 1,000 naira, 1,500. What in they carry us 1,500? What in person can get feeding his children? Who can die?
The kind of shame to a Nigerian to see a police filling station, and whereby the fuel is not there, but they are selling, black markets are selling fuel on behind of the police filling station. It is shameful. And look at this in transport is keeping increasing day by day. Tomorrow we'll enter car from here to maybe to Zuba, 1,000. Next tomorrow you'll find that it's more than 1,000. Where are we heading to?
Nigerians are eager to see how the Tinubu administration will handle the current fuel scarcity, which is being compounded by the ongoing protests across the country.
From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Hello and welcome to Signature Television Inside Health, a show where we break down complex health topics into very fun and easy to understand discussions that Of course, it's aimed to help you take hold of your health and your well-being. Well, I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and today we have a very important topic to discuss in the studio. And of course, we're talking about the process of reducing the aging, process in the human being through, of course, exercise. And then so many people partake in exercises based on several reasons. For some people, it's for weight loss. For others, it's just to keep fit and look good. Yet for others, it's just to go there and probably join a gym and socialize. However, there is this school of thought that thinks or says that, of course, exercise can help you slow down aging, meaning that exercise can make you look younger, much younger than your age. Well, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you some background reports to either prove it's fact or say it's fiction. So don't go away, stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Inside Health on Signature Television. Don't forget to check us out on our social media platforms on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram at Signature Television Official. Go like, comment, and share. And still talking about slowing down the process of aging through exercise, we have the following background information for your education. Of course, the process of aging is a natural, inevitable journey for everyone to experience. However, in recent years, more attention has been given to ways we can slow down the visible and biological effects of aging. Well, numerous scientific studies have shown that regular exercise can not only improve your overall health and well-being, but also significantly slow the aging process, enhancing both the quality and longevity of life. At the heart of aging lies a decline in cellular function because as we grow older, the cells in our body undergo damage and deterioration. We lose muscles, our bones get weaker, our joints get stiffer, slower metabolism, and we may not feel as strong or as energetic. But when we walk out, scientists say, whether that's walking, running, lifting weights, or even doing yoga, our muscles stay stronger and our hearts get healthier. Exercise, they say, also keeps your cells, the tiny building blocks of your bodies, working better and longer. One key way exercise slows aging is by its impact on what they call telomeres, protective caps at the ends of chromosomes that shorten as we age. And incidentally, there's something else that scientists have actually shown or proven to elongate telomeres, and it's called meditation. Maybe that would be a cause for a topic for the next discussion. But exercise, they say, elongates telomeres, and the longer the telomere, the younger the person in question looks. So exercise also stimulates the production of crucial hormones like human growth hormones, which helps to build and repair tissues, maintaining youthful vitality. Moreover, engaging in physical activity enhances brain function by boosting blood flow to the brain, improving memory, and even reducing the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Beyond the physical benefits, exercise promotes mental health and emotional well-being, both of which are key to graceful aging. Regular activity triggers the release of what they call endorphins, commonly known as feel-good hormones, which help manage stress and anxiety, while improving sleep quality, another essential factor in slowing down the aging process. Incorporating exercises like yoga and Tai Chi, which focus on flexibility and balance, can also be beneficial as they reduce the risk of falls and injuries, common problems as we grow older. These practices promote mindfulness and a connection between mind and body, which contributes to overall wellness. In summary, exercise is one of the most effective natural ways to slow the aging process, whether through strengthening muscles, maintaining brain function, or preventing chronic diseases. Regular physical activity can significantly extend both lifespan and health span, allowing individuals to lead more active, fulfilling lives well into old age. As science continues to unravel the links between exercise and longevity. Now, there you are with the background reports on how exercise can actually translate to you aging slowly. Now, do still stay with us. We'll have to get to the streets to find out what people have to say concerning exercise and longevity. Don't go anywhere. Well, continuing in our conversation about the process of aging and what it has to do with exercise, we have a guest in the studio who is going to help us do justice to this topic. Does exercise have anything to do with slowing down of the aging process in the adult human being? All right, his name is Anyekan Essien Akpan. He's a fitness instructor. He's also a weight loss expert, Hello, Anyekan. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Chigi. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes,
We're fine, thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome. So
thank you very much.
We're talking exercise, and not just exercise, we're talking exercise as to how it helps the normal adults to slow down the process of aging, right? And when I met you, I know you are the convener of Fit Niger, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Tell us about Fit Niger. I mean, what was the motivation behind it, and what has been the impact so far?
Okay, well, apart from being a fitness instructor and a weight loss expert, I'm also a basketball coach.
Okay.
And Fit Niger kind of happened by accident.
Okay.
I was coaching some kids, and one of the mothers came, saw how fit her daughter was, and just said, Anyeka, why don't you train me like you train my daughter? I thought we were friends.
Wow.
And I said, okay, I can do that. And after a month, she saw visible improvement in her vitality and, as we'll do maybe later on, in her feel-good perspective.
Her well-being.
Her well-being. And she just said, Anyeka, take this amount of money and let me warn you, don't ever do this thing free. So from then on, the Fit Niger journey came. The name just came, I think, just by accident, Fit Niger.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you what's the inspiration behind the name, because it's actually catchy, Fit Niger.
Yeah, the longer version was supposed to be Time to Get Fit Niger, and I couldn't just get it. Was too long, so I just put off Fit Niger, and the name stuck, and I'm lucky in that aspect, I think.
Okay, so far, what would you say the impact has been since, we're talking since 2000, and when did Fit Niger actually take off?
Around 2017.
Wow, and since then till now, what has been the journey for you, and what has been the impact so far?
Well, the impact has been massive. A lot of people see me in a different light now, and the journey has not been particularly easy, because in Nigeria here, we actually have challenges with keeping fit. Sometimes you hear someone say, person go chop before him walk, before him gym, and those kind of mindsets. So the journey has not been straightforward, but it's wonderful to see how much you can impact people by telling them a few things every week. And it goes around from the success stories are amazing, because I've trained a wide range of people, even pregnant women. And he's amazed when they tell you, Coach, I didn't know that this was possible. And there is no greater glory than seeing somebody that could not use his or her body in a specific way grow stronger. And as you said, the well-being improves. When you see that one-on-one, it is nothing short of a miracle. And the fact that you were actively involved in that miracle is reward enough. So I'm very happy I started Fit Niger. I won't change it for anything. I have only one regret. I didn't start this earlier. I wish I had started around 2004. It is
you think
amazing.
The people's mindset was, ready to accept that, kind of agenda of, keeping fit as of 2004?
Well, yeah, I think we were always ready. We just needed the right type of person. And once somebody is skilled, and I think I can boast a little, I'm actually skilled because I did a lot of studying on that. Once they see someone that is skilled and sympathetic with their cause, yeah, people will surely join the boat. And so far, that's what I've experienced. A lot of people want to see someone that is empathetic with what they are doing and what they are going through and their inabilities and abilities, and key into that. And so far, I've been able to do that, and it has been a very beautiful experience.
All right, we'll get back to Fit Niger. But I want us to delve into the issue, which is weight loss, no, scratch that, which is exercise and its anti-aging, abilities.
Yes.
Some people will actually join a gym or join a fitness class, maybe to lose weight, maybe to bring down, for medical reasons, maybe they have underlying issues. They say, okay, reduce your weight. Some could be for social reasons. They join gyms, they join all these clubs just for social reasons. But today we are discussing exercise and anti-aging. Does exercise have any effect on a person aging slowly? And if it does, what kinds of exercise, does one need to focus on to ensure that he or she ages, slowly?
Well, for the first question, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
It's scientifically proven.
Scientifically proven. The more you exercise, the more active you are, the slower you age.
Okay, and this is going to be like a discussion. So I want the person listening to you to understand. It's as if you and I are talking without people listening to us. So it's not like I'm asking you a question and you're going to give me one long answer. We're going to be taking it in piecemeal.
Of course.
Now, there are different types of exercises. And I've heard from some quarters that you could be doing the wrong kind of exercise. Now, for longevity, what is the right kind of exercise, based on maybe the person's physical attributes or health issues? What are the right kinds of exercises?
You said it like you were a fitness instructor yourself.
Oh my.
It depends on the person's physical and maybe health challenges.
Can you take us through that?
Yeah, well, for instance now, or before I do that, the answer is simple. You must do all forms of exercises, weight/resistance training or strength training, and you must do aerobics, and you must do what they call mobility and stretching. Mobility and stretching sometimes are not called exercises because people use them not in the middle of the exercise per se. They do them after the main bout of exercise. So a lot of people will classify them as rest and recovery. That's not bad. But because of that classification, it is relegated to the side. So exercise, that's strength training.
Could you break it down again to that?
Okay. So now, for instance,
I mean the types of exercises.
Okay, there is strength training.
Strength training.
That's one way of classifying it. Okay, the first way of classifying exercise is what they call calisthenics and statics. Calisthenics are the one you move your body. Push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises, those are calisthenics. Then there's what they call statics, where you see somebody stay still and try and maintain strength and stamina by just staying still and putting pressure on a certain muscle. It is common in some of these Kung Fu movies you watch as a kid. So you see somebody come and do something like this and hold it. Tai Chi. Thank you. Tai Chi, exactly. Pilates, all those things. You see them hold it for a while. So that's one classification of the types of exercises. Another one is when exercises involve strength training. That's another classification. Strength/resistance/weight training. They are all one thing. Then there's cardiovascular exercise. We call it cardio for short form. And then there's what they call mobility exercises that make you more mobile. They are also strength training, but they are focused more on extending your range of mobility. And then there's stretching, which is it's the same thing. It's still strength training, but stretching is more, if you go to the other classification, is more static. It is static, in fact. You don't move, you just stay and stretch to the limit of the particular muscle. Now, as I said before, mobility and stretching is taken as rest and recovery. So somebody like you now, normally as a fitness instructor, I'll tell you, Chigi, go to the gym, do 400 bench presses, 200 squats, and then we do 5 minutes of mobility, 5 minutes of stretching. Afterwards, maybe I'll tell you, run the treadmill for 1 hour after the bench press and the squats. And then we do mobility and stretching as a side dish, maybe 5 minutes each. So you see that there is an imbalance when it comes to mobility and stretching, and that is wrong. So for anti-aging, you need to do all of them in the right proportion.
All the forms of exercise.
In the right proportion.
You will not prioritize any one of them.
No. But the mistake people make is that they prioritize aerobics over strength training. In fact, some people have not done strength training for the last half a decade.
Okay, hold that thought. Can you explain what each and every kind of these exercises, what they do.
Good.
But when you say some people have not done aerobics, what is the aim of aerobics? Some people have not done strength training. What's the aim of strength training?
Yeah. Well, strength training is, as it's called, training strength. It is exercise aimed to build muscle tone, to tone the muscles or to build muscle tone. So strength training involves a wide range of exercises. What I like to say here is another fallacy. Many people believe that strength training involves lifting what they call free weights. That's a dumbbell or a barbell, or using the machines, cable machine, leg weight machine, hip thrust machine. Absolutely wrong. You can do strength training in the confines of this studio without a dumbbell there, using your own body. Yes, push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises are all strength training. They tone muscles, you know. So, yeah, in fact, when I first started as a fitness instructor, as a fitness person, because it kind of runs in the family, in my house, till this day, my elder brother does not go to the gym. I can't remember the last time. It must be up to 15, 20 years he has ever gone to the gym. He does it at home. He uses his shower curtain rod to pull-ups, strength training. He does push-ups at home, strength training. He does leg raises at home, strength training. He does one-legged squats at home, strength training. He does LC, strength training, using his body as weights. As resistance, technical term, using his body as resistance. So that's strength training. Now, when it comes to aerobics, it is classified as cardiovascular exercise. Exercise that cardiovascular for the heart and lungs. And aerobics, walking, taking your long walks, jogging, skipping, and when it comes to things like HIIT, high intensity interval training, things like burpees, jump squats, all those fall under cardiovascular exercise. So there's strength training, there's cardiovascular exercise. Then, of course, there's mobility. Mobility is also strength training, but of a different form, and it usually involves your body. So an example of mobility is like the dynamic frog pose. That's mobility. In fact, for you to truly understand mobility, you mentioned Tai Chi. That is actually strength training, trying to be mobile over a range. So you see somebody go down with one leg, coming up with two, coming down one leg, and then stretching the leg, or do what you do splits like Jean-Claude Van Damme does. That is mobility. But see, it's not just being mobile. He's actually being strong with his legs. And then there's stretching, Pilates, Tai Chi again, yoga. All these are stretching. So you see, if you see that now, you see you don't need only one. You need to be, let me not say proficient, experts in 4 of them. Yeah, you need to be mobile, strong. You have to have stamina, of course. That's what cardiovascular exercise is built. And you have to be mobile. You're supposed to be mobile, strong, and with stamina. So that's how you have to be over the rest of your life till you are called to glory.
All right. Let's take this to the gender perspective. We know that the male and the female, they are different physiologically and, of course, otherwise. Now, let's say that we have this hypothetical case study of probably a 40-year-old female. She has started packing on some weight. She no longer loses weight the way she used to. She will take shawarma, take whatever she wants to, and then lose it, but she has clocked 40 and she's packing on, weight, and she comes to you. What would be the advice? What would be the, for lack of a better word, recipe, the exercise recipe that you can give her? Not just to keep fit and look good, but to slow down the aging process.
First of all, I'll hail her, I'll commend her, and this goes to all women. Women already have a biological disadvantage when it comes to muscle building. A woman is born or created with almost 15% body fat, more than a male. So 2 of us standing here doing the same exercises, already you have a 15% disadvantage, if I may call it that, because you have more fat already.
Fat that can never be burnt?
Well, not really. But in the case of a woman, it's not necessary. Sometimes it's not advisable. You see it go down for women, sports women and really, really fit women. You see really, really fit women bringing down their body fat percentage to 7%. But as a fitness instructor, I tell a woman, you don't need that. For some women, it could cause some psychological changes like pregnancy and all those things, you know, change in hormonal menstrual cycle. But most women, no problem. But you don't need it. It is how you were biologically created. So since you were like that, normally, it is not too much of a danger or a hindrance. So when a woman comes to me and says, okay, I'm 40, I want to do exercises, for my own personal recommendation, I have 4 levels. Number 1, master your body. Many people that have not done exercise don't even know the strength of their own body. You have to learn your body, not master your body. You have to learn your body, first of all. Then learn the weights. When we can move, do a couple of push-ups, a couple of sit-ups and everything, we now go to using the weights in the gym. Or in your kitchen, or in your restroom. You'll be surprised at how many things you can use in your bathroom to work out. You can...
You know, women are not aware of this.
Yes. Many people aren't, Chigi. We know we are tuned into the gym, and that's probably good because there are gyms around us. But you'll be shocked at what you can do with a bucket of water and a long towel. How you can tone your arms or even tone your legs with it. I did a video some other times where I used my aunt's water, and people were horrified. And somebody on Facebook that lived in Brazil was like, guy, he has had a motor for 15 years. He doesn't use it because, you know, there are a lot of other technological advances that don't make you pound. He says he hasn't known what to do with this thing till he saw my video. So, yeah. So it's like that. So I'll tell her, first of all, we learn your body. Learn how to do push-ups, sit-ups, wall push-ups. Learn your body. Then we'll learn the weights. We'll go to the gym, lift weights, or you buy it in your house, we lift weights. Then you now master the weights. That's when you start lifting heavy, Chigi, doing the 100.
Just take it easy. First of all, you master your body.
You learn your body.
How do you do that?
Well, someone that has not been working out for a while now does not know the strength of her own body.
So how does she get to master her body now?
We start small. Start with the very basic strength training exercises. Things like a wall push-up that seems like no effort.
So mastering your body, sorry to cut you short now, means know your strength.
Yeah, learn your body, not master your body. Okay, learn your own body.
Okay.
You learn your own strengths.
Okay.
Then you learn the weights. You learn how to use dumbbells and machines.
Okay.
Then you master the weights. And what I mean by mastering the weights, you are now doing 140 kg deadlift. And I'm glad you said, you see, that's a master.
It's heavy.
That's heavy. That's a master doing that. A master doing that without breaking her back, without injuring herself. That's a master. Then finally, it goes back to the body. You master your body. And I mean, those spectacular things you do with your body, you know, when we were smaller, when we were kids, we were actually fit. We were fitness experts. When you see a 5-year-old, no, a 3-year-old do a perfect squat and pick up a pen, and you see a 3-year-old fall on the floor and roll and do a push-up and stand up. That is instinctive. They did not learn that. Our problem with fitness is, funny enough, as you are saying now, when we grew older, we forgot how powerful we were. So, in fact, as I tell people, the best kind of fitness is back to when you were a toddler. All those things you can do as a toddler, you should be able to do them as an old person. That is true fitness.
Now, we are still on the women.
Yes.
Let's talk menopausal women.
Yes.
Or premenopausal women before they get into menopause.
Yes.
What exercise regimen would you prescribe for a premenopausal woman?
Okay. Well, you mean being specific, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have talked about a lady that is just clocking 40 and started packing on the weight.
Yes.
Let's talk premenopausal women.
Okay.
Yeah. Because once a woman begins to get into menopause, she starts losing bone density, muscle tone, and stiffness. Lumbar spondylosis is a whole lot for women who are premenopausal.
Yes.
So what exercises would you recommend for such women?
I'm a fan of the deadlift.
When I see them do deadlifts, I feel they are hurting themselves Because I know they wear this very thick, what do I call it? Cincha or belt.
Waist belts.
And then they go all down and they lift these very heavy weights.
Yes.
What is the importance of that? And how do you expect a premenopausal woman to lift that weight, that kind of weight?
The same way we learn everything in primary school. Fitness is like a school. You go from nursery 1 to nursery 2, from nursery 2 to the primary 1. You can't expect a primary.
So they start with very
small. They start small. Start with maybe 20% of their weight, even 10%. Grow, till they don't need the belt. The belt has a disadvantage. It actually weakens your back. So I don't advise using the belt unless you are going for like sports, like Olympics. You want to go for serious weightlifting. Outside that, the belt is not necessary. If you are building strength over small, over a long period of time, you will see you don't need the belt. Okay. Again, the belt is not functional. What I mean by functional is things you do in the gym should be able to translate into real life. There are some non-functional exercises in the gym, like the bench press. There's no time in this life you're going to ever do a bench press outside the gym. But there are very good functional exercises, like the deadlift I talked about. When you're going to ShopRite to lift your heavy bags or Roban stores, you deadlift, you bend and pick them up.
But there's a right way to bend and pick
There's
them
a right way to bend, thank you. So once you teach them all those things, they learn it. As I said before, premenopausal women need a lot of strength, and everybody need a lot of strength in the core, somewhere
here. What is the core? The tummy?
The tummy, not just the tummy, the lower back, the spinal muscles, that's the lower back, the obliques, down to some parts of the thigh. So you need core strength. That is the real strength that makes you lift and go longer, lift harder and go longer. So I tell women, anytime you go to the gym and you are not deadlifting, that's what I mean. That any strength regime that doesn't involve a deadlift, no.
Wow.
Yes, any strength regime that doesn't involve a pull-up, forget it. Or any variation of a pull-up, lat pull downs, everything. We all need strong backs, and we should emphasize on our back, because a lot of people emphasize on their chest, and
women emphasize on chests.
Well, many people, men and women, but women emphasize more on their legs.
I would think women emphasize more on their tummy, which we are going to get there very soon.
Yeah. Women have a problem with tummy. Yes, they do. But 80% of the women going to the gym doing what they call leg day every day.
For the glutes, there's this video with South African squats master.
Exactly. That is a woman's mentality. How many squats can I do every day? 40, 60, 100.
Really?
Yes. A lot of women don't do deadlifts. They do things that involve their glutes. They do Romanian deadlifts. They do split squats. They aim to, as you say, to build up the glutes, but they don't build up their legs.
But I think from what you have been saying, I've noticed two things. Many women go into the gym for aesthetic purposes.
Thank you.
But you're now saying that deadlift actually works deeper than that, in that it helps you with the anti-aging process.
Absolutely.
Now, I've noticed with the two case studies with the lady that is 40 and the premenopausal lady, you de-emphasize heat, you de-emphasize cardio.
Yes.
You mentioned the press up resistance training over cardio.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I didn't de-emphasize it, but a lot of Nigerians actually have a good cardio culture, be it heat or steady state already. If you go to Okpara Square, what they are doing there is cardio. Aerobics, they do a lot of aerobics. Some people do aerobics every day. So Nigerians, both male and women, male and female, but let's talk about women, have a good cardio. Women have a good cardio system. I mean, they do aerobics, they skip, they have a good cardio. So anytime I'm taking a client, I'm facing resistance training, because they tend to overlook that. And a premenopausal woman, even after menopause, your bone density is reducing. Strength training increases bone density. You are losing muscle. After 40, you could probably lose like 1% of muscle every day if you are not working out.
Now, you can be losing muscle but gaining fat.
Yes, even if you don't gain fat. It's possible not to gain fat even as you are losing muscle. But when you are losing muscle, even if you look good, as you say, aesthetic purposes, you don't feel good. You're not as strong as you are. And part of the anti-aging solution is the anti-aging formula is look good, feel good. You can't feel good if you are not strong, no matter how good you look. So it comes to aging and exercise in women. Most women have taken care of their aesthetics. They look great, but they have not taken care of the strength part. They don't feel great. You think they do, but because you are seeing the outside, but inside, no. So a premenopausal woman, I always tell her, get stronger. In fact, the main purpose of exercise is to get stronger. Sometimes, Chigi, you don't even need to overthink it. Just get stronger. The aesthetics will come. Yes.
Now, let's talk pregnant women. I've seen viral videos where 7-month-old women, 8-month-old women, these ladies will be tearing themselves in the gym, working out on the treadmill. What do you think of that? Because I look at it and I'm like, please don't let this baby drop here.
Exactly.
What do you think about that? I mean, even pregnant women doing all these stretches and you're like, oh my goodness. What are your thoughts on that?
One thing is this. At 8, 9 months old, you can, 9 months, when you're 9 months pregnant, you can work out. Second thing is that many of those videos are exaggerated. There are certain rules to working out when you're pregnant. And there are at certain stages in pregnancy, you can't do certain things.
Please take us through the stages. I know there's first trimester, second trimester, and the third trimester. Take us through the stages and what's allowed and what's not.
Now, in the first trimester, depending on the physical history of the woman, if the woman is a very active woman, say a footballer, for instance, she can be very normal in her first trimester. In fact, Serena Williams won a tennis championship when she was pregnant, first trimester. Our own Anne Chiejine, the Super Falcons goalkeeper, was about 3 months pregnant when she won a Nations Cup. You can see those women are active women. So the first trimester was just like, have a small bump, I'm okay. Now when it comes to second trimester, you cannot do certain things. For example, you cannot do exercise when you're supine or prone. In fact, when you're lying down, supine, lying on your chest, prone, lying on your back. Because you, of course, the baby puts a big pressure on the back, on the spine. You don't want to increase that pressure. It can be very, very uncomfortable and even dangerous to the pregnancy. So as fitness instructors, we remove all those things. At that point in the pregnancy, we do what they call supported exercises. For example, now, you don't squat alone. You hold a wall or hold a bar and you squat. And you don't do deep squats again. You do half squats or quarter squats. Okay? And you don't deadlift, for instance. That's why I said some of these videos are exaggerated. I remember one of them where a woman 6 months gone was deadlifting. I was like, nah. The pain for that, because you're engaging more of your back, the pain from that one alone, I don't think is bearable. So the videos were exaggerated. So at that moment, you don't deadlift. You don't squat with weights. You can do some bicep curls, some tricep kickbacks, yes. But the need for weights, for free weights and machines goes. Even the treadmill is good at this moment, but slow speed, you walk. You do a lot of walking, okay? And in the third trimester, it's the same thing. The need for strength training is de-emphasized almost totally. Because at this moment now, it is being uncomfortable for the woman. You are making the woman very, very uncomfortable. And of course, in Nigeria, there's a psychological tone to it. Everybody's afraid of losing the baby or hurting or harming the baby. So it's just pregnancy. Why don't you wait 9 months and give birth? A couple of my clients have come to me saying, Anyeka, I want to continue gymming and everything, but the pains, I say, see, you suffer nausea, you suffer dizziness. You can relax. Relax till you have given birth to baby. Maximum is just 1 year break. After 1 year, you go back as hard as you like.
All right.
We're not rushing.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Now, let's talk about postnatal women who have actually given birth. and they have a lot of concerns based on their physical looks, right?
Yes.
And then they are encouraged to eat in a certain way.
Yes.
And they pack on more weight.
Yes.
What would be your advice for a woman who just gave birth, probably through the natural canal? You know, it's different from the cesarean section.
Yes, yes.
Just take us through it. A client or two clients come to you to say, please train us. One with the cesarean section, the other one with birth canals delivery. What would be your advice? Would they have the same exercise regimen?
Yes, but they won't start at the same time. The one that has given birth without the cesarean section, 4 months, maybe 5 months.
Okay.
When you have a cesarean section, 6, 7 months before you start a regime. And then I'll tell all women, be patient. You have done a fantastic thing. You have sacrificed your good body to help baby or babies. Give yourself some credit. You will get back to your feminine shape, but you need to remember that it will take time. We will do the same things you did before you got pregnant, and we will get there, but it's going to take time. And of course, these are also, the factors there are also your age. Of course, you know, it is easier for a younger person to pack on muscle and lose fat than an older person. So I'll tell the woman, be patient. Most women, after 4 or 5 months, see a drastic improvement in how they look. But the problem is we don't want to wait to 4 or 5 months. And that is in itself a danger, because you want to take some shortcuts and you lengthen the process. So if you avoid those shortcuts, be patient, go into the gym, do your magic stuff. Before long, your own baby won't recognize you. You will look like the 15-year-old.
What are some of those shortcuts that you're talking about that women actually want to take?
Well, one of them is low-carb diets, low-carbohydrate diets.
Tell us about those diets. Tell us about those diets.
I'll tell you.
Whenever I hear diets, I cringe.
I like, their names are wonderful. Like now, there's one they call keto diet.
Keto diet.
Yes. And then there's another one I learned the other day, funny enough, from a talk show I had on Solid FM, the Hallelujah diet. It is supposed to be from the Hallelujah diet.
Oh my goodness.
So it's supposed to come from the part in the Bible at the time when Daniel was told to eat pork by the Babylonians.
And he decided to just eat vegetable.
And water. So you can imagine a diet
goodness.
like that. That is shocking. And these diets now, because carbohydrate is what they call a macronutrient, it is important.
It's a staple.
It's a staple.
Yeah.
So when you remove that, you are putting your body into a state of emergency. And what does the body do in a state of emergency? It retains fats. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So it's counterproductive.
It's counterproductive.
It holds on to the fat.
It holds on to the fat. Fat is not bad. Excess fat is the problem. You are supposed to have a percentage of fat. You are. Fat is like generator as against to power supply from EEDC. When you have fat, things like when you wake up in the morning, blinking, even hitting your, killing mosquitoes or just waving your hands while you are asleep, those things that you do before you eat, is the fat, the reserve energy, the fat that helps you power those activities. And then you eat, and then your food powers the rest. So when you have too low fat, it is bad, as well as when you have excess fat. So when you enter that kind of emergency where the body sees that you're not getting a certain micronutrient properly, in this case carbohydrates, what it does is it shuts down in a manner. It believes that Anyekan is at a stage of emergency. Maybe there's a famine, maybe there's war, and Anyekan may not be able to get the next meal.
And that's the brain doing all these things.
That's the brain doing that for the next 3 weeks. So the brain now tells all fat reserves, supply Anyekan energy, but do it slowly so that this energy will survive. And then what happens is that Anyekan starts losing vigor, starts losing strength, starts losing stamina. He becomes dull. He's always hungry, but he's trying to maintain that discipline. So it affects his daily activities. He becomes dull, he's not strong, he doesn't sleep well because the body is entering a stage of emergency. As time goes on, the body now says, oh, Anyeka still hasn't eaten food over these months. Okay, now supply only the major
organs
or
something
that,
like
that he needs to survive, his
Hey.
heart and his brain.
Yeah.
So you start seeing, I literally start shutting down like a laptop. Then that's the good part.
Oh, this is the good part.
The bad part is when I actually see food. So one day you invite me to your birthday and I see rice and chicken. Kaboom! I've seen food. What do I do? The brain now tells the body, and here can I see food. It's time to pack up for another famine. So I eat 5 plates of that. But I only need 1 plate to survive for that day. So the 5 plates are stored as fat. So I see that I lost 30 kg when doing the keto diet because I controlled calorie intake. But now I start taking in calories regularly to prepare myself for another famine. So I gain like twice the weight I lost.
My goodness.
And of course, you know, when you're gaining the weight, you're not gaining muscle. Weight gain is good if it's muscle, but you are gaining fat. So you're still causing what they call muscle atrophy. You are still reducing your muscle mass because you are not gaining that weight by lifting weights. I'll tell you, if we start the gym, you may be weighing 75 kg and you went to 85 kg. That's good if it's muscle, because you will notice other indicators that you are getting healthier. Your clothes start becoming smaller. You are, the scale is saying Chigi is weighing 85 kg, but your clothes are getting smaller. And that's why sometimes the scale alone is not an indicator.
Yes, I think I've heard it somewhere when they say taking your weight is not the major indicator of weight loss.
Exactly.
You could be packing on vessels, blood vessels and muscles, and they actually weigh more than the fat.
So the shortcuts, those are one of them. Other kinds of
What about all these slim tea?
Yes, that's what another shortcut. It is not necessary. There's a reason those things are there. Slimming tablets, they are for emergencies too. But when you take them like that and you abuse them like any drug, it has its own consequences.
Do we even know the contents or the active ingredients?
We don't. Even if the active ingredients are there, some of them, they have different active ingredients. But the most important thing is this, because it is a drug, when you abuse it, it has its own consequences. Yes, liver, kidney failure, for instance. And you hear many people having kidney failure from abuse of slimming tablets. So I tell people, you don't need that. Let nature take its course.
Let's talk about sit-ups.
Yes.
How do people perceive sit-ups? I know personally I hate sit-ups. But do sit-ups really work? Does it really train there's this, I don't know the name of the muscle, the six-pack, recti abdominis. Yes, because I know in some pregnant women, because of the overextension of the tummy, there's a break, a breach.
Yes.
And you find that no matter how much they try to, tighten up the tummy, the guts just pull out and they can't. So what is the way forward in that situation?
Yeah, that breach is called diastasis recti.
Okay.
And when you do sit-ups, the problem is that the muscles of the tummy have been breached.
Yes.
So traditional tummy exercises, you might call it, or abs exercises, do not work anymore. You have to take it a notch down so that bridge is closed. Then you can go back to normal, your normal
So what do you do to get it closed, and how would you know that it's closed?
Well, it's a doctor that can tell you that, scanning and everything. But usually what we suggest is things like plank. There are exercises they call bed dogs, there are dead bugs. These are exercises that work more of the core in a more friendly manner. Because I'm glad you said sit-up and how people perceive it. As a fitness instructor, I hardly do sit-ups. I don't take them as a serious exercise. They are good for the abs, but they're not good for the core. So I tell people, why do you work only your abs when you can work your abs and core? So I do things like leg raises, hanging leg raises. I do tummy tucks, knee to chest. Those ones actually involve the whole core, your lower back. In fact, I tell people the best kind of tummy exercises are those tummy exercises where after you do it, you feel it in your back.
Really?
Yes.
Because it's been said that once you feel the pain behind you, that you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, But some tummy exercises like leg raises, the pain there means that your lower back is weak.
All right. Let's quickly get to, before we get to the cellular aspect, because I think there's this research that says that they have, tracked the effect of exercise on what they call telomeres. But before we get there, there are some people that, for some reasons, maybe medically or maybe the way they were born, they are just thin.
Yes.
And they are advised that exercise can help them, look bigger. What kind of exercises would you prescribe for such a person?
Well, strength training, all the same thing.
Strength training.
Yes, the same exercise. What you understand, Chigi, that the exercises for losing weight are the same exercises for gaining weight. Wow. It's your diet that determines what you lose or gain. Yeah, so you have to get diet. You have to get a good diet in this calorie surplus to gain weight. Then when you are losing weight, you do in a calorie deficit. What I mean by surplus and deficit is, for instance, now, if a woman is supposed to take 2,000 calories daily, for her to gain weight, she used to take like 2,300 daily. So the body uses the 2,000. The 300 with strength training is used to build muscle over a couple of days, maybe a month.
All right.
All right. So a woman trying to lose weight, she does 2,000 calories a day. She takes like 1.7, maybe 1.8. And the body sees, oh my God, this person has not taken the daily requirements. What the body does is, oh, we have some fat here. We'll use the fat and cover up.
Okay.
And then you notice that's how literally the body is taking from the fat to cover up your daily requirements. So over some time, you notice the woman has lost some excess body fat somewhere, okay? And that is how those things work. So for a slim person to get bigger, of course, it also depends on the genetics.
Yeah.
Strength training, food in, eating a calorie surplus, sleep long.
I guess there's so much to this topic. I wish I had you for longer, but I'm being told that we are running out of time. So thank you so much, Anekan, for the expose is out of this world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll have to actually invite you back so that we can take this topic from another perspective. So thank you so much.
I'll be honored. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you have heard it. Exercise has been scientifically proven to slow down the process of aging. So get out there, whether you're in the house, join a gym, just get moving, walk, swim, cycle, whatever it is, just get moving. Thank you so much. That's been all we have to show for you today on Inside Health. Don't forget, it is your responsibility to take hold of your well-being and, of course, your health. I'm still Chigi Chiagoram. Thank you so much for joining us today. Bye for now.
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 1,900 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like, actually, I want the government, actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them. Actually, I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now, they are not giving anything to them. I tell you, like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous. You're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. all that we see, Kabiesiu, 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 and then everything continues to go bad.
Hello there, thanks for joining us. And today my guest is a very special person, a very special Nigerian. And for the first time in a long time on this program, she is a woman. My guest is a professor at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. She has, I think it's just, I'll talk about 2 master's degrees, but I think there are some others. She holds a PhD, and she's also a graduate of the Harvard Business School. Well, in the course of our discussion with her, we'll know how the journey started and how she got to where she is today. My pleasure to welcome Professor Uche Azikiwe, wife of the first president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Professor, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, Obiora.
Let me start. You know, when anybody talks about Professor Uche Azikiwe, what comes to mind is the wife of the great Zik of Africa. So let me start our discussion from there. When you saw Zik for the first time, was it love at first sight, or was there something else?
It wasn't love at first sight because there was nothing like love between us the first time I met him. I met him for my scholarship. He gave me a scholarship to further my education. That was the first time we met. Although the first time he saw me was when we were dancing to receive them when they came to Afikpo for a political campaign.
This was which year?
1960 something. In the 60s.
Yeah.
So, but the close meeting was when I came in to finalize my program to go into the secondary school because he gave me scholarship.
So that was your first.
Yes.
From that distance, how did you perceive him?
I know as a little girl growing up in the village or in the town at ENUGU, I grew up at ENUGU, Lagos and the village, he wasn't a human being. From the stories we heard, he disappears, he holds the key to the lagoon, the Oyibo people are afraid of him, he blows English, a lot of stories. So it was like a little girl coming to a god, a demigod, before a demigod. That was 1964. And I know that I was shivering within me because I don't think I was the first person, the only person that was given scholarship. What I later learned was that once in a while, end of the year or beginning of the school year, all those that he gave scholarship will come to collect their school fees and so on and so forth. Mine was the first time to come and initiate and start my own school at Nsukka.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. You said you spent growing up, your growing up period in ENUGU, in Lagos, and in the village. Where were you born? Were you born in the village, or your parents were already out of the village?
My parents were living in Calabar. Okay. In good old days, the policemen, they are polygamous. And when they marry 2 or 3, a wife gets pregnant, you go home to the village. After having your baby, you come back to the station. Maybe by then, the other wife would have taken in. he will come back. So I think when I was due, my mom came back to our village, Afikpo. I was born in Afikpo. After that, then she went back to Calabar with me. From there, as I was growing up, I remember that we lived at the police barrack along Ugui Road in ENUGU.
In ENUGU.
Yes. So that's where I started my primary school. And then we moved. My father was transferred. My father was a policeman. And he rose to the rank of a sergeant major. And in those good old days, sergeant major was, I think, the highest post. Unless you have gone to secondary school or standard 6, you can go above sergeant major. So in all the barracks we lived, in Enugu and in Lagos, my father was in charge. He was the chief there. So growing up in Enugu, I went to Salvation Army Primary School there at
Morehouse,
yes. After that, when my father was transferred to Lagos, I think my father opened one of the best barracks built then in the 60s. That was called Queen's Barrack in Apapa. So he opened that barracks and was in charge. When we got there, it wasn't easy to find a school for us. I think in the end, we had to go to Ajeromi Central School or something like that. Ajeromi Central School. It is in Lagos that my father retired and went back home. All of us, we went back home from Lagos, and I completed my primary school at Afikpo, Presbyterian School, Afikpo. It was there in Afikpo that during the campaign, my father now went into politics. From stories, I learned that he also worked when he was in Lagos for Zik, or I don't know, but the story is that once in a while, the police people will come, for campaign. At least he knew Zik before me. So during campaign, 1961 or 62 or 63, I don't know the year, they came for campaign. And I'm a good dancer. I dance Nkuma.
Do you still dance?
I still dance. Anytime. I got the one I had, I can So there were 4 of us, 4 girls, that danced that day. My elder sister is the was, because she's now late, the leading dancer, and I come last, 4 of us. My sister leads, and I will come at the rear. And you know that dancing, the leader and the rear dancers are the best. So it was after the dancing, during the campaign, that a representative from my area, Chief Nnachienwo, was contacted by Zik. And then that those who danced, that he want to help. By then, I think I had taken my standard 6. My sister was trained as a teacher by my father. Then the other lady, the other girl, I've forgotten. I don't know what happened to the other 2. But it just happened that my sister and myself were the people Zik
Gave scholarship.
gave scholarship. My sister, he gave her work in Lagos, in the office, I don't know where. But I was the one that was given scholarship to KRSS. So he found the school. He got in touch with the Reverend Sisters in KRSS in Soka. And I was admitted to do my secondary education there, which was interrupted by the Civil War. So 1965 to 67, we all left Nsukka, went back home, and then the war raged. We moved from one place to the other until after the war. I got in touch again with him to inform him that the war is over. Is the scholarship still on? And he said yes. And then, instead of coming back to KRSS, because of the distance and the cost, and he wasn't in the country, he was still in London, I had to go to Holy Child Secondary School, Sharon, Abakaliki. Yeah, that's where I completed my secondary school after the war. Then it was during that, after the war, that the meeting moved from father, daughter, or mentor, whatever. So after the war, it seems as if he got interested. Because personally, not even in my wildest dream, I will never dream of marrying Nnamdi Azikiwe. It wasn't in my dictionary.
It wasn't in your radar.
It wasn't in my dreams. It wasn't in anything. All I wanted is education, and then that's all. So after the war, he now said...
You were still in secondary school?
Yes, after the war, in Sharon. He said, maybe after school, what would I want to do? I said, nothing. Because that was what I was always saying when we were playing at home. My elder brothers, I would say, I will be a nurse, I will choke you with my needle and so on. I said, nothing. He said, okay, that he will arrange to send me to the hospital in London, where the two sisters, either three sisters or cousins or relations that he trained as nurses, were trained in London. I said, okay, fine for me. And then there was the niece, Franca, the last child of the only sister Owele had. Franca and myself would have gone abroad to, I don't know whether Franca was going for nursing, but my arrangement was for nursing. It was in the process to arrange for that nursing that the issue of getting married came up. Then immediately after the war, to show how kind he was, I don't know, but I know that he sent my father money. He sent school fees, my school fees, to complete my secondary education. All those he had something to do with. He sent them money to enable them recover from the war. Yeah. So he sent my father some money. I don't know how much it was, but I think either twice or once immediately after the war. And it helped the family to stabilize and take off from the war devastation. So after the secondary school, and then when I went for preparation to go for this nursing school, he said, okay, why don't you stay action now? Let's see. I'll get in touch with the hospital in London. It seems that God had another plan. Before the arrangement for the hospital for training as a nurse, something else came in, and we became married.
Tell me how you felt the first time he suggested that he would want to be your husband, and this was human being. A human being getting married to God. Yes, that was the way it always was. Yes, yes. Because even as a little boy too, I heard the stories about holding the key to the ocean and all that. So, at that point that Zeke made that proposal, what happened to you?
I think this question has been asked severally, and I said no.
You told him no?
Yes, I said no, because it wasn't what I came in for. I wanted to go further, to read, to be somebody, and I can't imagine myself marrying somebody like that. You know, it wasn't in my mind at all. Marriage was never crossed my mind. So when he proposed, and I still remember where he proposed, it was in Lagos. When he came back from London after the war, he had a residence, a house by the government, given to him by the government along Queen's Drive, Victoria, is it Ikoyi? Yeah. Queen's Drive, Ikoyi. So I accompanied him to Lagos in the course to arrange for the trip to London. And the question popped up, I want to marry you, or was it, will you marry me? And I said, no. That was my first reaction. But he didn't say anything else. So when we came back to Onitsha, I started thinking over it. I said, what happened? What really happened? Then I think maybe he asked, why did I say no? I said, I want to go to London to, as you said, you sent me to go and